Chapter 196 3 Marine Legends, Senbonzakura 3rd Scene. Although the appearance of Kong is not a surprise, but this seems to represent a signal. Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp sent a friendly signal to Yuichi, and now Kong appeared. Slowly and maliciously from beginning to end. Although Kong also showed a look of unbearable in his eyes. Advertisement. But a commander-in-chief of the three armies will not make changes because of personal emotions. This is impossible. Kong looked at Yuichi. His inner emotions were also very complicated. A guy who could have grown into an excellent marine soldier, and maybe even a marine marshal in the end. In the end, he became Marine's biggest enemy. Such a change is a pity even for Kong. But it doesn't matter what he thinks, what matters are the five elders' orders. Garp and Sengoku fought for a chance at the five elders, Yuichi turned it down. It doesn't take much time to get from naval headquarters to an ice lobby. With special currents, Marine should have arrived here last night. But to wait for Sengoku and Garp. The two came from the Holy Land of Marijois in order to persuade Yuichi face to face. Hoping to bring Yuichi back to Marine, but the result is not satisfactory. Yuichi made a decisive 29, which forced Kong to come out. Circumstances now left him with another order from the five elders. Yuichi. Kong looked at Yuichi. If you refuse to return to the Marine, then you are the enemy of the Marine, and you must hand over your power. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled disdainfully. In the end, I still care about chakra of one-tail Shikaku. Looking at the slightly mocking smile on Yuichi's face, Kong didn't want to explain anything. What five elders care about is indeed Yuichi's tailed beast chakra. This is an undeniable fact, but Sengoku and Garp's efforts made the five elders really agree to give up. There was even a promise made if Yuichi came back to Marine and was really a solid guy. Then the five elders will never pursue that tailed beast chakra either. After all, a person who can guarantee the safety of the world government and who is sincerely willing to work for Marine. Also worth rewarding, even if that reward is the tailed beast chakra. Boom. Suddenly on the other side Susanoo of Madara forced Kaido back. Advertisement. He turned to look in Yuichi's direction. Madara overheard their conversation just now. Now Madara said with a sneer on her face, it seems that no matter which world you are in, there are quite a few people peeking at the powerful power. As he said that, he looked at Yuichi with great interest, from a hero to the target of everyone shouting and beating, your experience is a bit like mine, boy. Looking at Madara's appearance, it seems that she feels the same as herself. Yuichi also smiled. Kide, is that so? If it weren't for the fact that we are people from different worlds, I would really like to sit down with you and talk, maybe we will become friends. Hearing this, Madara laughed loudly, it's really a pity. We are people from different worlds. Then let's fight, kid. I'm very concerned about your strength. Saying that, Yuichi was also about to pull out the Zanpakuto from his waist. However, at this time three admirals appeared. They were between Yuichi and Madara. Both Yuichi and Madara frowned at the same time. Garp's voice sounded behind him, Yuichi, think about it again. Do you really want to be a pirate? Garp was already showing a hint of anger, although he didn't understand why Yuichi didn't agree to go back to Marine, but he didn't have a good temper with the pirate Garp. Yuichi looked back at Garp, if I say yes, do you want to fight me? Mr. Garp. Garp's eyes widened, if you really want to be a pirate, nation will kill you here. His friend Sengoku offended the five elders for Yuichi. And Yuichi's current performance makes Garp feel that Yuichi has completely failed Sengoku's kindness. He was quite angry. Sengoku sighed silently at the side, Yuichi, if you really don't plan to go back to Marine, you can't become a pirate either. There was already a hint of order in Sengoku who said this. This means that if Yuichi disagrees, then he will do it. And Yuichi doesn't like others to force him to order what to do. Yuichi's gaze also started to turn cold. Humph. My decision is not something Mr. Sengoku can change. Hearing this, Aokiji couldn't help turning his head, he was very depressed why Yuichi didn't listen to persuasion at all now. Sengoku stared at Yuichi blankly for tens of seconds. Seeing that Yuichi's eyes didn't change, he sighed helplessly, then Yuichi, if you insist on being a pirate. No matter what price you pay today, we must bring you back to naval headquarters. Speaking of Garp, Kong, and Sengoku himself, the momentum of the three of them suddenly changed. Enter the battle state. 2 marine legends, plus a marine living fossil. Although their bodies are gradually aging and their strength is not as good as before, don't forget that pirate world has won many world wars. After the victory of the World War, their bodies recovered to a certain extent. Advertisement. Although it has not yet returned to its peak state. But like Whitebeard, the physical condition regressed 15 or 16 years. This means that the three of them are not old men without fighting power. It's just an elderly person who still has spare energy. Yuichi smiled and didn't pay attention to the three of them, but turned to look at Madara. It seems that our battle will have to wait a little longer. Madara was stunned for a moment and nodded lightly, I'm waiting for you, I have plenty of time, and it's not like I don't have anyone to accompany me in activities now. The marines and admirals in front of him were much more angry than the ones above. Madara wasn't going to be able to get rid of them right away, either. Madara is willing to wait for herself, which Yuichi finds funny. But now it's even more interesting. Task announcement. 170 Dignity of Nobility. Since you are oppressed, there is no room for turning back if you choose to leave. Defeat, Sengoku, Garp, Kong. Task reward, open Senbonzakura 3rd scene final scene White Emperor sword in advance. It seems that Byakuya Kokaki is also angry, the dignity of the nobility cannot be trampled on. What Yuichi didn't expect was that the reward was to open the 3rd island of Senbonzakura in advance. The power of the final scene Beiti sword is quite terrifying. Now Yuichi's template awakening progress is only a little bit away from being able to open Senbonzakura 2nd scene. Phase 3 Marine Legends. Perhaps this time, it may not be possible to directly break through the character template to 70%. Yuichi's fighting spirit is running high. Just at this very moment. Crackling. A thunderbolt fell from the sky suddenly. It landed directly in front of Yuichi. The thunder from the sky caused the expressions of the three of Sengoku to change slightly. But in the next second, the thunder and lightning gathered into a figure. God Enel appeared, holding a golden trident in his hand, looking at the three people in front of him. Yo-yo. Is this the marine from Qinghai? What do you want to do to our leader? Leader? Yuichi froze for a moment. At this time, another breath appeared on the side. Sengoku, Garp. Long time no see. Hearing this voice, the two raised their heads at the same time. Watching Golden Lion Shiki sneering as he floats in mid-air. Chapter 197 Thunder Fruit Ability User, under Yuichi's command. The Golden Lion floating quietly in the sky. His presence surprised both Sengoku and Garp. Shiki, how are you here? Surprised, Sengoku has disappeared since Golden Lion escaped impel down. However, in Sengoku's view, the Golden Lion who lost his legs should have hid somewhere in the world to lick his wounds. Advertisement. And he has lost the glory he once had, at most he can be regarded as a remnant of the old era. Don't worry too much about it. Unexpectedly, Golden Lion Shiki appeared in N-Ice lobby today. It's not easy anymore. I feel that the pirates appearing on the N-Ice lobby at this time are all fighting forces under the command of the Sea Emperors. And the appearance of Golden Lion here, does it mean that he is also a pirate surrounded by someone? But is it possible? With the nature of a Golden Lion, how could he be willing to be inferior to others? Why am I here? Of course it's because I, the Golden Lion, are now a member of the Five Emperors Alliance. As he said, he glanced at Yuichi who was on the side. Our leader is still being targeted by you, so as a subordinate, can I watch you do something to our leader? Leader? Both Sengoku and Garp immediately turned their attention to Yuichi. Could it be that this guy really made people like Golden Lion submit willingly? How is this possible? Of course, Yuichi is very talented and strong, even if he is comparable to Whitebeard and others, it's no big deal. There will always be one or two monsters in an era. Maybe Yuichi is the monster, but Yamato is strong enough to make a proud person surrender. These are two different things and two different concepts. How did it work? The people of Qinghai look very strong. I just want to try it in this sea area, what level am I? At this time Enel's voice sounded. He stands in front of Yuichi with a golden trident in his hand and a strange attire on his back. In addition, when he appeared earlier, he was accompanied by thunder and lightning. This made him very eye-catching. Now that Enel finished speaking, thunder and lightning erupted immediately. The crackling thunder made people pay more attention. Enel, who instantly disappeared as a lightning bolt, formed a bolt of lightning in the air, shooting towards Garp extremely fast. Immediately afterwards, he appeared in front of Garp in an instant, waving the golden trident in his hand, with terrifying thunder and lightning flowing on it. Instantly stabs Garp. His attack is very sudden and fast, the speed of thunder and lightning is not a joke. Advertisement. But facing Garp, although this speed surprised Garp, it was nothing. Raise one arm across the chest, Haki covers the arm. Ding. Tsitsaizi. The collision of Raiden and Haki, Enel's lightning-like thrust, did not hurt Garp. However, his shot stunned the countless marine soldiers around him. The weapons in his hands even fell to the ground. He just became Raiden. A marine soldier with his mouth wide open and his eyes staring wide open spoke. Although the other marine soldiers around did not make a sound, they all thought of one thing. In this sea, the ability to move in a certain energy form can only be achieved by the ability users who eat the Logia fruit. And the natural energy just now was thunder and lightning. So that means, is this guy an ability user of Logia? And is it still Logia's Raiden, a Raiden fruit capable user? Thunderbolt, compared with the three Admiral's fruit abilities, it's nothing at all. Hearing this, the marine generals, who understand what thunder and lightning mean, couldn't help but speak. Not only is it not weak, thunder and lightning can almost be said to be a Logia fruit ability user, the most terrifying ability of destructive power. Even the destructive power of Akainu Admiral's Lava fruit ability is superior to him. And the mobility of thunder is not comparable to that of Lava fruit. Almost perfect ability. Enel's thunder continued to erupt, rushing along the golden trident towards Garp's body. Although Garp's haki was able to block Enel's attack, he couldn't completely block the intrusion of lightning. At the same time, the paralyzing effect brought by the lightning also made Garp feel his arm gradually lose consciousness. Garp's heart froze, and suddenly he burst out a haki shock wave, knocking Enel back. Turning over in the air and turning into a thunderbolt, Enel immediately lost his strength and returned to Yuichi's side, carrying the golden trident on his shoulders. With a faint smile, "What a strong haki! Humph! How dare a young brat dare to attack this old man?" Bump! This time it was Garp who took the initiative to attack. Although he didn't have the fruit ability, Garp's current physical condition has regressed by more than 10 years. Garp's strength at this time is quite terrifying. Even if it's not yet at its peak, the speed of the instant burst is not much better than that of Enel, who has the ability to thunder. In an instant, he rushed to Enel, and an iron fist hit him directly. Advertisement. Enel frowned, his body turned into lightning and instantly moved to the right to avoid the attack. At the same time, the thunder in his hand exploded, and terrifying thunderbolts fell in the sky around Enel. It was directly absorbed by him, poured into the golden trident in his hand, and the golden trident instantly turned red. The red trident thunderbolt explodes. Enel locked his eyes on Garp. Spear of Thor. Crackling. The trident that pops out at the moment of thunder burst hits Garp. Garp's reaction was not slow at all, although the light from the lightning burst was very dazzling. But he turned around and swung a punch in a blink of an eye. Before the strong haki wave had time to explode, it immediately collided with Enel's attack. Raiden and haki constantly collided with each other, and an astonishing roar erupted. And at this moment, the terrifying aftermath suddenly swept away. The strong wind lifted Yuichi's cloak. But the next second the light faded, and the red golden trident was blocked by Garp's iron fist. The two looked at each other and sparks erupted in the air. Bang bang! Shocked by the impact, Garp took 5 or 6 steps back to stabilize his figure. And Enel was sent flying, but instantly turned into lightning in the air and moved to a place 10 meters away, directly removing the impact through elementalization. Also performed well. Marine hero Garp pins down a terrifying Logia thunder user with his bare hands, using only the power of haki. This power has amazed countless people. Even more surprising, however, is Thunder Enel. Although, Zhao Yahao, Logia's lightning power is very powerful, but this guy's use of the fruit ability is also amazing. Speed, strength, and destructive power are all excellent. Although at his age, with the help of fruit power, he may be able to fight against Marine's legendary Marine Garp without losing the wind. This strength also makes people feel unbelievable, brother. And now looking at the two people who stopped, everyone suddenly remembered one thing. This guy is under Yuichi. As the newly promoted Emperor of the Sea, Yuichi actually has such a Logia ability user as his subordinate. This is not inferior to Marine Admiral's combat effectiveness at all, which surprised many people in the audience. But at this moment, Enel suddenly exploded with more thunder, and he still wants to attack. Enough, Enel! Suddenly Yuichi's voice came, and Enel, who was about to strike, stopped, and the thunder on his body gradually dissipated. Enel looked at Yuichi helplessly. "I can handle this guy." Yuichi smiled and didn't say anything, just said, "This is my battle." Chapter 198 The Power of the New Emperor, the Most Terrifying Hero. Although Enel didn't quite understand Yuichi's words. What is this is his fight? But Yuichi didn't seem to want him to do it, so Enel shrugged and walked back. Ariel Golden Lion Shiki glanced at Yuichi. "Are you really going to deal with them alone?" Yuichi nodded. Advertisement. Seeing that Yuichi was unwilling to say anything more, Golden Lion guessed in his heart. Guess Yuichi wants to break up with Marine. So this is really Yuichi's fight and they shouldn't be involved. At this time, the black arm Zephyr who appeared behind Yuichi and walked slowly attracted everyone's attention. The roar of the huge mechanical arm put pressure on the surrounding soldiers. Though the young sailors don't know the black arm Zephyr. But some marine generals looked at Zephyr who suddenly appeared in great surprise. Teacher. The former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, who once served as the chief instructor of the Marine, is unknown to ordinary sailors but among marine generals. There are quite a few people who used to be students of Zephyr. Listening to the generals calling the comers teacher. The soldiers were very surprised. Who is this person? He was able to make Rear Admiral and even several Vice Admirals call him teacher. Zephyr came to Yuichi's side. He first glanced at Garp and Sengoku who were opposite, and when looking at them, Zephyr's gaze was very complicated. But it disappeared quickly. Looking at you 580, I originally said that I would come to help. But now it seems that you want to make a break. Finished? Yuichi didn't mean that, but he didn't want to explain either. The default is the best choice. Seeing that Yuichi didn't speak, Zephyr patted Yuichi on the shoulder, then this battle is up to you to resolve. Zephyr. Suddenly Sengoku stopped him. When the word Zephyr sounded, the soldiers around were stunned for a moment. In a trance, they felt as if they had heard the name somewhere. When did you hang out with pirates too? Sengoku questioned Zephyr, regardless of whether Zephyr defected from Marine, but Sengoku imagined that Zephyr would not be willing to become a pirate. Because his family died at the hands of pirates, Zephyr's hatred for pirates will probably never disappear. Zephyr, who was about to step back, stopped. What are you trying to say? Sengoku. Sengoku was very puzzled when he didn't get a reply from Zephyr. Advertisement. It stands to reason that Zephyr should sternly deny it, but this attitude seems to prove that this guy is really a pirate. Are you a pirate now? Hearing that Zephyr did not avoid the question this time, he nodded directly, that's right. Now Neo Marine is officially merged into the Pirate Emperor Yuichi's command. What? Sengoku stared blankly at him. This guy Zephyr actually became a pirate, how did Yuichi convince him? Regardless of whether it is Golden Lion or Zephyr, what method do you use to make these two guys willing to become his subordinates against his will? The soldiers on the side looked at Sengoku, who was losing his composure. The soldiers were very curious. Master Vice Admiral, who is this man named Zephyr? Vice Admiral, who was asked, glanced at the sea soldier who asked the question. Who is Zephyr? Good question. He opened his mouth. Black Arm Zephyr. Former Marine Admiral, Chief Instructor of Naval Headquarters Marine, many generals in Marine are his disciples. Even Mr. Marine Admiral Kizaru and Mr. Aokiji were once disciples of Mr. Zephyr. This news is even more shocking. A former Marine Admiral. So that means this Zephyr is a Marine of the same era as Sengoku and Mr. Garp. And the strength is naturally needless to say. But how did the former Marine Admiral become a pirate? Even if he retires, he shouldn't have left Marine. The soldiers wanted to ask this question, but they looked at the gloomy faces of the generals. They also feel that it is best not to ask this question. At this moment, the pirates of One Piece world in the auditorium suddenly thought of a question. Wait. The former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Plus the Golden Lion Shiki who fought against the pirate Roger, and the Logia Lightning capable user, the strength of these three, is completely comparable to that of a general. Speaking of which, the people around began to react. There are many pirates in the auditorium. These pirates also suddenly realized one thing. Xinhuang, Yuichi. This guy who has just become the new Emperor of the Sea has gathered three major powers under his command. Black Arm Zephyr, Golden Lion Shiki, Logia Lightning abilities. Originally, the four emperors had their own three major powers, but now, JFC, the new emperor also has their own three major powers, which is not weaker than the old four emperors. Speaking of which, a voice sounded from the other side of the auditorium. Not only is it not weak. The former Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr formed Neo Marine in New World, with a large number of people in their own laboratory to develop weapons. Even New World's pirates are extremely troublesome when facing Neo Marine. Golden Lion Shiki's flying pirates, although they were captured and imprisoned in Impel Down for raiding naval headquarters, their forces suffered heavy losses from Marine. However, the Golden Lion who dared to encircle Roger, the Pirate King, and the pirate group under his command should not be underestimated now. Advertisement. Plus that new guy with Logia's top ability, Lightning. Xinhuang Yuichi, I'm afraid there are already quite a few pirates under his command. Maybe there is still a gap compared to Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom, but it is definitely on par with the red-haired Shanks. After these analyses were finished, the audience was even more ebullient in an instant. In this way, Yuichi, who was originally regarded as a loner and sat on the throne of the new emperor, has already possessed terrifying power without knowing it. Now it seems that the only thing that is bad is a piece of land. However, when it comes to the site, several islands in the sky of Golden Lion. It is no worse than other four emperors' sites. There is even greater safety in the air. The people in the auditorium were shocked, they had just left Marine, not only became the fifth emperor of the sea. Such a powerful force has been gathered under his command in the blink of an eye. Three great powers, Black Arm Zephyr, Golden Lion Shiki, Enel of God. Pirates, Neo Marine, God Pirates, Flying Pirates. It is already a force that is not weak. People looked at the proverbs of the ark that was gradually descending in the sky. This thing, it's not Whitebeard's, it's definitely not Kaido and Big Mom's, and it's even less likely to be Redhead Shanks'. So in other words, this is Yuichi's boat. A ship capable of flying in the air. Now people seem to understand why, during the previous World War, the place where the five emperors gathered seemed to be on Sky Island. With such a flying ship, the 5 emperors would naturally choose Sky Island as the gathering place. Pirates in the air, is this the new Emperor Yuichi's pirate group? From a person who is about to become Marine Admiral, he became the 5th emperor in a blink of an eye, and at the same time, he has gathered such a large force. Is this, really a coincidence? Suddenly someone raised this question. However, the brains of everyone in the auditorium began to explode. Accidental? How could this be accidental? If it wasn't for the premeditated plan, no one would believe that a person who was just kicked out of the marine turned around and became the overlord of the sea. Who would believe it was accidental? But if it wasn't for accident, then that means, all of this was planned by Yuichi. Without that accident, Yuichi might be the strongest admiral in marine now, and even become the future marine admiral. This man has been planning all these years. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. If Yuichi's strength is shocking, what makes people feel scary now is Yuichi's terrifying forbearance. Took so many years to explode. This guy is definitely the scariest villain of this era. Chapter 199 The most scary man in the world, breaking up with Marine. Not only his terrifying strength, but also this terrifying city, this guy is simply the most terrifying man in the world. That's what someone said about Yuichi. When others hear such comments, think carefully. This man has been in the marine for quite a long time, and he has been planning forbearance for so many years. What is terrible about a person with great strength is his strength. Advertisement. However, a person with a deep city and strong strength is not only scary on the one hand, but it makes people feel chills when they think about it. Indeed, it can be said that he is the scariest man in the world. At this moment, Yuichi still doesn't know that in the eyes of ordinary people and ordinary pirates in the pirate world, he has become the most terrifying man in the whole world. Now Yuichi is preparing for the battle with Sengoku, Garp, and the Commander-in-Chief Kong. Because not far away, Madara fought against Marine 3 Admiral alone, and even added Kaido. Their battle has already begun. The roar continued to come, even if Yuichi didn't consciously sense it, he knew that the battle was fierce. Lord Madara's strength is indeed astonishing. Facing the attack of the 4, he just activated Susanoo, and he was able to firmly suppress the opponent. But now the arc proverbs has landed. Whitebeard, Ant, and red-haired Shanks are also interested in making a move. Even if they don't use their combat power, they still want to do it. Yuichi was a little worried. Even the big boss Madara, facing so many enemies, it would be bad if he was defeated in advance. Although Madara is defeated by others, it will not affect Yuichi's mission. As long as the N-Ice lobby is not destroyed. But Yuichi also wants to fight Madara. If Madara is defeated by Whitebeard and others before the fight, then it is not what Yuichi wants. Yuichi moves forward towards Sengoku. The eyes of the two collided in the air. Sengoku saw the determination in Yuichi's eyes. It looks like no matter what he says Yuichi probably won't look back. Sengoku closed his eyes helplessly, and sighed softly. At this moment, he seemed to be a few years older. Originally, the Yuichi in front of him should be the pillar of marine and the pillar of world government. Should bear justice and end the era of pirates. But just because of a decision made by 5 elders, such an excellent person became an enemy. Pity. It is a pity. Now Sengoku also understands that there is no way to recover. Since there is no way to recover, blind regret is not his Sengoku style. Since Yuichi doesn't want to turn back, he is determined to become a pirate. Then they can only be enemies. Sengoku has no soft-heartedness when dealing with enemies. Advertisement. Let's end it. You. Sengoku suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce fighting intent burst out in his eyes. Sengoku Yuichi like this has never been seen before. Speaking of which, although Yuichi's teacher is Zephyr, Sengoku can also be regarded as half of Yuichi's teacher. Although Sengoku did not teach Yuichi to fight, Sengoku taught Yuichi how to become a qualified leader. Even though Sengoku had his own selfish intentions at the time, he wanted to train Yuichi to be the next marshal. But no matter what his purpose is, he still taught himself after all. Yuichi looked at Sengoku. It is good. Make a break. I have also been taught by you, so as a disciple, I will take 3 attacks from you. As soon as the words came out, it wasn't just the marine soldiers who were overwhelmed by Yuichi's aura. Even Whitebeard and others who just jumped off the proverb were surprised by Yuichi's courage. Receive 3 attacks from Marine Marshal Sengoku. This is no joke. Although Sengoku is called the resourceful general, Sengoku used to be Garp's partner. Although Sengoku is much worse than Garp in terms of combat effectiveness, this does not mean that Sengoku is not a top powerhouse. Now Sengoku's physical condition has recovered a lot. Take 3 attacks from him and maybe, you will die. Even Whitebeard didn't think he would take Sengoku's 3 attacks lightly. This is not to say that the two sides collide 3 times, but receive 3 attacks from the opponent, which means that Yuichi will not use power to attack, and at most he will only use power to defend. Whitebeard admires Yuichi now, although it's a bit of a joke, it's a man who acts like this. Auntie squinted at Yuichi and nodded, Sengoku's attack is not easy to catch. He may die, even if he doesn't die, he will at least be seriously injured. The red-haired Shanks didn't speak, but he had a lot of affection for Foyai. Facing the person who had been kind to him in the past, it is very suitable for him to end it in this way. Yuichi, don't mess around, Sengoku's attack is no joke. Shiki had already retreated, but now he came up to stop Yuichi. But the next second Yuichi turned his head slowly. She looked at him coldly. At this moment, Shiki's footsteps stopped, and the look on Yuichi's face made Shiki seem to see the shadow of the former captain, rocks in a trance. Domineering, arrogant, does not allow anyone to refute his decision. Shiki smiled coldly. What a ignorant fellow. I don't know if I'm talking about Yuichi or his former captain Rocks. Receive my 3 attacks, have you figured it out? You. Sengoku said calmly, but his heart grew more and more sad. Ask for flowers, dash dash. If he really made a shot, it meant that the previous bond between him and Yuichi was severed. Everything in the past is as if it never happened. Although he is only a half-disciple, Sengoku is very reluctant to return to Yuichi's excellence. Advertisement. Come on. Mr. Sengoku. Yuichi replied without hesitation. Sengoku suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and looked at Yuichi with all his attention. Haki gathers instantly on the fist. In this case, Kong and Garp did not come out. This is the break between Yuichi and Sengoku. Even Madara, who was in the fierce battle at the side, tacitly stopped with the 3 admirals and Kaido, watching the fight here. I made a shot, you. The terrifying Haki wave on Sengoku's fist erupted. And Yuichi just stood there quietly, waiting for Sengoku's attack. Next second, a violent storm swept away, and the wind and dust drifted in all directions. Sengoku's figure was ejected like a cannonball and swept straight to the right. A punch that was as explosive as a cannonball hit Yuichi in the chest. Ripples appeared from the front of the fist, spread in the air. Even before the burst of anger exploded in time, the fist landed firmly on Yuichi's chest. Sengoku stared at Yuichi with wide eyes. He didn't stop. At this moment, Sengoku regretted a little, and he punched this punch mercilessly. Yuichi did anything to block it. Is this intentional begging for death? Boom. Suddenly there was a roar. When Sengoku was wondering, he suddenly felt a terrifying resistance from his fist. An invisible force blocked his haki. His fist seemed to hit Yuichi's chest, but it was actually 5 centimeters away from Yuichi's body. And just such a small distance is like a natural moat crossing in the middle, making it impossible for Sengoku's attack to cross the domain. Yuichi looked at Sengoku calmly. Which power transformation, chakra plus right, so all form the power of haki. In terms of armed color, I can be said to be the strongest armed color in the entire pirate world. Don't even think about breaking my defenses with such an attack. An extraordinary wave of haki erupts from Yuichi. In an instant, this wave collided with Sengoku's haki, making Sengoku's frightening haki dissipate in an instant. This even more terrifying wave erupted, directly sending Sengoku flying. The moment they felt this power, the expressions of both Garp and Kong changed slightly. Scary haki. This kid actually polished haki to such an extent. Chapter 200 From General to King, Yuichi's change. The bounced Sengoku slid out quickly. It didn't stop slowly until it slid a distance of more than 10 meters. Sengoku steadied his figure and raised his head, a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His right hand was trembling slightly. Being impacted by a powerful force, the muscles of his right arm are still somewhat unable to restore calm. Advertisement. Sengoku looked at Yuichi like he was looking at a monster. He was so shocked that it had been a long time since he saw Yuichi, and that Yuichi had such a powerful haki in the blink of an eye. When he was in Marine before, although Sengoku also knew that Yuichi's haki was not weak. Even better than the haki of the 3 admirals, even Garp is full of praise for his haki. But now Yuichi has improved again, and it is still an exaggerated improvement. How long has it been since he left Marine? How could such a huge change happen? Now looking at Yuichi, who is surrounded by powerful haki waves, the aura of the king who dominates the world is shocking. Even Sengoku himself feels that Yuichi's aura has turned into a metamorphosis. Transformed from a marine general to a true king. Amazing. Boy. Although very surprised and puzzled, but Sengoku also watched Yuichi grow up, and now Yuichi can grow to this level even though Yuichi has become a pirate. Sengoku also has a kind of joy in watching children grow up and become excellent. Yuichi was a little surprised to be praised by Sengoku. A fluke. 2 more attacks, Mr. Sengoku. Hearing this, Sengoku smiled lightly, after experiencing Yuichi's haki. Sengoku already knew very well in his heart that it was probably impossible for him to injure the right one with his regular attacks. Unless holding the idea of killing Yuichi, he completely broke out the strongest attack. Otherwise, it is impossible to hurt the other party at all. And to really kill Yuichi, that's not what Sengoku wanted. While Sengoku was hesitating about what to do, Whitebeard and the others who just jumped off the arc proverbs had a little surprised look on their faces. Whitebeard was a little puzzled, is this the strongest strength of this kid? Didn't he fully display his strength when he fought against Kaido before? If this is the case, Yuichi is not only powerful, but also extremely proud. Facing the four emperors Kaido, he never went all out. But Shanks on the side of Whitebeard said that he didn't think so, maybe it wasn't that Yuichi didn't use his full strength at that time, but now he has become stronger. The statement caught Whitebeard by surprise. This is more likely, but if it really becomes stronger again. Advertisement. The speed at which Yuichi becomes stronger is also too fast. It may not take long if this rhythm continues, and this guy may completely surpass them. Thinking of this, Whitebeard first smiled and then put away his smile, looking at Yuichi's back with a solemn expression. We, the remnants of the old era, can't keep up with the pace of the new era after all. In the Four Emperors pirate group. Listening to what Shanks said, Marco, Katakuri, Beckman, Yin and others felt more complicated. As the head of the three major powers under the Four Emperors, they never think that they are inferior to others. However, compared to Yuichi, they have a strong sense of crisis. With the growth rate of that pervert, those of them who are called Emperor's mates may not even have the qualifications to fight against each other in the end. How can this work? Absolutely can't let Yuichi surpass too much, if one day his pirate group goes to war with him. If they can't help the Emperor's assistants, how dare they call them the right and left hands of the Four Emperors? In an instant, the fighting spirit of these guys surged up, and the eyes that looked at Uchiha Madara were full of strong fighting spirit. Yuichi didn't know that his power made these guys suddenly full of fighting spirit. At this moment Sengoku started to work. Unleashes his second attack. This time Sengoku used his own fruit ability, and Sengoku, who turned into a golden Buddha form, compressed the air frantically with his palms. A transparent air shock wave is formed, and Haki Burst injects Haki's power into it at the same time. In an instant, the surrounding airflow accelerated. People around looked at the wind around Sengoku, and the swirling smoke surrounded him. Form an extremely strong whirlwind. Sengoku stared at Yuichi with a straight look in his eyes. Ready, boy. Seeing this, Yuichi smiled. Come on. Mr. Sengoku. The moment Yuichi's voice fell, the roar suddenly rose. Violent noise erupted throughout an ice lobby clearly enough to hear the terrifying roar from Sengoku's blow. Under the palm of Sengoku in the form of a golden Buddha, a strong air shock wave swept straight towards him, accompanied by an extremely powerful Haki shock wave. The two forces merged together. The momentum that erupted was extremely shocking, and the air seemed to be pushed instantly. It's so strong. I didn't expect Mr. Sengoku's attack to be so powerful. A Marine couldn't help sighing. However, the Marine general at the side gave him a contemptuous glance. This guy's knowledge is too short. Mr. Sengoku is more than just the marshal of the Marine. Advertisement. He used to be Mr. Garp's partner, but also Garp's friend. These two led Marine from the Dark Ages to build the powerful Marine that it is today. Mr. Garp is called the hero of Marine, and Mr. Sengoku is absolutely no exception. Although it is slightly inferior in terms of strength, Sengoku is also a group of top powerhouses. With this blow, even Madara couldn't help feeling a very unique blow, compressing the air into a shock wave, combined with that magical Haki power. If you don't open too much. He looked at Yuichi and saw that Yu was still standing there. Maybe I'm going to die. However, at this time Yuichi made a strange movement. He bent his legs slightly, clasped his fingers together, and then made a volleyball patting motion. He focused all his attention on the air cannon that was galloping towards him but hadn't fully exploded yet. The corners of Yuichi's mouth turned up slightly, blocking, doesn't mean you can just stand still and get beaten. At this moment, everyone staring at Yuichi was full of astonishment. Even people in the Hokage world already have a little idea of what Yuichi wants to do next. This guy, is he serious? Is this trying to deflect the attack? Impossible, absolutely impossible, the power that erupts once it is connected to the cord is not a joke. The only way to know if it can be done is to try it. The next second when Sengoku's attack reached Yuichi's face. For a split second, Yuichi aimed his hands at the bottom of the air cannon and hammered upwards hard. Concentrate all of Haki's fists on the whole body, and firmly concentrate on the bottom of the air cannon. 1.4 An extremely crisp roar sounded. In the next second, invisible waves swept away from Yuichi's feet. And Sengoku's attack turned a 90-degree right angle directly in Yuichi's hand, and rushed straight towards the sky. It exploded suddenly after reaching a height of hundreds of meters in an instant. The strong fluctuations formed by the explosion swept over everyone's heads. At this moment, everyone's expression is dull. Not just the people in the ice lobby, but in the audience right now, in the world of Hokage. Countless gazes, countless people, their expressions all maintained a dumbfounded look. He stared at the rapidly spreading air shock wave in the picture. There is no doubt how terrifying the power of this blow is, but it is incredible that Yuichi diffuses it in such a wonderful way. This guy is not only a monster with powerful strength, but also a monster with unconstrained ideas. Chapter 201 The Magical Use of Witchcraft, The Final Blow. If Yuichi's strength is admirable, then what Yuichi shows now has nothing to do with the strength of his strength. Haki has been polished, and no matter how time accumulates, Guantian will always become stronger. Of course, how much progress depends on individual talent. But the blow that Yuichi showed right now is a perfect interpretation of the meaning of talent. Facing Marine Admiral Sengoku's attack, Yuichi stood still and deflected the attack in a way that no one had ever imagined. Advertisement. Originally, this blow was considered to be received by Whitebeard. It is absolutely only possible to block it with the power of shock fruit combined with the power of Haki. But in this way, Whitebeard can't stand still like Yuichi. He couldn't even force him back with an originally powerful blow. Terrible talent. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh with emotion in a low voice. The talent this guy possesses is really shocking. Even if the blow is turned into an old man, it will definitely not be able to reach his level. Bounces the enemy's attack like a ball. One can know just by thinking about how ultimate the power needs to be mastered. After hearing Whitebeard's evaluation, the ant also added, if the power is not mastered in detail, the moment the two forces collide, they will explode with terrifying destructive power. It is impossible to be knocked out. How did this kid do it? It's really confusing. The collision between Haki and Haki, how could it be possible to maintain a non-explosive state and be sent flying out intact? Even Whitebeard, Big Mom, and others can't figure this out. For Whitebeard and others who really cultivated Haki to ultimate, they know how incredible it is, but for ordinary people, such a picture seems nothing to them. The people in the auditorium looked at the top powerhouses such as Kong, Garp, Whitebeard, and others on the NICE lobby in the screen with their mouths wide open, looking extremely surprised. It's hard to understand why these people are so surprised. But it just knocked the attack away? Is there any need to be so surprised? Yet. Is there anything special about this? I don't think there is anything. What these people said made another person in the audience smile helplessly. The laughing man is none other than One Piece's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh. He was watching Yuichi's astonishing move from the audience. Hearing the comments from ordinary people next to him, he couldn't help explaining, Haki's power is an uncontrollable force. The moment the Haki of two people collide, it will explode like a cannonball. There's no time to get kicked out. So the difficulty of the blow just now is no different from trying to keep the bomb that has already exploded from exploding temporarily, and at the same time, it is necessary to withstand the terrifying impact force and seize the fleeting opportunity to direct the impact direction of the force. Instant change. Genius, the new Emperor of the Sea, you. A terrible genius. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, Rayleigh squinted his eyes and smiled, regardless of whether the people around him understood or not. To be able to master Haki to such a degree, even his Captain Roger can never do it. Regardless of Haki's strength or Haki's mastery, Yuichi can be called a top powerhouse. After ordinary people heard Rayleigh's words, some people showed surprise. They didn't expect that there was such a terrible difficulty in the simple blow just now. From this point of view, they also understand why the top powerhouses like Sengoku and Garp are surprised. This guy, is it really scary to this extent? Someone said uncertainly. But the person beside him asked another question, such a scary guy has become a pirate now. Can the era of pirates still not end? Yuichi couldn't hear the exclamation of these people. Now Yuichi looked at Sengoku with a smile on his face, the blow that knocked Sengoku away in an instant. Also Yuichi's own experiment. Force. Yuichi has always been used as a tool to transform other powers, Yuichi has not tried to use this power directly. When he decided to deflect Sengoku's attack just now, Yuichi immediately thought of trying to see if it could be done with magic power. Under the experiment just now, Yin Yi perceived an extremely astonishing thing. When Wolai touched Sengoku Haki, it seemed to suppress Haki's power instantly. Of course, this temporary suppression is not permanent, but consumes a lot of witch power every minute and every second. With the suppression of witch power, Sengoku's Haki couldn't explode, and taking advantage of this brief moment, Yuichi directly used Haki to change the direction of Sengoku's attack. Its principle is like putting a layer of sponge in the middle of the iron ball. Wolai is the surface of the sea, and Du is equivalent to 2 iron balls. This created the scene that shocked everyone. Yuichi, who knew what was going on, wasn't overly delighted. Wolai actually has the ability to restrain Haki, so I don't know if Wolai can restrain other forces. Fruit power? Chakra? Can witchcraft suppress it? This is subject to experimentation. And now Yuichi is more confident to catch Sengoku's third hit. Looking at Sengoku who was still in a daze, Yuichi said slowly, the last blow. Let's start quickly. Mr. Sengoku. Sengoku, who was awakened by Yuichi, had a cloudy look on his face. He didn't know whether he should be happy for Yuichi or worried about the future of Marine and the world. Looking at the energetic and imposing Yuichi, Sengoku sighed, the final blow probably won't have much effect. Advertisement. But he will not pass up the last chance. Yuichi. I'm going to do my best this time, be careful. Don't die. Feeling the change in Sengoku's tone, Yuichi also understood that Sengoku seemed determined to kill himself. This is preparing to release the final blow with the consciousness of killing oneself. Yuichi didn't dare to take it lightly. Come on. Yuichi's full attention also looks extremely serious. Sengoku exhaled lightly from 747, and the Buddha light on his body became stronger. This time Sengoku is not going to use haki. Prepare to unleash the strongest blow of your own fruit power. The surrounding airflow instantly changed direction and converged towards Sengoku's chest. He put his palms together in front of his chest, and the airflow was compressed. The transparent air shock waves began to converge. Expansion, extremely rapid expansion. It spread to a width of several meters in an instant, and finally began to shrink continuously. Everyone who saw this scene knew clearly that Sengoku was compressing his own power in order to achieve greater power. It will be absolutely terrifying when this blow erupts. Looking at the compressed air, Madara was a little surprised. It's terrible. Compressing the air to such a degree, is this serious? He squinted at Yuichi in the distance. It was obvious that Yuichi and Sengoku had an unusual relationship. But at this moment, no matter what the relationship between the two was before, after this blow, no matter what the result is, the bond between the two will be completely severed. Boom. Buzz. Suddenly Sengoku slapped out a palm. This time Sengoku didn't signal Yuichi in advance. The attack exploded like a lightning bolt. Straight towards Yuichi and wreaked havoc. Yuichi's eyes widened rapidly. A red energy flowed through Yuichi's body. Tailed Beast Chakra explodes. At the same time, Ryotsu covered the Tailed Beast Chakra and turned into an invisible armor. Finally armed haki infiltrated. The defense formed by three forces, coupled with the diffusion of witch power, turned into a Uzumaki who rushed to the galloping air cannon first. Chapter 202 Disheartened Sengoku, Remnant of the Era. Boom buzz. The moment the air shock wave roared, invisible ripples erupted instantly. Ring after ring of air waves swept across. The ground also cracked, and the cracks instantly spread half like a spider web. Advertisement. But Yuichi still stood there motionless. This terrifying roar almost instantly overwhelmed all other sounds in the entire NICE lobby. However, with such a strong explosion, the shock wave formed could even instantly lift the surrounding marine soldiers flying. But there was no way to make Yuichi take half a step back. The motionless figure standing there was now shrouded in dust and smoke. No one knew if Yuichi was injured, and everyone was staring at the smoke. Sengoku saw that Yuichi hadn't been repulsed and already knew the answer, but he didn't believe it either. Could it be that the attack used by the fruit ability that exploded with all its strength, still couldn't hurt Yuichi at all? As the Marine Marshal, if he really used 3 attacks in succession, he would not be able to injure the enemy. The enemy still stood still and let him attack. Under such circumstances, Sengoku also felt that he couldn't hold his face. After all, I am also the Marine Marshal. Garp was a little worried. Kong. Do you think that kid can catch this blow intact? When asked this question, Kong frowned, although he was surprised by Yuichi's strength. But he doesn't think Yuichi will be able to block the attack of Sengoku, who is all out this time. So he shook his head. Impossible. No matter how talented this kid is. Before he finished speaking, the smoke was instantly shaken by a certain momentum. Yuichi, who was covered in smoke, was exposed. At this moment, Yuichi opened his fingers with his right hand facing Sengoku's direction. There are still some scratches on the palm. Watching his actions, he just used one hand to block Sengoku's attack earlier. There was no damage to the clothes on his body. Blocked. Really blocked? The marine soldiers were amazed. The generals couldn't keep calm anymore. Mr. Sengoku's attack, he actually stood still and easily caught it. That blow is powerful enough to easily destroy an entire building. How could he block it by standing still? Even if Yuichi's haki is very powerful, he can't even move. Haki can make Yuichi invulnerable, but there is absolutely no way to make Yuichi take root like an ancient tree and stand still in the face of the attack. How did he do that? Advertisement. Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shanks are all looking at Yuichi with weird expressions now. They can understand blocking Sengoku's attack, but how did Yuichi manage to prevent himself from being knocked out by the impact force in this posture? However, when they were thinking about this question, Sengoku's laughter came suddenly. Ha ha ha. Old. Old. Now this era does not belong to us. There was no fighting spirit in Sengoku's eyes, and the moment he hit the final blow, it was as if he had destroyed Marine's hope with his own hands. And now seeing Yuichi catch his attack so easily, this dealt a heavy blow to Sengoku's confidence, and now he is no longer the Marine, the resourceful General Sengoku, but an old man who wanted to retire. Sighing softly, Sengoku turned and walked away without looking back. Garp wanted to stop him, but Garp stopped when he saw Sengoku's gaze. That look meant that it was useless to stop Sengoku. He won't shoot anymore, not just now, but maybe he won't be active in the front line in the future. A not-so-formal fight not only made Marine lose hope but also lost a cornerstone. Now Garp feels more and more that Five Elders' original order was simply too wrong. Push a peerless monstrosity out of the Marine. Now, not only has he become Marine's enemy, but he has also completely lost confidence and fighting spirit for an extremely good Marshal of Marine. Marine's loss was too great. Kong has a complex expression, although he doesn't really want to complain about Five Elders' decision, but now it seems that he really has to admit his mistake. But that's the end of the matter. Since Yuichi doesn't agree to return to Marine, he has to deal with it. A guy with powerful talent and terrifying strength. Continue to let things go, sooner or later, this era will really become the era of pirates, and it will be too late to regret at that time. Step forward. Kong's action suddenly awakened the dazed Marines. They looked at the menacing King Kong's commander Kong. If you want to say that Kong can be regarded as a person of the last era, he is the remnant of the real era. Is this going to be done by yourself? The Marines are all looking forward to it. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Lord Kong's strength will be terrifying. Garp hesitated for a second and then stepped forward to face Yuichi. The aura on his body also exploded instantly. Garp was also very angry at the loss of his friend Sengoku. Sengoku's lost confidence, maybe he can help Sengoku get it back. Yuichi sighed softly. The blow just now was really dangerous. Advertisement. But it also proved that Yuichi's conjecture was correct. Force. It is not only Haki's power that can be suppressed, any power can be suppressed by which power. Even fruit abilities are included. The air cannon compressed by Sengoku is powerful, and at that moment just now, Yuichi's magic power Uzumaki suppressed this force. Make it impossible for the first time to erupt. Then, after the weakening of Haki, Ryutsu, and Chakra's triple power, the final burst of power is not as good as before. That's why Yuichi was able to stand still and block the blow. But now is not the time to be happy. Because there are still two people to deal with. Kong and Garp. If it is said that Sengoku is in the same top group of people as them. But there are also differences between the top powerhouses, and even at this level, a little difference will be as huge as a natural moat. It is very difficult to cross. So the next battle is what really needs to be handled carefully. Garp, whose physical condition has regressed for 15 years, is close to returning to his peak state. In addition to Kong, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, if this guy has no strength, he may not be able to become the commander-in-chief of the three armies. Although he is older than Garp, his physical condition must have recovered a lot due to the previous world wars. Even though he is still far away from his peak state, Kong might be at his strongest in this situation. The two old guys are not easy to mess with. Yuichi also couldn't support as hard as before. Base. Pull the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura straight from the waist. The light of the knife flashed across the faces of the two of them. Holding Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in Yuichi's hand, while drawing the sword, the witch power in Yuichi's, no Mijao, body exploded, instantly transforming the power of Chakra and Haki into Ryutsu. When the blade was unsheathed, Ryutsu swept across, and the air seemed to become much heavier at this moment. The weird pressure increased, causing Kong to frown slightly. The imposing manner has become different. This kid suddenly seems to have turned into a sharp blade, showing his sharpness without any cover. Garp nodded, the previous introverted and steady feeling has disappeared. Is this a break with Marine, and let go of the restraint in my heart? Speaking of this, Garp's expression is very strange. The change of Yuichi also shows that Yuichi still has Marine in his heart before. If Sengoku does not agree to break up with Yuichi, then there may be a chance to persuade you now. But now after the end, there is no possibility to persuade Yuichi to return to Marine. After understanding Garp's meaning, Kong was also very helpless. It seems that this may be the arrangement of fate. With that said, Kong raised his fist and Haki swept away, then there's only fighting. Boom. According to Chapter 203 Iron Fist Kong and the Joint Strangulation. Locked by Kong's gaze, even Yuichi felt an extremely cold killing intent. This guy is different from Sengoku, his Haki is stronger and scarier than Sengoku. Meanwhile Kong doesn't have much affection for Yuichi. He will definitely not show mercy when he makes a move. Commander-in-Chief Kong, this guy even Whitebeard cares about. Advertisement. Yuichi held the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in his hand without the slightest carelessness. Staring at each other intently. The moment Kong made a move, Haki in his body was released without hesitation. instantly covering Zanpakuto to prepare for the attack of the Commander-in-Chief Kong. The wind like a sword instantly swept towards Yuichi like countless sword blades. And Kong's figure was like a rampaging wild beast in minutes. The legs are running extremely fast, the movements are wide open and closed but extremely fast. This speed surprised Yuichi. Not only Yuichi but also the marine soldiers watching the battle were all startled. Unexpectedly, the Commander-in-Chief, who looked very old, made such a terrifying movement as soon as he made a move. He clenched the haki wrapped around his fists tightly, and he hadn't fully exploded yet. It's just that the haki on the fist rubs against the air by swinging the arm with the running movement, and it can make a piercing roar. Some people can't imagine how terrifying Power 777 will explode when these fists are swung out. Kong looked very serious, his eyes fixed on Yuichi. Immediately after rushing in front of Yuichi, he launched an attack. He punched Yuichi hard. The fist locked on Yuichi's face like a missile, and the arc of a knife and a half-moon was struck in the air at a very high speed. At the moment of lightning, Yuichi didn't choose to block with Zanpakuto, but took a step back and quickly bent his body backwards, avoiding the punch extremely thrillingly. But then Kong's fists came down like raindrops. Before the sound of the explosion spread, the huge fist crazily blasted towards Yuichi. Yuichi could only dodge in the dense shadow of fists. Can't find a neutral position at all to launch a counterattack. Such a fierce battle made people dumbfounded. Master Kong is so strong. Unexpectedly, Master Kong looks very old, but his attack is still so fierce. People were amazed. Whitebeard, who surrounded Madara at the moment, squinted at Yuichi's situation. Facing marine siege alone, and fighting against Kong, boy, don't be too careless. If you are not careful, you will really be killed by this guy. Advertisement. The Five Emperors Alliance encountered such a situation, they should, Kiev, go to help. After all, the members of the alliance are attacked by Marine, so the others can't just sit back and watch. But this is a battle between Yuichi and Marine, since Yuichi himself has decided to deal with Marine alone. Then Whitebeard etal will not intervene too much. However, Kong's burst attacks continued like raging waves. The figures of the two flickered quickly, and the scene of flying sand and rocks was very intense. The marine soldiers present and the audience who were watching the battle began to get a little excited. This is no match for Sengoku vs Yuichi. Yuichi doesn't dodge or dodge. Now Yuichi is dodging crazily, seizing the gap between Kong's attacks and launching a counterattack. Yuichi's slashing power is also incredible. Even though several slashes were sent out without hurting Kong, the slashing waves contained amazing haki, and when they raged, they could easily cut an entire building in half. The roof can be easily cut off a corner. A string of haki shines brightly. The shock wave bombarded the ground, smashing out huge potholes one after another. Kong had the upper hand in attacking first, and although he was able to suppress Yu partially, it did not make it impossible for Yuichi to fight back. The battle between the two is really fierce, and it is really a fierce battle that makes people watch. And everyone seemed to have forgotten that there was one person who didn't do anything. Just when Yuichi evaded Kong's attack, the terrifying shock wave and the strong wind rushed past Yuichi's ear at a high speed. Yuichi backhanded, and extraordinary haki waves erupted in an instant. The black knife light slashed towards Kong along with the thunder. The latter punched over, and the two strands of haki collided together, and the roar caused by the explosion was deafening. However, at this moment another figure appeared from behind Yuichi. The end of the fist is between the waist and abdomen, and the veins on the arm are violently ready to punch the moment the opponent's figure reaches Yuichi's back. He punched out fiercely. At the same time, he let out a roar, "Arrogant boy, when the old man was fighting, you didn't know what haki was." Boom. The one who punches is Garp. The blow gave Yuichi no time to react. He wanted to turn around and use Zanpakuto to block the attack, but Yuichi was still a step slower. The haki shock wave from the fist hit Yuichi firmly in the back. For a split second, Yuichi felt a sweetness in his throat, and at the same time, a burning pain came from his back. Garp threw his fist again for a second punch. This time Zanpakuto has come to his way. The Zanpakuto covered with haki collided with the fist, and the sound of the sword and fist colliding was like the sound of metal colliding. Advertisement. When travel. Black lightning burst out, and Yuichi blocked Garp's fist with Zanpakuto in his right hand. The strength of the two is equal. However, at this time, Kong's haki on the other side also broke out. The extremely astonishing haki fluctuations spread. Kong didn't wait for Yuichi to knock Garp off before making his move. The punch went straight to the back of Yuichi's head. Feel Kong's attack coming. Yuichi gritted his teeth suddenly. The witch power in the body is running rapidly. The power of chakra and Ryutsu is transformed into haki insanely. The sudden force under his feet instantly suppressed the power of haki on Garp's fist, and took the opportunity to change the direction of the impact force, allowing Garp's fist to slide along Yuichi's blade to the left. At that moment Yuichi turned and held Zanpakuto across his chest, and Kong's fist slammed into the blade. Holding the Zanpakuto in both hands, Yuichi suddenly slanted the long knife slightly, guiding the force of Kong's fist to deflect. The two flashed past Yuichi's side at the same time, one left and one right. Bang bang! When the two were pulled by Yuichi, they passed by him and immediately stomped on the ground with brute force to stop their bodies firmly. After Garp, Kong stopped, the smoke slowly rose from their feet. But at this time, the expressions on the faces of the two were full of shock. They looked back at Yuichi at the same time. Yuichi, standing still, held Zanpakuto Senbonzakura in his hand, although his breathing was a little confused, but they couldn't take their eyes off Yuichi at all. At the same time, almost everyone in the world suddenly held their breath. Just now. What did they see? Katakuri and others present were also surprised. In the audience, Rayleigh said in a surprised tone, such exquisite swordsmanship. In such a way, the situation that should have been seriously injured was avoided. This kid is not only amazing in Haki's strength, but also in swordsmanship. Is it so scary? The two of Garp Kong will recall the scene where Yuichi changed the direction of the force impact with a knife just now. Neither of them could maintain peace in their hearts. It was impossible for Yuichi to dodge the joint attack of the two originally, because there was no room for dodge at all. The end result should have been Yuichi being battered and finally caught by them and brought back to naval headquarters. But Yuichi perfectly blocked the joint strangulation of the two with his amazing swordsmanship. This is something that couldn't have happened but was done by Yuichi. Chapter 204 Yuichi's new idea, new Shikai form. Master Kong and Lord Garp's joint kill was actually resolved by him. And I'm still unharmed. A vice admiral said that his feet seemed to feel a little weak and his body was shaking. Having escaped this blow, the shock brought to the marine generals is tantamount to seeing the destruction of the world. Because. Advertisement. This is a joint attack by Hero Garp and Commander-in-Chief Kong. Yuichi was able to dodge it easily. Doesn't that mean that maybe even the three admirals teamed up would have nothing for him? As Marine's Hero Garp, his power alone is equivalent to the fighting power of at least two admirals. In addition to Commander Kong, the Haki who broke out just now is not weaker than Garp at all, and even Master Kong is not only domineering, chi is powerful. Speed, strength, reaction, and attack skills are all extremely amazing. Although there seems to be no particularly strong aspect, it is just like Kong's nickname. A man like steel, this is precisely why he is strong. As for Mr. Garp, the incomparable control of Haki, the basic skills of Haki seem to have been cultivated to ultimate in Garp's hands. The transition of Haki's power between fists is amazingly fast. When the right hand punched, Haki hit almost all of his power on the right hand. And when the left hand throws a punch, Haki can also wrap around the left hand at the fastest speed. Known as the man of the iron fist, Garp's accomplishments in Haki's control and cultivation are indeed beyond compare. When these two people attacked a person at the same time, the situation that was obviously a must-kill was resolved. This man in front of me, Yuichi. Once again, people felt the invisible pressure, huge pressure. Yuichi adjusted his breathing, and stared at the two with slightly dilated eyes. It's dangerous. It was almost solved by you. Hearing Yuichi say this, Garp and Kong's expressions were very gloomy. Amazing swordsmanship. Kong said, although he didn't have much affection for Yuichi, but he really appreciated Yuichi's reaction just now. But. Kong glanced at the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand, but you don't seem to want to use your strange ability yet. Hearing this, Yuichi smiled softly. It's not that he doesn't want to use it. It's that the magic power transforms the power of Ryutsuo and Chakra into Haki power. In the close combat with these two people just now, if you use Haki power to deal with it, if you are distracted, use Ryutsuo to liberate Zanpakuto. Yuichi still can't do it now, especially in the super high-speed offensive and defensive battle just now. Yuichi is not a god who can do two things at the same time. It can also ensure that Haki will not fall behind against enemies of Kong's level. But now is a good opportunity. The two don't plan to entangle for a while, so Yuichi has a chance to liberate Zanpakuto. But Shikai is the best even if Zanpakuto is liberated. If you use Bankai, there is no way to use witch power to transform two strong Haki in an emergency. Advertisement. These two men joined forces to attack, even Senbonzakura in Bankai state may not be able to block their attack. When necessary, rely on Haki to defend against the fatal blows of the two. Even Yuichi felt that Senbonzakura Shikai wanted to keep as few blade fragments as possible. Because it is more convenient for Yuichi to precisely control each blade. Otherwise, when fighting people with top Haki like Kong and Garp, the Senbonzakura blade fragments will not have any effect at all. The moment this idea appeared, a flash of light flashed in Yuichi's mind. Suddenly thought of a new trick. Looking up, Yuichi's eyes burst into light, watching the sudden burst of fighting intent in the eyes of the two of them. The corners of the mouth turned up slightly, and Yuichi gave a weird smile. That smile made both Kong and Garp feel that something was wrong. This guy Yuichi seems to have something planned. But in the blink of an eye, both of them snorted coldly at the same time. In the battle of top powerhouses, any plan is useless. The two are extremely confident in their own haki power, and they will respond to all changes without change. Even if Yuichi thinks of any tactics, there is no need to worry. Since you want to see the power of Senbonzakura so much, I will grant your request. Saying that, Yuichi twitched his wrist holding the handle of the knife. Accompanied by Yuichi whispering the liberation language, the Zanpakuto began to split apart and scattered blade fragments into the air. However, this time flying all over the sky, the scene where the sakura showers are constantly falling does not appear, and there are only sparse petals floating in front of my eyes. But in this case, Garp and Kong don't know what's going on. But they could feel a chilling murderous intent from it. Yuichi closed his eyes slightly, and cast his cold gaze towards the two of them. Next second. Shunpo. Swish. Yuichi's figure disappeared instantly. The wind picks up. Garp raised his brows slightly, suddenly turning his head and hitting the right side with 10 punches. The moment the fist was thrown out, the fist hit a phantom. A little slower. It's a pity, it will hit me sooner. Yuichi's voice sounded on the other side, and the shards of the blade slid past Garp's face. And Garp also covered the body surface with haki for the first time. Ask for flowers. Shards from the blade? Don't think about hurting this old man. Advertisement. Is it? Yuichi responded coldly, speeding up again. The speed of the figure increased sharply, and the afterimage of the body circled around Garp's back in a large circle, and suddenly appeared in front of Garp. And at this moment, the Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand appeared again, and the light reflected from the blade dazzled Garp's eyes. Let Garp startled slightly. Didn't this guy turn the knife into weird pieces? Why did the knife appear again? Could it be that this guy knew that these blade fragments could not hurt the old man, so he dispelled the ability? Humph. This kid still has some brains. From Garp's point of view, scattered attacks are useless, only concentrated attacks can pose a threat to him. Swish. Zanpakuto strikes. Garp raised his hand and wrapped haki around his arm, trying to block Yuichi's slash with his arm. However, when Yuichi's Zanpakuto slashed Garp's arm, the expected impact did not explode. Because the part of Yuichi's Zanpakuto slashed his arm into pieces, while the part that didn't slash remained in the shape of the blade. One knife directly bypassed his block. The next second the blade sliced across Garp's chest. Garp stared wide-eyed at the shards of blade that drifted past. Black. This kid covered the blade fragments with Ultimate's haki. Amazing haki control. Sela. Suddenly Garp's chest was ripped open with blood. Blood spurted out instantly. And at this moment, Kong also noticed Garp's hands, and accelerated towards Yuichi under his feet. Stinky boy, playing tricks, courting death. A punch hit Yuichi hard in the back. The roar of punches piercing the sky suddenly erupted. Yet a bloody gleam flashed in Yuichi's eyes. The body rotates quickly, holding Senbonzakura's handle, and draws a circle in the air, and this circle circles U-circle. Pieces of black blade fragments floated extremely fast on the trail left behind. Shua. The sound of the blade cutting through the flesh sounded. Kong's body also stopped abruptly. He raised his head, his eyes opened angrily and fixedly stared at Yu, who was 3 meters away from him. The opponent's blade was aimed at his neck. The fragments of Senbonzakura spread and extended like a long whip in the air, and were connected in series by haki. The knife tip formed by dozens of fragments hit his throat in the air. Chapter 205 Unstoppable Attack, Besieged Madara. Grunt. Kong swallowed softly, looking down at the blade right in front of his neck with a look of horror. Following the fragments of haki's undulating blade exuding terror, he looked at Yuichi, who was holding Senbonzakura. This kid, actually. Feeling the extremely powerful haki wave exuding from every blade fragment in front of him. Advertisement. This level of haki, coupled with the sharpness of the blade, is no joke. If Yuichi hadn't stopped just now, he would have had his throat pierced and die. However, Yuichi stopped at the last minute. Or it should be said that he also stopped at the last moment, otherwise he might have been killed. But Kong soon understood. Yuichi probably still has concerns. Afraid of Marine? Or does he not want to really tear himself apart with the 5 elders? If he, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, is killed here in front of everyone, then it will be for Yuichi and the Shikai government. This means that there is absolutely no room for relaxation. 5 elders must also fight Yuichi for the sake of the world government. And the 5 emperors who have already joined forces with Yuichi, it is impossible to throw Yuichi out to face it alone. 29. Whether it is for the dignity of the 4 emperors or for deterring the world government, it is impossible for Whitebeard and others to throw their allies out. So, the war between the pirates and the world government is bound to break out. With the appeal of the 5 emperors, I am afraid that there are not many pirates in this sea who are unwilling to cooperate. At that time, it will be a real world war. Kong thought of this and looked at the Yuichi who stopped before him. Kong was very surprised. This kid, has he seen this far? It seems that the other party is not a guy with only strength but no brains, who can take these issues into consideration. Such an enemy is truly terrifying. Now Yuichi's strength is no longer someone that the world government can easily move. The fledgling enemy will always be the confidant of the world government in the future. Thinking of this, Kong sighed, looking at Garp lying on the ground with a pale face and serious injuries. Kong took a step back slowly. The old man surrendered. This time you win the boy. As he spoke, he glanced at Garp on the ground, and asked Yuichi with his eyes if he wanted to kill Garp. And Yuichi smiled and put away Zanpakuto. Senbonzakura slowly stepped back and exchanged Garp for Kong. Kong stepped forward to check Garp's situation, looking at the deep wound. The wound also reflected Yuichi's powerful strength. It can instantly break through Garp's haki defense, and at the same time hit it hard with precision. The important blood in Garp's body was not severed, even though the wound was torn to the depth of visible ribs. But there is nothing wrong with the bones. Advertisement. This terrifying control made Kong feel inferior. It's so precise to control every blade fragment. He raised his head and glanced at Yuichi, gently lifted Garp and walked towards the port outside the island, and glanced at Yuichi before leaving. Now it's not Kong's business anymore, he has to take Garp to therapy. As Marine's hero, Garp can't be bothered. And when Kong conceded defeat and left with Garp, all the Marines around were still in a dazed state. Even the people in the auditorium were stunned. Dignified Marine, 3 top combatants started, although Sengoku withdrew early due to his own reasons. But facing the Marine hero Garp and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces Kong, the former was once able to rival the existence of the One Piece Roger. The latter is the Supreme Commander of the World Government Army, and the combination of the two is actually not inferior to Yuichi. Instead, he took the initiative to admit defeat. This kind of thing makes ordinary people feel like the sky is falling. Is there really no way to limit these pirates? You must know that Yuichi is only one of the 5 emperors, and there are 4 other sea emperors. Are the 5 of them joining forces to dominate the world? No one is their opponent? Ordinary people are only surprised by the results, but for those who are stronger, they see more. The trick Yuichi used just now is simply unbelievable. Control the fragments of the blade to gather into the shape of a knife, and split into fragments when attacking, so as to avoid all objects blocking the slash and accurately hit the target. Such a slash cannot be resisted and cannot be avoided. This is the truly terrifying power. Neither Garp nor Kong thought that Yuichi would be so defenseless that he would be defeated by Yuichi with such a wonderful trick. But even if he knew such a trick, thinking about the scene just now, it seems that there is no good way to avoid such an attack if he knows it. Unless you directly avoid the opponent's slash, within the range covered by the opponent's slash, you cannot resist or dodge. Mission completed. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Yuichi himself seemed to be in a daze. Because now he is looking at the system interface that pops up in front of him. The task is finally completed, the 3rd scene of Senbonzakura, the final scene is the White Emperor sword opened now. Yuichi clicked on his character panel excitedly. And this time on the other side. Squad, besieged by 4 emperors, was suppressed. While fighting on Yuichi's side, Madara's direction though stopped to watch the fight for a while. But their battle wasn't over yet, the 3 admirals hadn't shot yet. Because they were squeezed out by the top combat power under the 4 emperors. Advertisement. Each of the 4 emperors has 3 major powers under his command, and each of these people has the strength to fight against Admiral. When the 10 top fighters made their moves, Aokiji and the others had to consider what would happen to them if the opponent attacked them. So I can only back away and give Madara to them. As for Madara, after the Phoenix Marco, Katakuri and others attacked in turn, although the number of enemies has increased. But Madara has extremely perverted combat power, and suppressed Susanoo when they only opened their first form. Then Whitebeard et al. Did it themselves. The 4 emperors siege Madara. Madara can no longer be as relaxed as before. The power of Whitebeard's concussion made Madara extremely uncomfortable. Big Mom and Kaido cooperated exquisitely to attack and firmly suppressed Madara, and every counterattack was broken by the 2. In the end, Shanks' explosive attack was entwined with the extremely powerful Conqueror's haki slash every time, completely suppressing Squad 940's counterattack gap. Make Madara miserable. But Madara is not the one who keeps getting beaten and never fights back. There are so many of you. Madara taunted Whitebeard and the others while dodging the attack. However, the ant disagreed. Idiot. This is not a fair fight, you should understand it when you came into this world. Hearing this, Madara turned around and dodged Shanks' attack behind her. Then he said in a cold voice, then you mean, more people can bully fewer people. The ant sneered, you can understand it that way. Seeing this, Madara jumped into the air, since you all think so, then I don't have to worry about it. Speaking of crowds. I have, quite a few. After Madara finished speaking, Shanks and the others stopped. They didn't understand. Did Madara still bring her companions? The first invasion has limited the number of people, there can only be one invader. This guy doesn't have any companions at all. Wood style. Madara's hands are instantly sealed. He sneered and looked at the people below. Multiple wood clone technique. Swipe swipe swipe. Suddenly a series of black shadows appeared from behind Madara, attacking downward. Madara slowly fell down and looked at everyone coldly, then let you have a try, how many people bully few people. Susanoo, on. Boom. 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 One after another the giant Minos Grande shadows appear. All of a sudden, Whitebeard and others stared at the huge figures in front of them with wide-eyed expressions of disbelief. Chapter 206 The horror scene of Suzo's clone opening, the stunned Gokage. The huge figures that emerged one after another. The blue energy exploded, forming the skeleton of the human body, and then the blue light on the bones began to condense muscle fibers. Soon a huge humanoid creature appeared, and this inexplicable energy formed armor to cover its body. Semi-full body Susanoo appears. Immediately, 7 half-full Susanoos appeared on the entire N-Ice lobby. Advertisement. From a distance, it looks like 7 titans with blue light suddenly appeared on the island. They are gathering together. The enemies who stared angrily at the surrounding island became extremely quiet for a while. Everyone didn't open their mouths to speak, staring at these monsters with extremely huge bodies, even if only the upper body was tens of meters high. Eyes widened, under the strong pressure formed by these Susanoo. It makes people dare not make any sound at all. In front of Madara, Whitebeard and others stared at each Susanoo. Those who appeared under these monsters were exactly the same as Madara. Enemies from 1. In an instant, it became 8, 7 wood-style clones plus Madara herself. Madara opened her hands, "Sa. How do you feel now? I have the upper hand in terms of numbers. It is said that Whitebeard and others have extremely ugly faces. Is this a clone? Can the clone actually use the ability of the main body? It is not that Whitebeard and the others have not seen ninja battles in the previous world wars. Aren't these ninja avatars shattered at the first touch, and can only be used to confuse the enemy? When will the avatar be able to display the same ability as the main body? If this is the case, wouldn't the other party split up a few more clones? Wouldn't one person be equivalent to an army? What a joke! Not to mention that Whitebeard and others from One Piece world were shocked and confused. Even Sarutobi and the others in the Hokage world feel unable to sit still at this moment. Staring at Madara in the light curtain, who is full of spirits and at the same time exudes a strong sense of oppression. The most exciting thing is the movie. He turned to look at Sarutobi. Why? Uchiha Madara will use wood style. Sarutobi himself also wanted to know this question, and he also wanted to ask why. But now facing fourth Raikage's questioning, Sarutobi feels very uncomfortable. As the shadow of the same village. When is it the other party's turn to question themselves with a Raikage? Sarutobi's face became a little gloomy. I don't know why Madara uses the Shodei technique. You. Fourth Raikage wanted to curse now. As Konoha's Hokage, you don't even know what abilities your own people have, so is this worthy of being Konoha Hokage? Advertisement. Or is Konoha doing something, hiding something from the entire ninja world? Raikage, don't get excited, we are not the ones facing Madara now. 2-day scale Onoji steps up to appease Raikage. He also looked at the light curtain in the sky. Now that Madara is playing wood style, they are the ones who should be troubled. This is also very beneficial to us. At least we can learn more about Madara's abilities. As he spoke, he also glanced at Sarutobi suspiciously. Tsuchikage also seemed to guess what Konoha shinobi was hiding in the battle between Konoha's first generation and Madara. But now is not the time to talk about that. Terumi May also took her gaze away from Sarutobi. He lowered his head and crossed his arms and said calmly, I hope Madara won't be revived suddenly because of some reward, otherwise it will be a big trouble for the entire ninja world. Hearing this, Luosha, Raikage, and Oniki suddenly felt a chill down their backs. Uchiha Madara is an extremely terrifying existence. His own power is terrifying enough. Now it's even possible to use first Hokage's wood style. Uchiha's Sharingan plus the power of wood style to calm the troubled times, if such a person is resurrected. Then the situation of this world may be changed in an instant. Boom. When Wukage was having a headache, there was another roar in the light curtain. Everyone looked up at the light curtain, and the displayed picture made the corners of the mouths of the 5 twitch uncontrollably. Madara. A person. Now they are suppressing the 4 sea emperors of the opposing world. Relying on Susanoo cast by the wood-style clone. Not only challenge Whitebeard's shock fruit head-on, but also compete with Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature. With Susanoo's defensive power, it is easy to block Big Mom's attack. Shanks couldn't break Susanoo for a short time. 4 clones, 4 Susanoos restrained the 4 emperors. And the remaining 3 clones, one too many, blocked all the pirates under the command of the 4 emperors. Madara herself stood in the middle of the battlefield with her hands folded and her face calm and disdainful. Looking at these people with cold eyes, they smiled coldly. The 4 emperors were restrained, and Madara's wood-style avatar plus Suzanu's abilities completely shocked everyone. Seeing such a scene, Wu Ying was also a little terrified. A person from Uchiha Madara. Just block a group of strong men in the other world. I will think of the battle between the 5 cages and the opponent's world before, if it were them, they would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Advertisement. All the people in the auditorium fell silent. 4 emperors. The emperors who ruled the sea, fighting against one person at the same time, this should be a battle without any suspense. But now the ability that the opponent has exploded. But in turn suppressed the 4 emperors by himself. Such changes are unacceptable. Isn't the opponent also an S-level combat power? It should be the same level as the 4 emperors. It stands to reason that the opponent is at most one-on-one with one of the sea emperors. It's impossible for the 4 of you to take him down now. This clone technique is simply turning one monster into more monsters. How is it possible to have such an ability? If this guy has more clones, wouldn't he be able to form an army by himself? Simultaneously suppressed 4 sea emperors. Damn! Could it be that this guy is invincible? People in the auditorium began to panic. They weren't just afraid of the terrifying power that Madara was now displaying. At the same time, they are also worried about how many existences like Madara are left in each other's world. If there is more than one person like this, doesn't that mean that it will be impossible to win the next world war? That's right. We still have a sea emperor who didn't do anything. Someone suddenly remembered Yuichi. Now there is not only one sea emperor on the sea, but 5. But the 5th emperor of the sea, Yuichi, what is he doing now? The light curtain seemed to sense the meaning of the audience, and immediately aimed the screen at Yuichi. Wang Lihao, at this time, Yuichi was standing in another open space and giggling. When Yuichi stood on the spot, looked at the air with dull eyes and showed a silly smile. When such a picture appeared on the light curtain, everyone in the auditorium was stunned. Yuichi, what is this doing? What are you smirking at? Are you crazy? Could it be that he was beaten stupid after fighting Garp and others? Although he wasn't injured, maybe he left behind some after effects, or he was blown out of his mind by Haki. This appearance of oneself was seen by others, but Yuichi himself didn't know it. Now he is happy. The final scene of the 3rd scene of Senbonzakura, the White Emperor sword, is finally opened. This trick is not only powerful, but also very handsome and cool. If the power of the witch power is converted, and the power of chakra and haki is converted into Ryutsu, then how powerful the White Emperor sword will be when Yuichi's current power is fully released. Maybe it can cut through the sea with a single sword. Thinking of this, Yuichi couldn't help laughing, but he didn't know that his smile looked like a smirk in the air to others. Chapter 207 Tengai Shinsai broke out, this is the power of Uchiha. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Current awakening progress, 68.01%. Shikai, enabled. Bankai, Senbonzakura Cage Yoshi, opened. Advertisement. Annihilating scene, opened. Hang King, not open. Final scene, opened. Right now Yuichi is looking at his character panel. The mission rewards have indeed been distributed. Although the second scene of Senbonzakura is not cocky yet, it is skipped directly because it is a reward. Open the 3rd scene. Boom. Suddenly Madara herself also turned on Susanoo. Yuichi, who was awakened by the sudden roar. He also turned his head to look in Madara's direction. At this moment, Madara looked coldly at Whitebeard and others around her. Looking at your appearance, it seems that you are very unconvinced. Since this is the case, I will give you another big gift. Talking about the sudden outbreak of Susanoo on Madara's body, she folded her hands together and began to form a mudra. And Madara herself is also doing the action of knot seal. And when seeing this scene, Yuichi's eyes expanded rapidly. Others don't know what Madara is going to do, how can Yuichi not know? A hole. Madara may have heard Yuichi's abuse at this time. It shouldn't be possible though, he's far away from Yuichi, and the roar of the battle drowns out the voice of the one on the right. But that didn't stop Madara from suddenly looking at Yuichi. There was a faint smile on his face. The battle on your side is over, so I have to speed up the 113 action on my side. Stop playing with these guys. I hope you won't be killed in the next blow. Otherwise, there will be no game. Madara spoke in Yuichi's direction. However, the people around heard Madara's words and Whitebeard and others glanced at each other. They were a little puzzled. Although Madara was very powerful, she was already so arrogant that she wanted to kill them all with one blow. It must be too loud. Just when the ant wanted to speak and satirize Madara, a terrifying chakra wave suddenly erupted from Madara's body. Yet this outburst of chakra fluctuations did not cause any damage. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Like their hallucinating Madara doesn't explode chakra at all. But then there was a change in the flow of gas. A faint roar began to sound in the sky. How could such a voice come from the sky? Everyone looked up towards the sky. Advertisement. And the next second, appearing in front of everyone's eyes is a black shadow. Straight down from the sky. Now it looks like it's only the size of a ping-pong ball. But the sound that erupted was already very violent. All the 4 emperors looked at the black shadow in the sky and their expressions became a little weird. Whitebeard frowned. This is... The wood-style clones of Madara in front of them disappeared one by one. And Madara also put away her hands, and jumped onto the roof beside her. Sit cross-legged and look at these people. So. Then enjoy it. My gift to you, to the world. When Madara's words sounded. Boom boom boom. The air began to turbulent, and strong wind pressure was gathering overhead. And the black shadow that was only the size of a ping-pong ball a few seconds ago, still expanded to the size of a small half of the island. A black shadow on the ground, its area is expanding little by little. Block the sun completely. Shanks on the island raised his head with an incredulous look on his face. After World War II, Shanks thought it was impossible for anything to shock him again. But now he realizes he was wrong. Absolutely wrong. This is, a meteorite. Everyone's expressions gradually became dull. When the huge volume of the meteorite that fell from the sky surpassed the entire NICE lobby. Whether it's Marine or NICE lobby personnel on the island, or the reporters, businessmen, pirates, and civilians who are hearing the news around the island at the moment. Everyone's faces turned pale with the naked eye. Even the people of the Hokage world. They are not the ones facing this attack, nor will it have any impact on their world. But seeing this scene, even Wukage felt his soul tremble. There is no way to keep peace of mind. Ha 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 ha. Look at your expressions, it's so funny. Do you understand now? The gap between your strength and mine. This is the power of my Uchiha Madara. Tenge Shinsei is my gift to the world. Boom boom boom. The huge meteorite that covered the sky and almost covered half of the sky crashed down. Looking towards NICE lobby from a great distance out at sea. At this moment you will see an extremely large, CJCG, meteorite, which is several times the size of NICE lobby. And one such meteorite is now hitting NICE lobby. As you can imagine, after waiting a few seconds, this is one of the important institutions of the Marine. Will be completely wiped from the sea. Advertisement. What a terrible power. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, suddenly looked at Uchiha Madara with surprise and shock in his eyes. The gesture that this guy made just now attracted such a terrifying meteorite. Is this a ninja? This guy is probably the scariest existence among ninjas. Quick, quick, run. Suddenly, a Marine general seemed to have reacted, and opened his mouth to call for the Marine soldiers on the island to flee for their lives. Watching the Marine soldiers in the NICE lobby running wildly towards the outside of the island. Katakuri held the trident in his hand, and snorted coldly. Is it too late to escape now? Even if he escaped from NICE lobby, under the impact of such a huge meteorite, the waves created can easily reach a height of several hundred meters. Under the impact of such huge waves, it is impossible for anyone to survive. Even Marines' warships will be smashed to pieces. Escape? Useful? UBD, don't you even care about yourself? Suddenly Shanks yelled at Madara on the roof. When Madara heard this, she sneered, are you an idiot? I'm from another world, and it doesn't matter whether I live or die in this world. Although Shanks would like to refute it, it is true. It doesn't matter if he dies in this world. A hole. Shanks looked up at the huge meteorite in the sky. Too big. In my strength. Humph. A mere meteorite wants to kill us? You underestimate the old man. A majestic voice sounded, and Whitebeard held the big knife Kong Yung cut, and the power of shock fruit was activated. He stared firmly at the meteorite falling down at an extremely fast speed. Whitebeard is confident in breaking the meteorite, but it seems that he can't change the ending after breaking it. This island will always be destroyed by shattered meteorites, I'm afraid he alone. I'm not going to leave you alone, Whitebeard. Suddenly Kaido stood up, and then Big Mom burst into a strong haki. Shanks felt the strength of the three of them. If the four of them acted together, the meteorite would not only be broken, but it might be destroyed in an instant. Then the island is safe. Great, that's it. He looked up and locked on the meteorite. The movements of the four are almost completely synchronized. Whitebeard's shock fruit power explodes like crazy. Scales began to emerge from Kaido's body, and the dragon form opened. Big Mom's home eyes, Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon all erupted with strange power. Plus Shanks wrapped around Conqueror's haki slash. 4 attacks burst into the sky at the same time. Turning into multicolored Madara, the radiant light hits the meteorite directly like a laser. Pointing to Arankar, the meteorite burst apart instantly, and dazzling light erupted from the crack. Watching the meteorite being quickly wiped out by this energy, Madara couldn't help but clapped her hands. Not bad. Not bad, you can explode the power to destroy meteorites. But... Speaking of this, Madara looked at the four people with tired faces. You blocked the first one, so what about the second one? Chapter 208 Lesson 210 Gei Shinsei, can you still stop it? Second one? Whitebeard and others have not yet had time to rejoice. After hearing Madara's words, they quickly raised their heads and stared at the sky again. The meteorite that was gradually obliterated by the attack released by the four of them gradually disappeared. But when the meteorite disappeared, their attacks also dissipated. Advertisement. But the dark shadow in the sky didn't disappear. Boom boom boom. The ear-piercing roar continued. The second huge meteorite appeared, and it kept falling. At this moment, Whitebeard, who still had a hint of joy just now, his gaze became extremely gloomy again. He clenched his fist to unleash the power of shock fruit. But just now he erupted with all his strength, and now in such a short period of time, he wants to erupt again even if he is at his peak. There is no way to release the fruit ability twice in succession. He also needs time to recover. Big Mom, Kaido, Shanks, etc. are in the same situation as Whitebeard. It was too late for them to stop the second meteorite. And it seems that the size of the second meteorite is completely larger than the first one. Whitebeard turned to look at Madara, who had remained so calm. No wonder this man has been so calm all the time, not surprised at all because they blocked the first meteorite. It turned out that he directly summoned two meteorites. This is ninjutsu. Although chakra's power is used directly for fighting, it is weaker than haki. But if you perform ninjutsu, the power that erupts is far more terrifying than haki. Father! This meteorite is handed over to us. Suddenly Marco's voice sounded. The phoenix Marco turned into the form of a phoenix and rushed into the sky. Below, Katakuri, Yin, Beckman and others are all ready to make a move. The first meteorite was stopped by their respective captains working together. Then this second meteorite, the captains have not recovered their strength yet. It's time for them, the Emperor's assistants, to make a move. A second meteorite appears. The hearts of the people watching the broadcast on the light curtain hung in the air. The four emperors can block the shot, but can the strongest cadres under the four emperors block the shot? They have doubts in their hearts. But now it was too late to think about it. Marco rushed into the sky and turned into a blue light, hitting the meteorite directly. The attacks of Katakuri, Yin, and Beckman below also broke out at the same time. However, the movement from the attack of the three of them was much smaller than before. Even if the three haki shock waves gathered together, they swept straight towards the meteorite in the air. He slammed into the meteorite with Marco, who went straight to the meteorite. But at this moment Whitebeard was already sighing. Advertisement. Marco's strength is not enough to break the meteorite. Heck! Boom! Marco was hit directly and fell straight towards the ground. There was only a huge crack appearing on the meteorite, and it was not really blocked. Furthermore, even if they work together to smash the meteorite, the scattered gravel will still fall. The entire island will be destroyed. Know what? Someone in the auditorium looked at the fallen Marco in disappointment. These are the four strongest cadres under the command of the four emperors. There is no way to compare their combined efforts with the previous four emperors. The attack feels painless to the meteorite. What a pity. It seems that the strength of your subordinates is still much weaker. Madara spoke very leisurely on the side. Whitebeard thought that Madara was mocking them, which made Whitebeard very angry. Even if he died, he would kill this guy first. He just wanted to make a move. But in the next second, Madara said, compared to you, I want to see if that guy can block my meteorite. That guy? Whitebeard and the others froze for a moment, then suddenly thought of Yuichi. They looked back in Yuichi's direction. People. At the same time, they noticed that at some point Enel, Zephyr, Shiki and others had all arrived here. They were so focused on fighting Madara just now that they didn't notice what was happening on Yuichi's side. Looks like the battle is over. And that boy Yuichi. Win or lose. Suddenly, there was an extremely piercing sound of breaking wind above his head. Everyone looked up. A white figure sprang up from the NICE lobby and rushed straight to the huge meteorite in the sky. The white figure was extremely fast, almost rushing to the meteorite in the blink of an eye. At the same time, some kind of force behind him erupted crazily, leaving amazing ripples in the air. The continuous spread from bottom to top presents trumpet-shaped ripples. Wrapped with a swift wind, it rushed towards the sky. Yuichi. Whitebeard felt his strength recovering. This kid can do it alone. But even if I can't stop it, I just need to delay the time for the old man, and my physical strength will recover soon. It only takes a few seconds for him to catch his breath, and then he will be able to unleash that terrifying attack again. The situation of Shanks et al. Is about the same. Just waiting a few seconds is enough. Advertisement. At this time, Yuichi rushed out suddenly and flew straight towards the sky, and was being stared at by countless eyes from both worlds. Yuichi looked up to the sky, holding Zanpakuta in his hand. *YNTT. As expected of Uchiha Madara. The size of this meteorite feels much larger than I thought it would be. Seeing such a huge meteorite with your own eyes, its strong visual impact is far more thrilling than watching animation. But now Yuichi is not afraid. Just use this thing to try, the power of Senbonzakura's strongest move. He looked down at the Senbonzakura in his hand. Yuichi opened his mouth slightly and murmured softly, "Let's scatter." Senbonzakura. Wow! The sky full of sakura flowers suddenly appeared again. In the violent wind, trillions of petals gathered to form a sea of flowers, rolling to form a wave of flowers. It echoed like a tornado behind Yuichi. Is this, that ability? Madara looked at Senbonzakura as if fascinated. The whole person was completely staring at Yuichi's back and refused to blink. Yuichi's abilities are already well known to people in both worlds. But now when Yuichi uses this ability, Whitebeard is a little confused. Using this trick, can you stop the meteorite? Although these petals are sharp blade fragments, no matter how many of these blade fragments are used to cut meteorites, can it work? Tsunade and others who have experienced the power of Senbonzakura in the world of Hokage. Seeing this scene, he sneered. Jiraiya, although this move is very strong, I want to use it to block meteorites. Impossible. Orochimaru also agrees with Jiraiya's statement. The blade turns into fragments. This ability integrates offense and defense, but it sacrifices the destructive power it should have. It is impossible to stop the meteorite. Seeing that Yuichi is about to hit a meteorite. At this time, the sakura flowers in the picture suddenly disappeared. And Yuichi's body suddenly burst into white light. In an instant, like countless stars gathered behind Yuichi, a pair of white wings slowly spread out. A white halo emerged behind him. At this moment, in front of the meteorite, it seems that an angel appeared. Suddenly, a white light also appeared in Yuichi's hand, like a long sword made of white light was held in Yuichi's hand. Immediately afterwards, a strong cold air fell straight down from the sky. You can feel the chill from Yuichi's blade even if you are far away. Everyone's expression was startled suddenly. Final scene. White Emperor Sword. When Yuichi's voice sounded, it was above the light curtain of the Hokage world. Appearing in the frame and occupying the entire screen of the light curtain is the figure of Yuichi. It has white wings. Because the cold air emitted by the sword body is too terrifying, it freezes the moisture in the air into ice. Gather around Yuichi's body. This scene made everyone in the ninja world dumbfounded for a while. Chapter 209 Final scene. White Emperor Sword, AV, and a real man fight. Shining silver light floated around Yuichi. The wings on the back, the white brilliance held in the hand. Leaving a white trail in the air and heading straight for the meteorite. Full set of Ryutsu with one blade on top. Yuichi exudes a very cold breath at the moment. Advertisement. Moment. When Yuichi's white light hit the meteorite directly, a white beam of light instantly penetrated the huge meteorite. Endless silver rays of light rushed towards the meteorite. Air. An astonishing ripple was set off and spread rapidly towards the surroundings. A roar followed. The air shock waves formed by the strong sound waves visible to the naked eye swept away at an extremely fast speed. Boom. A short and violent sound erupted. The meteorite began to crack, and white light erupted from the cracks. As the cracks became more and more, the light emitted from the cracks became more and more dazzling. Everyone stared blankly at the rapidly disintegrating meteorite in the air with their mouths wide open. Feel the strong energy fluctuations from 390 in the air. Suddenly the entire meteorite exploded, turning into rubble all over the sky. However, this is not over yet. The exploded stones were blown gently by the wind and turned into powder. The huge meteorite slowly dissipated from the eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dissipated in the sky above an ice lobby along with the white light. When the sun shines down again and shines on everyone's face. When the sun's trace appeared on the lake in the light curtain again. Whether it's the people in the ice lobby who are trying to escape, the blades in the audience, or the people in the world of Hokage. They all stopped all their actions at this moment. Standing there motionless looking at the same picture. Looking at the sky that has completely lost the trace of the huge meteorite. And from a distance here, only a back can be vaguely seen. 1. The back of the stalwart. The white cloak was blown up by the wind, exposing Yuichi's sharp muscle lines, and his face was slightly pale. Blocking the meteor cost Yuichi a lot of Ryutsu. The first time I cast final scene White Emperor Sword, it took more Ryutsu than Yuichi thought. No wonder it's Byakuya's unique move, this kind of move really can't be used casually. If not for Chakra with one tail, plus its own haki complement. I'm afraid that after this blow, Yuichi's fighting strength is only 1/5 left. Below. Advertisement. Whitebeard and others on the Nice lobby are now slowly recovering their physical strength. But their hearts were not at peace. One person did what the four of them could do together. That blow, the white light, and the white wings made Yuichi seem to come down suddenly like a savior. Block the devastating meteor impact. Whitebeard's clenched fists were also thrown away, and he smiled faintly. You really have it, I didn't expect such a powerful move to be hidden. The effect of the blow just now was not only to block the meteorite, but also to make Kaido and others more afraid of Yuichi. It wasn't just meteorites that Yuichi smashed. Now in the auditorium of One Piece World, countless people are looking at the third from the right in the picture. No one dared to say that this is just a new emperor of the sea, whose strength is not comparable to the old four emperors. After all, for the same thing, they still need four people to work together, but Yuichi only needs to be alone. Which is higher and which is lower seems to have a result. However, blocking meteorites is blocking meteorites, and fighting is fighting. Yuichi's ability to block the meteorite alone does not mean that the four of them will work together without fear. Fighting is not something that can tell who is stronger just by looking at a certain aspect. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint me. Madara's voice sounded, in such a quiet moment. His voice is especially clear on Nice lobby. In the air, Yuichi also felt that in the gaze cast by Madara, Sheng Yuan was becoming more and more intense. It seems that his shot made Madara also have the desire to hunt. Look back. Sensing Madara's position, Yuichi suddenly fell straight down. Shua. Watching Yuichi suddenly fall down, as if falling. This made the people in Pirate World a little worried. But when Yuichi fell at an extremely fast speed and was about to fall to the ground, suddenly stopped. At a height of less than 10 meters from the ground, the speed of the fall slowed down. Yuichi's body floated down slowly. A sudden drop followed by a slowdown to the ground. This process is normal for Yuichi, but it makes the blade heart tremble. If Yuichi had run out of strength to resist the meteorite, he would have fallen at that height and at that speed just now. It must fall to pieces. Luckily Yuichi seems to have the energy to spare and the worst isn't happening. No matter what others think, now Yuichi came to Madara. Zanpakuto, who had already lifted the Bankai state, was gently held by Yuichi, and his momentum became much weaker. Not as intense as before, but Yuichi also looked tired. Advertisement. Now, it's finally our turn. Suddenly, Madara's voice became high-pitched and excited, and Madara, who had been keeping calm all this time, now had excitement written all over her face. Yuichi nodded slightly. The people around saw the posture of the two of them. This is a one-on-one duel. Why do such a thing? There is only one enemy, but the Five Emperors Alliance has a total of 5 people here. If the 5 of them attack this guy together, they should be able to solve it soon. Why are you singled out with him? This is about the fate of 2 worlds, not a duel between warriors or brave men. However, seeing the appearance of the two, Big Mom, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Shanks didn't make any moves. He just stood there and watched silently. However, Yin under Kaido seems to want to sneak attack Madara. And when he was about to make a move, he was locked by Kaido's eyes. Yin. Don't do anything. Yin, who was stopped by Kaido, was very puzzled. Master Kaido, this is a good opportunity to attack him. Why do you want to? Kaido ignored Yin's question, but turned to look at Yuichi and Madara. Slowly raising his hands and crossing them in front of his chest, the corners of his mouth raised slightly and he looked at the two with a smile on his face. How can you bother them at this time? Don't you see that the two of them just want to fight each other now? A tacit battle between 2 men, if you still want face, don't participate. Yin understood what Kaido said. Now Madara is focused on Yuichi and has no defense against other enemies around him. It's really unkind to make a sneak attack under such circumstances, but it's none of his business. Whoever that guy wants to fight has nothing to do with them, right? Yin doesn't care even if he has a bad reputation for sneak attacks. But he doesn't care, but Kaido cares a lot, and even appreciates Madara's courage. 4.8 When surrounded by enemies on all sides, dare not be wary of other enemies at all. This kind of courage is very kind. Since the other party is so confident, don't the other 4 emperors have such confidence? Do the 4 emperors need to rely on sneak attacks to defeat the enemy? Attacking at this time is not only insulting this man, but also insulting them sea emperors. Do you need me to wait for you? Let you recover a little bit of strength. Madara spoke very generously. Hearing this, Yuichi also admired Uchiha Madara. Others may think that Madara is an upright man, but in Yuichi's view, this guy is arrogant, and he has absolute confidence in his own strength. That's why I said this. However, when it comes to arrogance, Yuichi is also not weak. No need. Let's get started. Uchiha Madara. After Yuichi finished speaking in a cold voice, Madara's eyes burst out with a strong killing intent. Okay. Let's start then. Right. Chapter 210 The Battle of Two Monsters, come out. Fire spirit. The moment Madara's voice fell. Originally, people thought that the two should test each other first. However, it is not what they imagined. Two people. At the same time. Advertisement. In an instant, a strong momentum erupted. Even because the momentum of the instant eruption was too strong, it was mixed with the energy gushing out of the body like a volcanic eruption. Vibrate the surrounding air, forming a wave of air visible to the naked eye that spreads from the feet of the two in an instant. At the same time, the figures of the two disappeared. The sound of breaking wind sounded one after another. Boom boom. In the next second, the figures of the two appeared. Yu knife holding Zanpakuto in his hand slashed towards Madara, and at some point a black stick appeared in Madara's hand. The thing blocks Yuichi's slash. The collision of Zanpakuto and the black stick erupted in a cascade of sparks. However, the sparks in the air exploded, and the aftermath under the feet spread instantly. Before people had time to lock onto the figures of the two, they disappeared again. This time it appeared on the roof of a house 10 meters away. The sound of the clash of blades and black sticks reappeared. Ding ding, dang. Sparks splashed in the air, and the figures of the two flickered extremely quickly. The storm broke out one after another from different places. Every time the storm swept away, leaving behind the afterimages of the two people, the sound of the next metal collision sounded again. The entire battlefield seemed to have suddenly become a blacksmith's shop. Ping ping pong is the sound of impact. The turmoil generated by the fight between the two spread towards the surroundings, leaving long traces on the ground. It even affected the pirates who were watching the battle. Marco was almost hit by a slash of wind, but he still used his fruit ability to catch the blow. The battle between the top powerhouses, speed, strength, all broke out to the ultimate. Flickering afterimages, sparks exploding everywhere, violent wind and flurry of dust and smoke. People in both worlds were shocked by such a battle scene. Hokage world. Many ninjas are now staring at the light curtain in the sky. What a fast speed, what a strong attack. My eyes can't keep up with the speed of the two of them, they are getting faster and faster. How could Uchiha Madara have such strength? Chakra's strength is obviously weaker than Haki's, but he dared to collide head-on with the opponent without losing the wind. Amazing Taijutsu, Uchiha Madara's Taijutsu is so strong, he escaped the opponent's slash several times in a row. The reaction is so fast. Advertisement. The ninjas were amazed. And the people in Pirate World are not much better than them. Whether it's the people at the NICE lobby, or the people in the audience. They were all surprised by Madara's performance. Especially the three admirals who have retreated to the edge of the battlefield under the pressure of Whitebeard and others. Akainu clenched his fists and stared fiercely at Yuichi who was fighting fiercely. That face is full of unwillingness. How is it possible? His strength has become stronger again. Glancing at the furious Akainu, Kizaru sighed, it's not just Yuichi, but the invaders from other world are the real fear. They should be weaker than Haki, at least they are suppressed by Haki in melee ability, but you can see that he can fight Yuichi evenly with his weaker strength. That astonishing reaction, and he seems to be able to predict the enemy's attack in advance. Speaking of this, Aokiji also nodded, so you noticed it too. I feel that Yuichi's movements seem to be seen through by him, otherwise his melee combat ability should not be as good as Yuichi's. Both are monsters. One seems to be able to see through the opponent's actions, while the other still maintains its due suppression even if the action is seen through. Yuichi's swordsmanship is truly on display now. In the face of emergencies, he changed his moves cleanly, launched slashes from impossible angles, and continuously interrupted Madara who found the rhythm. The battle between the two is quite exciting. Boom boom boom. Suddenly the figures of the two stopped. In the center of the battlefield, the figures of the two collided fiercely. Yuichi holds Zanpakuto with both hands, with his left foot in front and his right foot behind, leaning slightly forward. Haki's power overlays Zanpakuto. And two long black sticks held Yuichi's blade. Madara did the same, holding a black stick in each hand, and stopped Yuichi's knife. There was no way to withdraw the weapons of both sides. At the same time, terrifying power erupted from the feet of the two of them. Pushing his own body, he crazily impacted towards the opponent. The two forces collided with each other. The ground suddenly sank a lot. The ground within 10 meters around suddenly sank and cracked. Invisible ripples began to spread, setting off thick smoke and sweeping towards the surroundings. This astonishing movement made the hearts of the people around them twitch suddenly. But the two parties involved. Yuichi had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of fighting flames. And Madara's expression is similar, but compared with Yuichi's, it has a slightly colder feeling. The clothes and hair of the two were swaying extremely fast in the wind. Madara, you are strong. Hearing that Yuichi also said Kide, you are also strong. Advertisement. Silence. The blue veins on the hands of the two of them gradually bulged, and they were both increasing their strength to push each other back. But 3 seconds later, the ground began to show some signs that it could not bear the strength of the two of them. A crack broke out from between the two, and the width of the crack was fully expanding. It seems that because of the strength of the two, this crack is constantly expanding. Sudden. Madara stopped. The body jumped backwards, turned quickly in the air, and landed on the roof. The moment Madara stopped, Yuichi took a step forward and also stopped his own strength. There was no rush to the ground. It seems that it is indeed a disadvantage to use the power of chakra to fight close to people in your world. Hearing Madara's words, everyone in the Hokage world was a little speechless. Did you know now? What were you doing just now? I have fought for so long with my own disadvantages and the advantages of others. Even so, it is still a fairly even situation, and now it is not said that 290 is at a disadvantage. Uchiha Madara, this guy is showing off. The warm-up is over, so I'm going to get serious next time. As Madara folded her hands on her chest, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan pupils dilated slightly. Susanoo. Boom. Susanoo rose slowly behind Madara, and the blue energy exuded a dazzling light. A huge phantom enveloped Madara, and an extremely strong momentum crazily crushed it. The appearance of Susanoo made Whitebeard and others frown. They have experienced the power of this thing before, and the owner has amazing defense and attack power. Just when Whitebeard was thinking of opening his mouth to remind Yuichi. Suddenly Yuichi laughed. Surely it's time to be serious. Okay? What did he mean? Did he mean he wasn't serious himself? Hearing what Yuichi said, Madara found it interesting instead. He thought that Yuichi said similar things to him because he felt that he was bluffing. But he decided to remind Yuichi. I'm not joking, you have to be careful with Susanoo's power. Your slash may not be enough to break through Susanoo's defense. With Yuichi's current state, Ryutsu has been weakened a lot, and the slash is indeed not easy to break through Susanoo's defense. But Yuichi looked at Madara at first. Don't think that you are the only one who can summon the titans. Madara's expression suddenly froze. Is this guy trying to say he can summon Susanoo too? Are you kidding? This is the blood successor of the Uchiha clan. Come out. Fire Spirit. Chapter 211 Fire Spirit vs Susanoo, a contest that never retreats. The sound of flames beating resounded. A flame flared up in Yuichi's chest. When the fire broke out, everyone still hadn't recovered from Yuichi's words. Next. The flame spread and swept across Yuichi's whole body in an instant. Advertisement. It was obvious that the flames were burning very violently, but the people standing around did not feel the scorching sensation that the high-temperature flames should have. But there is no time now to wonder why. The pink flame began to turn into a huge pillar of fire. As the flame continued to spread, it had already faintly turned into a human figure. But just like the Susanoo that Madara is opening now, it only has a half body. It only has the upper body, but the lower body has not been condensed for the time being. The slender waist and abdomen are not as huge as Susanoo's, but it only covers Yuichi and covers a range of about 2 meters around Yuichi. However, when the flames gradually faded, the appearance of the fire spirit was revealed, which made people feel extremely weird and different. Mechas don't exist in this world, and neither does the world of Hokage. However, the appearance of Huoling is not so much a human form as it is more like the form of a Gundam warrior mecha. Not only is the waist and abdomen very thin, but the arms are also extremely long when stretched out. If Huoling's entire body is condensed together, then Huoling's hands are fully equivalent to his height. It's like the long-armed clan of Pirate World. When such a uniquely shaped fire spirit appeared, Madara also showed a look of surprise. He was just saying that Yuichi couldn't possibly summon Susanoo. Indeed, Yuichi didn't summon Susanoo, but what Yuichi summoned now made Madara's soul tremble slightly. The power is weird. Quiet. The entire Nice lobby is very quiet right now. No one made a sound, only the slight collision sound of the wind blowing the stones rolling on the ground. Whitebeard Kaido and the others stared at Yuichi in front of them with wide eyes. Another trick I've never seen before. What kind of ability is this? This kind of ability doesn't seem to be a fruit ability. Whitebeard thought to himself, but suddenly he gave Big Mom another look. Words cannot be so absolute. For example, the ability of the ant is very weird. Being able to create all kinds of homies with the power of the soul, it cannot be said that this is not a fruit ability. Advertisement. But if this ability of Yuichi is a fruit ability, what kind of fruit ability should it be? Ha 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 ha. Interesting, I didn't expect to have a similar ability to Susanoo. You are so interesting, Yuichi. Suddenly Madara seemed to be very excited. His smile is a bit exaggerated, although he is laughing wildly, but the movement of Susanoo on him is not slow. The punch directly hit Yuichi's fire spirit hard. Huoling was provoked by Susanoo, and at the same time waved his arms like 2 spears. With 5 fingers together, they stabbed straight like a flame gun. The astonishing speed made Madara's Susanoo attack first, but was grabbed by the throat by the fire spirit. Flames erupted on Suzanu's neck. The soul flame that bloomed from the hands of the fire spirit began to burn Suzanu crazily. All of a sudden, the flames gathered a moment of surging force and melted Suzanu's neck. This terrifying power made Whitebeard and others open their mouths in disbelief. You know they fought against this Suzanu just now. This thing's defense is amazing, even Shock Fruit's calendar area can't easily cause damage to it. And Yuichi's thing called Fire Spirit, the flames released can easily melt Suzanu. One can imagine how terrifying this flame is. Not to mention Whitebeard and others, even Madara herself was a little scared by the power of the Fire Spirit flame. But Madara doesn't care now. With his pupil power, even if Suzanu is destroyed, he can recover quickly. He wants to see if this power can be compared with Suzanu. A lightsaber appeared in Suzanu's hand instantly, and the curved lightsaber was held in Suzanu's hand. Stabbed directly at Huoling's chest. However, in the next second, the lightsaber only pierced the shallow part of Huoling's chest and stopped. The fire spirit grabbed Suzanu's arm and the flames burned the other's arm, and the lightsaber disappeared at the same time. A burst of flame appeared on Huoling's chest, slowly healing the wound. At the same time, Suzanu's burned body recovered in a blink of an eye. Two huge phantoms attacked frantically. Between you and me, it's only a short 10 seconds. The resulting turmoil was already terrifying. And Suzanu was constantly burned by the flames of the fire spirit, but Suzanu also left many wounds on the body of the fire spirit. Both Yuichi and Madara didn't dodge the other's attack at all, and they definitely didn't take a step back. Just standing there and controlling Suzanu and fire spirit to attack each other. The front is tough and will not back down at all. Advertisement. However, as the battle progressed, everyone also discovered it. These two fearsome giants of the Minos Grande are different from each other. Suzanu's power seems to be weaker than Huoling, and the attack power is not as good as Huoling. But it is extremely powerful in terms of recovery, even if both arms are returned by flames, they can recover in the blink of an eye. The wounds on Huoling's body recovered very slowly, but Huoling's defense was very strong. Suzanu's attack could only leave a shallow mark on it. One side can't resist the flames, it's easy to get caught, but it's resilient. One side has an amazing defense, the power of the flame attack is terrifying, but the recovery is very slow. Two different situations made Huoling and Suzanu fight hard. However, both Yuichi and Madara refused to bow their heads and insisted on gritting their teeth. Everyone knew that although the two of them were not injured, such a battle would definitely consume a lot of energy. If it goes on like this, it will be head-to-head until the end, it depends on who has better endurance and who can persevere. The roar of the collision between the two huge phantoms became more and more intense. The entire building of Nice Lobby was in the aftermath of the two attacking and colliding. More than half of it has been destroyed. Seeing Nice Lobby being crazily destroyed like this, no one dared to go out to stop the two of them. You want to compete with me, Uchiha Madara? Well, let's see who falls first. Speaking of which, Madara suddenly, Haonyozhao, erupted again with even more astonishing pupil power. Suzanu's body began to grow gradually, to be precise, the full body of Suzanu finally appeared. Susanoko appeared with a complete body and even wings growing from his back. The condescending Madara looks at Yuichi. How is it? Can we continue now? And Yuichi smiled. Don't think it's just you. Suddenly, the witch power in Yuichi's body exploded, and the height of the tumbling fire spirit also rose. The super spirit body fire spirit fully appeared. Standing on the Nice Lobby, there are huge monsters tens of meters high at both ends. The originally huge island is now the size of a boxing ring for the two of them. Hiss. It can even become even bigger. Boom buzz. The perfect fire spirit and the perfect Suzanu are wrestling with each other. Suddenly, a terrifying shock wave spread, sweeping Zhu with astonishingly thick smoke. People who are relatively close to the surrounding area are shrouded in smoke. Chapter 212 Madara and Yuichi, changing the fighting style. The flame was burning Suzanu, and the powerful soul fire quickly melted Suzanu's body. And Suzanu's lightsaber also pierced into Huoling's body fiercely. The dust and smoke gradually dissipated. Madara is on Suzanu's head, enveloped by Suzanu. And the same goes for Yuichi. Advertisement. But now the two are looking at each other. Those eagle-like eyes stared at each other, and their sharp eyes collided in the air. It seemed that there was a faint burst of lightning. The people around looked at the two with dull expressions. The two guys finally stopped, looked at the devastated ground around them, and continued to fight like this. I'm afraid there are only a few buildings on the Nice Lobby. Everyone looked at them nervously, worried that these two guys would continue to fight like this. If no one is willing to show weakness, then this Nice Lobby may really suffer. Even people like them are in danger of life. Whether it's Fire Spirit or Suzanu, if you don't mention their powerful strength, just their huge bodies. As long as a random blow is affected, there is no way to survive without a little strength. Just when everyone was worried about the two of them, Madara spoke. You are the opponent I am most satisfied with besides Hashirama. It's great, I didn't expect to have such a strong person like you in this world. Hearing this, Yuichi was a little flattered. Is this the approval from Madara? 380. Yuichi couldn't even help but think of a picture. Uchiha Madara shouted proudly to Yuichi, I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest in One Piece world. Thinking of this picture makes me a little excited. Ending his fantasy, Yuichi looked at Madara with concentration, you are also a rare opponent. Seeing that Yuichi seems to have similar thoughts as herself, Madara is even more happy. At this moment, Madara even had a feeling of sympathy with Yuichi. It's a pity that the two are people from different worlds and destined to be enemies, but if given the chance, Madara wouldn't mind sitting down with Yuichi and having a good chat. Yuichi is a very nice person in his eyes. Not just enemies. This battle made me find the feeling I haven't seen for a long time. Thank you Yuichi, you wake up my blood and make my whole body burn. Madara is in high spirits now, despite fighting Yuichi's fire spirit just now. He used up quite a bit of pupil power, but that didn't bother Madara at all. No matter how much pupil power is consumed, it can be restored. What he wants is a hearty fight. Lowering her eyes, Madara glanced at Yuichi's fire spirit, and felt her Susanoo again. Advertisement. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to tell the winner. Although this kind of battle is also very interesting, Madara doesn't want to keep fighting, Jaka, like this. Since Susanoo can't tell the winner in a short time, then. Madara raised her head and said, it will take a long time for us to win the battle if this continues. Do we need to change the way of fighting? Heard. Yuichi didn't answer yet, but the people around, as well as those who heard Madara's words through the light curtain, didn't know what to say. Are the two talking human? What does it mean to change the way of fighting? Do the CO authors treat this battle as a game? People in One Piece world are very speechless and people in Hokage world are a little angry. Especially the 5 cages. Sarutobi Hiruzen et.al. feel like Madara has now completely forgotten that this is a matter of life and death for both worlds. Now it's all about my own interest, not about the Hokage world. After all, this guy is also from the Hokage world, and he actually left his own world behind him regardless of life or death. It's just outrageous. Okay. Yuichi agreed. This made Sarutobi and others, who were about to scold Madara angrily, stuck in their throats and unable to speak out. Madara. It's okay to mess around alone. Why don't even the guys in the other world care about their world's problems at all? Especially Yuichi, hasn't he been fighting to win their world? Why does he seem to be a different person suddenly now? No matter what these people think, Yuichi also wants a good fight now. All other issues were temporarily dismissed by Yuichi. Let's have a quick fight. The moment Yuichi agreed, Madara's Susanoo dissipated instantly, and Madara herself fell to the ground. See Susanoo, who took the initiative to disarm her Yuichi withdrew the super spirit body of the fire spirit. Also fell from the sky. The two stood facing each other, gently relaxing their hands. We have competed in gymnastics. Your haki power is very strong and I am no match, but my fighting skills are stronger than yours, but your swordsmanship is amazing. Comprehensively speaking, we can barely be regarded as civilians in terms of physical skills. Yuichi didn't want to refute what Madara said. If it wasn't for the full power of Zanpakuto, and Ryutsu recovering, Yuichi fighting with Ryutsu would have been even more terrifying. Even if Madara's Sharingan can see Yuichi, his body can't keep up with Yuichi's Shunpo speed. Yuichi didn't speak but Madara continued, as for the contest just now, it's my special ability. Advertisement. Saying that, Madara pointed to her eyes, that ability is called Susanoo, and it is the power of my blood successor, Mangeki Sharingan. Everyone looked into Madara's eyes at this moment. Many people have noticed Madara's extremely mysterious eyes before. And now I am even more surprised when I hear him say. Unexpectedly, that huge monster named Susanoo turned out to have the ability to only have a pair of eyes. That fire spirit of yours? Is it from Devil Fruit? Regarding Madara's guess, Yuichi looked at him with a half smile, without giving a clear answer. Seeing this, Madara didn't ask too much, after all, this was the other party's ability. Questions about abilities are usually something no one wants to make public. No matter what your abilities are, we are evenly matched in terms of special abilities. If we continue to fight, we may be able to decide the winner, but at least it will take a few hours. Yuichi nodded. That's right. My powers can probably last a few hours in that state. Madara, me too. Gently twisting her neck, Madara's bones made a rattling sound. Physical skills, special abilities, we are all on par, so we should try something else next. Yuichi narrowed his eyes. Ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, Yuichi knew, and Madara was a little surprised. However, the two sides have already experienced many world wars. It is not surprising that people in this world know about ninjutsu. Who doesn't know how to gather information? That's right. Although Chakra's strength increase is not as good as Haki's in melee combat, but Chakra can release powerful ninjutsu. In the next battle, I want to have a ninjutsu contest with you, but I don't know if your world has such similar skills. If not. Hearing what Madara said, Whitebeard and others around him sighed softly. As Madara said, Haki has a stronger boost to strength than Chakra, but Chakra has the effect of performing ninjutsu. In contrast, Haki is powerful, but the way it is used is too single. In the final analysis, there are only two ways of winding and releasing. It can be said that they are all prepared for close combat. Not as varied as the ninjutsu unleashed by Chakra. So Madara proposed to try something like ninjutsu, but Yuichi couldn't help it. Can. Whitebeard and others, who were feeling emotional, suddenly raised their heads and looked at Yuichi in confusion. What is this guy talking about? He said yes? What can? Compete with ninjutsu? Another way to say it is to use Haki attacks from a distance? Isn't this crazy? Haki's long-distance release is very difficult. Although Yuichi is already the world's #1 swordsman, he only has one way to release chopping waves, and fight against various ninjutsu. This is to use your weakest strength to collide with the opponent's strongest strength. Are you looking for death? Chapter 213 The Collision of Kid and Ninjutsu, the perfect opponent. He agreed. A marine soldier looked at Yuichi with complicated eyes, and turned to look at his friend with a puzzled expression. Did I hear wrong just now? His friend shook his head no. He did agree. Why do you agree to such a fighting method, using Haki and Ninja's ninjutsu contest? Isn't this asking for trouble? Advertisement. Who knows? Maybe he thinks that Haki can block all the ninjutsu attacks of the enemy. Although Haki is very strong, people who have gone through the previous World War I peace world also know one thing. That is, if it is just a simple competition of destructive power or defensive power, then Haki's power is definitely stronger than Chakra. But if against the Jainin technique, Haki's defense can't stop it. In the previous world wars, Marine dispatched a lot of Marine vice-admirals, but when faced with the ninjutsu released by ninjas, it has been tested. With Haki's defense alone, don't try to block Chakra's transformed fire, lightning, gust of wind and other attacks. Once Chakra changes into these powers, the power will undergo a qualitative change. The destructive power is much stronger than Haki. Madara also heard the words of the people around him. He squinted his eyes and looked at Yuichi. If your world doesn't gather power kings like ninjutsu, you don't have to agree to it. We can go another way. No. These people won't, it doesn't mean they don't exist. Yuichi smiled. Raise your fingertips and aim at Madara's direction instantly. One of had. Punch. In an instant, a small shock wave burst out from Yuichi's fingertips, and rushed towards Madara's direction. Madara's pupils shrank slightly, and she slightly tilted her head. This wave swept across Madara's face extremely quickly. The breeze blows on Madara's face. But now Madara is very surprised. Can she launch this kind of attack just by pointing her finger casually? Not bad. This trick seems to be more convenient than ninjutsu. Wow. Didn't expect that there is such a power as ninjutsu. Very good, let's see who is stronger. Saying that, Madara became serious and raised her hand to make a seal. But now the people around are dumbfounded. Even Whitebeard and others were surprised. What kind of trick did Yuichi use just now? Obviously, he didn't see Haki surge, but suddenly a shock wave burst out from his fingertips. Advertisement. For a slightly stronger person, this kind of attack will not cause too much damage even if they are hit, let alone dodging. But this is not the point of the question. The point is, what trick is this? Can Haki really change into various powers to attack like Chakra? What, are you kidding? These four emperors have never heard of Haki being used like this. Fire style. The great fire is extinguished. Boom boom boom. The flames that spewed out from Madara's mouth instantly spread rapidly and turned into a terrifying sea of flames, attacking Yuichi crazily. This ninjutsu only feels very strong and terrifying to One Piece world. But for the ninjas, although it was the second time they saw it, they saw a ninjutsu that was not too powerful in the first place, and it exploded in the hands of Madara with a power comparable to that of an S-rank ninjutsu. They still yelled in disbelief. However, they hadn't recovered from the amazing power of Madara's ninjutsu explosion. Suddenly Yuichi's voice sounded. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, Vientian, fluttering wings, and the name of human beings. Burning heat and strife, across the sea, turn south and move forward. 31 of Had, red cannon. Yuichi chanted loudly, at the moment when the flames were about to reach Yuichi. After Yuichi finished the chanting, he pointed the palm of his right hand in the direction of Madara. The crimson flame erupted instantly, and a 2-meter-wide fireball was launched suddenly. Although compared with Madara's fire-style ninjutsu, Yuichi's attack range is far less than Madara's. But the power of the red cannon instantly rushed away the flames of Madara. Tear a path in the center of the sea of flames, and go straight to Madara who unleashes ninjutsu. The moment the red cannon exploded, Madara's face became even more excited. That passage. Is that the prerequisite for releasing this blow? It's really interesting, the release of ninjutsu needs to be sealed first, and the release of tricks in this world needs to chant some inexplicable words. However, although the methods are different, the meaning is probably the same. They are all to guide the power in the body to run, so as to change into another form of energy release attack. Madara thought in her heart, but the effort in her hands did not delay. It was easy to dodge this powerful blow, but wouldn't that be like being overwhelmed by Yuichi? Didn't you see that Yuichi didn't take a step away either? Then it is impossible for him Madara to move easily. Earth style. Earth wall. The moment the earth style ninjutsu was released, a wall of earth appeared in front of Madara. The red artillery bombarded the earth wall fiercely, blasting a huge hole, but it didn't completely break through Madara's earth formation wall. After blocking the attack, the earth wall disappears. Advertisement. And at this moment Yuichi's voice sounded again. Ask for flowers. King's Lander. The mask of flesh and blood, the Vientian, the thing that flies high, and the thing that bears the name of human beings. Truth and temperance, the wall of the dream of innocence, stand only on it. 33 of Had. Blue flame pendant. In Yuichi's right palm, there was a sudden thunderous sound. What appeared this time was a white lightning flame, and several white flames flickered continuously in the air. Like silver snakes flying towards Madara quickly. The white flame looks like a thunderbolt. Such an attack made Madara feel very strange. If you use ninjutsu to explain it, then this attack is not like fire style. It is also lightning style. It's like a special escape technique that can only be released by the blood succession limit in ninjutsu. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bomb. A mass of mud suddenly appeared from the ground under Madara's feet, and a group of earth dragons suddenly burst out of the mud. 0. Hitting straight at Yuichi's flames. The roar erupted, and at the same time the flames scattered, and the attacks of the two were cancelled out by the other side at the same time. Madara looked at Yuichi in amazement. I can compete with me in ninjutsu, no one in my world can. Even Hashirama can only use wood style against me. You are a perfect opponent. At the same time, Yuichi also opened his mouth and said, you are also very good. I chanted Had with all my strength, there is nothing I can do about you. Hearing this, Madara frowned. Is the ability you used just now called Had? Yuichi, to be precise, it is called Kid. Kid is divided into Had, Bakud, and Kide. Hearing this, Madara also laughed. It's similar to ninjutsu, and ninjutsu is also divided into 3 types, ninjutsu, and illusion. When the two are discussing, Whitebeard looked at Yuichi completely differently now. He looked at Yuichi as if he saw a ghost. It's not just him, Kaido and others' expressions are not much better. Marco is now sweating coldly on his forehead. Dad. Yuichi's trick? Could it be? Speaking of which, he didn't quite believe the thought in his heart. However, Shanks on the side helped him out with the guesswork. This guy developed his own ninjutsu for our world. If it is said that a powerful person is worthy of fear, then a person who can create a series of moves by himself is worthy of awe. And he is far better than I imagined. Haki is able to use this kind of trick. Although it seems that the power is not particularly amazing, but such a long-distance combat ability may suddenly turn the tide of the battle. Inch. Chapter 214 Reaching the Limit, the miraculous effect of Kid. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The roaring fireball crashed into Yuichi. At this moment Big Mom stopped talking and looked intently in Yuichi's direction. Had S26 red flame plugs. Yuichi waved his hands, this time without chanting, but suddenly a wall of flames appeared in front of Yuichi. Advertisement. This kid was originally used to attack, but sometimes attack can also become defense. The moment the flame wall was formed, Madara's fireball hit it, and the two forces instantly cancelled each other out. Although the explosion caused was extremely astonishing. But neither side could do anything to win the other. Come again. Not to be outdone, Madara seemed to enjoy it. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Fire style. Fire dragon technique. Fire style. Fire dragon technique. With several fire style attacks in succession, Madara had no intention of stopping at all, and the expression on her face became more and more crazy. Flames burst out from his direction one after another. The flames continued to spread continuously. The strong wind that was blown also made the 610 office extremely hot. On the other side, Yuichi also didn't stop, releasing Kid one after another while waving his hands to fight back. Bakud S39 round gate fans. Defensive shape Kid, forming a circular protective shield in front of Yuichi, resisting the attack of Madara's Fire Dragon technique. Had S31 Red Cannon. Had S54 Waste Flames. This side also used Kid to fight back one after another, one Kid in defensive form and two Kid in offensive form. The collision of ninjutsu and Kid erupted with a fierce roar. The two are back and forth, and the contest between Kid and ninjutsu seems to be gradually entering a heated stage. And at this moment, this unique battle, people from both worlds stared wide-eyed unconsciously. From the physical combat at the beginning, to the summoning of huge energy phantoms for hand-to-hand combat, now it is the turn of the long-range attack game. These two are stubborn guys. It seems that no one will give up even if there is no winner. However, although such a battle makes people feel that neither of them seems to take the world war seriously at all. Such an attitude is very bad. But at the same time, Yuichi and Madara's fight felt eye-opening. The ninjas looked at Madara's way of continuously releasing ninjutsu like a machine gun. Ninjutsu. Can it still be used like this? This guy doesn't take chakra seriously. Advertisement. Is the chakra in him infinite? On the other side, the people of One Piece stared at Yuichi. Compared with the ninjas, they are more shocking to Yuichi. This strange attack that is being used one after another is probably a trick developed by Yuichi himself. And this trick should use the power of Haki. Haki can evolve into such a variety of attack methods. This is simply an unprecedented discovery for the entire pirate world. The shock these Kid brought to the pirate world was unprecedented. Although Yuichi had used Kid once before, no one thought of it so much at that time. But it is different now, the many changes of Kid cannot be bestowed by the fruit ability. Then there is only one explanation that makes sense. This Kid's ability is displayed by using poisonous gas. One Piece world finally has ninjutsu as varied as a ninja. Although the form is somewhat different, its power is definitely no less than that of ninjutsu. On the marine side, Kong, who is trying to heal Garp at the Nice lobby port, looks at Yuichi, who is inseparable from the enemy using various tricks in the distance. Now even Kong not only sighs, I have created a unique way of using Haki's system alone, and have changed so many tricks. Kid. This is a force no less than devil fruit. Even Kong couldn't help thinking about it at the moment. If Yuichi doesn't leave Marine, then Kid can be passed on to more Marine generals. For Marine and world government, the strength will be greatly increased. In that way, it is not impossible to end the era of great pirates. It's a pity that such a genius, such an existence who has created history and will be admired by all the people in the pirate world, was kicked out of Marine. 5 elders, this is probably the worst decision you've ever made. Being able to create trick enemies like Kid with the power of Haki, this power will surely spread in the future. It's just a matter of time. And Yuichi will be remembered by all those who learn Haki all over the world. But in this situation, Marine should have grasped the opportunity, if there is a person to guide. Marine generals will learn the most comprehensive Kid, so the improvement will undoubtedly be huge. Gently sighed. Kong's mood has also become extremely complicated now. Sengoku on the side looked in the direction of Nice lobby, with a deep melancholy look on his face. Kong also understands this somewhat. Yuichi, who was being watched by everyone at the moment, released Kid crazily. It collided head-on with Madara's ninjutsu, but as time went by, Madara discovered a situation. It seems that you have reached your limit. When the people around suddenly heard Madara say that, they felt a little weird. Yuichi doesn't look like he's struggling, why does this guy say Yuichi has reached his limit? Advertisement. Madara sneered, from just now until now, the number of this trick called Kid you used has not exceeded 55. It's because of the later tricks, you can't use them. Or you can't use them now. This made Whitebeard and others suddenly think of the Kid released by Yuichi just now. In addition to the Kid name that Yuichi calls out, a number is added to the front of these tricks. And indeed, as Madara said, the Kid, the largest number used by Yuichi, is only limited to the 54th. But maybe it's not that the later Kid Yuichi can't be used, but because it hasn't been developed yet. The dozen or so various Kid attacks that Yuichi has displayed from just now are amazing enough. It's normal to think about it, it hasn't been long before Yuichi developed this ability. To be able to develop more than 50 kinds of Kid is already quite a feat. It doesn't matter if the latter tricks are not developed. But the problem now is that Yuichi has run out of skills, and the other party obviously has a lot of ninjutsu. Yuichi looked at Madara and didn't answer immediately. All his attention is now on his panel. Host, Yuichi. The first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Current awakening progress, 69.78%. Yuichi was barely there and was able to break through 70% of Byakuya's template awakening progress. At that time, it was not only possible to open the second scene of Senbonzakura. The same awakening progress of 70% should free the higher level Kid. Ghost, top, freely use all Kid below number 55. Now Yuichi can only use Kid below the 55th, so it is no problem to temporarily deal with Madara. But facing Madara's barrage of ninjutsu attacks wasn't enough. Yuichi looked up at Madara. Would you like to see more, kid? Don't worry. I will use 4.2 when I need it. Had S11 thunderbolts. Crackling. Suddenly a thunderbolt erupted from Yuichi's hand, heading straight towards Madara. Madara also responded with a lightning-style ninjutsu to block it. There was a cold light in his eyes, that's right. But if you don't hurry up and use stronger moves, I will win this duel. Yuichi looked down at the progress of the character template's awakening. Current awakening progress, 69.80%, plus 0.02%. Seeing this, the corners of Yuichi's mouth rose slightly. I have been increasing Ryutsu through Sword Zen before, and never thought about increasing the progress of awakening through practicing Kid. This time when fighting with Madara with Kid, Yuichi suddenly discovered that releasing Kid attack can increase the progress of awakening several times higher than performing Sword Zen. After thinking about it carefully, Yuichi probably understood. Byakuya Kukiki, what he is good at is not only Zanpakuto, his talent in using Kid is also not weak. Yuichi's eyes light up. Head number 4. Shirai. Chapter 215 Awakening Progress 70%, Open Advanced Kid. 32 of Had Yellow Flame. A golden light burst out from Yuichi's palm. Current awakening progress, plus 0.03%. Bakud's 8 rebukes. Ding ding ding. Advertisement. While Yuichi was attacking Madara with Had, he also threw a hidden weapon towards the right one. Current awakening progress, plus 0.03%. Seeing that Yuichi easily bounced the kunai he threw away with only the back of his hand. Madara finds it even more interesting. See how much you can block. Suddenly Madara raised his hand from the ninja bag, took out a series of hidden weapons, and kept walking towards the right floor. Seeing this, Yuichi flicked his fingertips. Had one punch. The continuous use of punches knocked down all the hidden weapons in the air. At the same time, Yuichi kept thinking of system prompts. Current awakening progress, plus 0.01%. Current awakening progress, plus 0.01%. Current awakening progress, plus. As Yuichi stared intently at his increasing numbers, Madara clapped her hands abruptly. Don't you need a stronger attack? Then I won't wait any longer, you already know the power of ninjutsu, so let's show you another power. Wood style. Saying that, Madara smiled at Yuichi, remind you, with 29, your current strength is probably unstoppable. If you don't use other stronger moves, you will be unstoppable in the next technique. Congratulations to host character template Byakuya Kukiki's awakening progress reaching 70%. Open Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, Hang King. Yuichi doesn't care whether the opening scene is open or not, Yuichi stares at the display bar of Kid below to see if there will be any changes. Ghost, top, freely use all Kid below number 60. Even though the awakening progress has reached 70%, Kid is only open until the 60th, which makes Yuichi a little disappointed. At this moment, the chakra surging on Madara's body became more and more turbulent. I'm going to do it, Yuichi. Wood style the tree world comes. Boom. Suddenly the ground around him began to shake. At this time, all the ninjas in the ninja world stared at Madara. What did he just say? Wood style? He can still use wood style jutsu. Have you forgotten that this guy has used wood style clones before, so it's not surprising that he can use wood style ninjutsu. It's not surprising, this is wood style. Besides Konoha's first Hokage Senju Hashirama, is there a second person who can use wood style? Advertisement. Boom boom boom. The ground of an ice lobby began to shake, and suddenly huge vines burst out from around Madara. Scrolling towards Yuichi. The wood-style vines that came out like a torrent spread to all surrounding places in the blink of an eye. The buildings that were originally destroyed were completely crushed into dust. Almost in the blink of an eye, the surrounding area will soon turn into a virgin forest. At this time, Yuichi's figure has been RD by wood-style Fujiman. The vines are attacking in the direction of Yuichi, trying to entangle Yuichi. Whitebeard and the others were all backing away while looking back in Yuichi's direction. Don't hold on to the brat. Do you still insist on it? Even if you lose to the opponent in the duel of magic tricks, it's not a big deal. There is no art in the pirate world. You created Kid and created art that belongs to this world. In terms of nature, you are far superior to the opponent. Hear Whitebeard's words. Madara also nodded, indeed. A guy who can rely on a certain power to develop a power system is indeed worthy of admiration. Even I, Uchiha Madara, admire you very much. But despite saying so, the movements of Madara's hands are not slow at all, and the chakra surging on his body is still strong. But it's a pity that this guy is definitely not the kind of person who wants to bow his head. He won't back down. What Madara said is good, although it is estimated that he is still preparing to use Had, the most powerful attack, to defeat Madara's Shushu. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is no had who can release wood style dozens of times in a row. Wood style. First Hokage Senju Hashirama's blood succession limit, wood style doesn't seem to have much power. But the power contained in it is astonishing. These wood style vines are not so easy to destroy. With the kid that Yuichi has now, it seems that no kid's power has such power. There seems to be only one way left. That is to dodge. If Yuichi uses other forces to deal with wood style, it will be very easy to block wood style. But in that case, Yuichi would not take the initiative to admit defeat. No. Absolutely not. Gritting his teeth, Yuichi had unconsciously grasped the handle of Zanpakute's knife. Congratulations host. All 3 views of Senbonzakura open. Template awakening degree increased to 85%, can open Senbonzakura Bankai mystery. Due to the full opening of the 3 Senbonzakura views, the road is open to number 90. Ghost, top, freely use all kid below number 90. 90 and below. Strictly speaking, kid includes the 90th. With so many more powerful kids popping up in his mind, Yuichi couldn't help but laugh all of a sudden. This is simply fantastic. Yuichi looked at the wood-style vines that were raging around at a high speed. The sound of extremely fast breaking wind is approaching. Advertisement. Whitebeard and others in the distance, and some couldn't bear it anymore. If Yuichi is so stubborn, then they can even interrupt the duel between the two. Also tell Yuichi to come out. These weird vines, although they don't necessarily hurt Yuichi, they won't bet on it just in case. Besides, duels can be lost, but battles must be won. Whitebeard frowned, holding the big knife Kong Yunki, looking in Yuichi's direction with a dark face. Don't wait. If this kid continues like this, he will be trapped by the other party. Saying that, the blade in Whitebeard's hand began to vibrate, and the power of shock fruit exploded. However, it was at the moment when Whitebeard was ready to do it. A voice sounded from the wood-style vines. O King's Lander! Mask of flesh and blood! Everyone's expressions changed slightly. This is it. Vientian? Wings? Those who are crowned with the name of man. Carve the double lotus on the wall of the blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the distant sky. Yuichi's voice 327 appeared again, and there was a terrifying sense of destruction in this voice. 73 of had. Madara raised her head and stared at Yuichi through the gap between the wood-style vines. T+. Shuanglian Kanghuo pendant. Boom. Blue flames burst out suddenly, covering Yuichi's whole body. Burn, burn like crazy. The scorching hot and terrifying hot wind spread. The attacking wood-style Fujiman was instantly ignited, and then Yuichi slowly raised his right hand, and the 5 fingers that were clenched in a fist suddenly opened. The blue flame exploded in an instant, turning into a huge wave and rushing fiercely at the attacking wood-style. There was a deafening roar. The blue flame and wood-style vines are entangled together, and the two sides collide constantly, but the power of the flame is stronger. Wood-style is starting to get eaten away a little bit. Seeing this, Madara was very surprised, but also smiled. Sure enough, there are stronger tricks. Madara. I'll pay you back next time, be careful. There are 2 ways to release Kid, one is to chant, and the other is to abandon chant. The former is able to unleash the power of Kid perfectly and even beyond the limit. And the latter can only exert 1/3 to 1/10 of Kid's power. Open your eyes. A black light burst out of Yuichi's eyes. Next is for my strongest kid. You are watching. The moment he finished speaking, Yuichi held up his hands. The muddy coat of arms reveals faintly, the unruly and arrogant talent. Chapter 216 Who Wins and Who Loses, Hat of the 90 Black Coffin. The turbid coat of arms reveals faintly, the unruly and arrogant talent. The entire Nice lobby is now filled with Yuichi's voice. However, for some reason, when everyone heard this voice, their minds seemed to start to shake slightly. It seems that something scary is coming. Yuichi continued surge negative paralyzed for a moment, hinder the eternal sleep. The steel princess who crawls, the clay doll who keeps self-mutilation, combines, rebounds, and extends to the ground, know your own powerlessness. Advertisement. The moment he spit out the last chance, Yin Yi's eyes seemed to burst into black flashes. Biting cold air swept across Madara's body in an instant. Madara stared at Yuichi hard. Next second. A cold sound came from Yuichi's throat. Had no 90 black coffin. Boom. In an instant, Madara's eyes suddenly expanded. He saw the energy erupting from Yuichi's body like a volcanic eruption, creating amazing ripples in the air. And the next second, a black substance emerged in front of him, and gradually formed a huge cuboid cage, trapping Madara in it. The huge black coffin slowly materialized. Madara's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. However, this does not mean the end of countless shadow blades appearing, madly strangling Madara among the black coffins. Sizzle. In an instant, there was a bloody gash on Madara's arm. Then came the chest, stomach, neck, and cheeks. Even Madara himself was somewhat uncertain how many attacks hit him at this instant. In a gap that black coffin has not completely closed. Madara stared through it, staring at Yuichi outside. It's amazing. Tricks. Although the kid Madara released by Yuichi before was amazing. But the power didn't impress Madara so much. But this time is different. Had number 90 the power of black coffin completely convinced Madara. In this world, there are powers that do not belong to ninjutsu at all. Even in terms of attack, there are probably few ninjutsu in the entire ninja world that can match this move. What makes Madara even more admirable is that this ability was developed by Yuichi himself. In this way, the other party seems to be in existence comparable to Sage of Six Paths. But right now Yuichi hasn't reached the heights of Sage of Six Paths. But Madara believes that as long as Yuichi does not die, the future will definitely become the Sage of Six Paths in his world. B. Advertisement. It's a pity that in Madara's heart, Yuichi has no time to grow up. I lost the ninjutsu duel. Madara smiled, and said regretfully before Black Coffin's last gap was completely closed. But he didn't know if Yuichi could hear his words. Black Coffin completely closed in the blink of an eye. When the Black Coffin is fully formed, the shadow blades erupting in it are even more terrifying. But what happens inside is invisible to outsiders. Even Yuichi himself couldn't see it. He could only stare at Black Coffin and wait quietly. In the end, whether Madara died inside or survived, is unknown. Time passed by every minute and every second. Everyone held their breath silently as Yuichi released this had. But it scared a lot of people. When I thought Yuichi was at the end of his rope, a more advanced kid suddenly broke out. While this surprised Whitebeard etal, there was also a bolder guess. Could it be that Yuichi temporarily developed a more powerful kid at a critical moment because he was facing danger? If that's the case, then Yuichi is even scarier. At such a critical juncture, he could suddenly come up with such a powerful move. Moreover, the burst of movement just now is also extremely astonishing. It seems that this move is definitely not small. I am afraid that the opponent will peel off his skin if he is not dead. Black Coffin probably didn't move at all, and at this moment Marco and the four Emperor's lieutenants couldn't help but get nervous. I don't know if they are worried that this blow will kill Madara or if they are worried that this blow will not be able to kill Madara. They may have hoped that this blow would end Madara, a formidable foe. But maybe don't want this blow to end Madara. The reason for hoping to take on Madara is, Yuichi and the kid used by Yuichi. It has given them too much shock from just now to now. Such tricks belong to the world of pirates. It is a trick developed by Yuichi. This is not a fruit ability, this ability is a trick released by Haki in their view. The stronger the kid's power, the stronger they will be if they can learn how to do it in the future. The reason why you don't want this trick to defeat Madara is also very simple. If kid is just one hit away, an enemy that the four emperors can't kill in a short time. So Yuichi is the one who created the kid, with the kid in one hand and a powerful sword in the other plus his Haki. This person has jumped to the top of the pirate world. He is obviously just a newly promoted emperor of the sea, so is he supposed to be above the other four emperors? This is not the result they want to see. This tangled emotion rose in the hearts of these people. Not only Marco and the lieutenants, even Whitebeard and others also have such anxiety. The time of more than 10 seconds seems very slow at this moment. It's like 10 minutes have passed. Advertisement. Click. A crack appeared in the black coffin, and when the first crack appeared, the cracking sound sounded. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but embers. Then, like a flash flood, the cracks spread. In the deafening roar, black coffin exploded completely. Suzanu's huge body emerged. The moment Susanoo appeared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little disappointed at the same time. In the end, it still failed to kill Uchiha Madara. I can't say I'm happy, but I'm also a little disappointed. Human nature is so complicated. But Yuichi was probably the only one smiling. Because Madara used Susanoo to block the blow. Which means, the duel is won by Yuichi. Physical combat is a tie. The battle between Susanoo and the super spirit Huoling also ended in an interruption because it took too long to decide the winner. Only in the final contest between Kid and Ninjutsu, Yuichi and Madara won and lost. One Step didn't retreat, but Madara had no choice but to use Susanoo's defense. At the same time, Madara's body is full of scars now, although none of these can kill Madara. But it can be regarded as severely wounding him. If Madara used Susanoo to defend Yuichi's head in the first place, it would not be able to get it. It's a pity that Madara probably still wanted to struggle at that time, and he also underestimated the power of Had 90. Although Madara is covered in blood with the blessing of wood-style cells, Madara's self-healing speed is not slow but not very fast. He doesn't have the first generation's magic chakra now. Wood-style lacks the support of Xianju chakra, and the self-healing ability, with Zhao's, is not much pervert. Madara was pale, looking down at Yuichi with downcast eyes. At this time, everyone in the ninja world looked at Madara, who was in an extremely weak state, and the hearts of the ninjas trembled slightly. In the next second, Madara said slowly, "This time, I lost." Admitted. Madara admits it herself. He actually conceded defeat. All the ninjas with their mouths open. This is a legendary ninja from the same era as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama. He lost. A smile appeared on Madara's pale face, "But, this time is a duel, next time we will be in a battle of life and death. This time I lost, but if we meet next time, there will be nothing between us rules. I will use the strongest force to directly take your life." Hearing this, Yuichi felt a little sympathetic with Madara. "I look forward to the next fight." Madara. After getting Yuichi's answer, Madara laughed. Susanoo spread her wings and rushed to the clouds in an instant, disappearing on an ice lobby. Yuichi didn't pursue but took 2 steps back silently, suddenly sat down on the ground and panted softly. Chapter 217 New function opened, Sai from the Pure Land. After using the final scenery White Emperor sword earlier, Ben consumed a lot of Ryutsu. They fought again and again, and finally released the fully chanted number 90 senior had. Even Yuichi was having a hard time. The power in the body was consumed a lot, and Yuichi felt a strong sense of fatigue rising even after Madara left. "It's all right." Advertisement. Suddenly a thunderbolt appeared in front of Yuichi. Enel looked at the tired Yuichi and asked. Yuichi didn't even have the strength to raise his head, he just waved his hand, "It's okay." Shiki also rushed over, but instead of looking at Yuichi, he looked at the disappearing figure in the sky. "That guy's strength is terrifying. If you really fight seriously, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to defeat." Needless to say, Uchiha Madara is the big boss of the Hokage world. The power displayed by one person can suppress the Ninja United Army. There is no doubt about its strength. If it wasn't for Madara's stubbornness in this fight, she said that she only uses ninjutsu and only uses ninjutsu. If Madara uses his pupil technique, he can use wood style, which means that Madara's current state is to open Rinnegan. Once Madara uses his Rinnegan's pupil, will tomb. Edge. That was a pretty tricky move. After 737, if we meet Madara again, it will not be as simple as it is today. At that time, we will face Uchiha Madara, who is really serious and will not be restricted. That's pretty tough to deal with. But Yuichi looked down at the system interface that popped up in front of him. Mission completed. Successfully prevented Madara from completing the invasion mission. Task reward, Awakening Progress Conversion. Hint. Awakening Progress Transformation. You can transfer the awakening progress of a template character to another template character, enhance the power awakening progress of the template character, and release more energy in advance. The time limit is 5 hours. Once this ability is used, within 5 hours, the awakening progress of the template character cannot be converted for the second time. In other words, within 5 hours, don't try to restore the original appearance. This ability does not seem to be used casually. For example, Yuichi, if in order to enhance the ability of Yewang, he chooses to reduce the ability of Byakuya. Then, in case during this time, the enemies encountered are not easy to deal with Yewang's ability, at that time I want to switch to Byakuya's ability to deal with him. But you have to wait for a full 5 hours. It would be bad if that happened. Advertisement. Let alone 5 hours, even if you want to delay for a few minutes, it is very difficult. When the time comes, I'm afraid it will be too late. Be careful when using this ability in the future. Yuichi reminded himself. But this function is not useless. Look at your own character interface. The first template character, Byakuya Kukaki. Current awakening progress, 70.01%. Second character template, King Ma King Yat. Current awakening progress, 31.8%. If the awakening progress of 2 character templates is concentrated on one template, isn't it just enough to make up 100% and 1.81% more? The extra bit can be ignored. But getting 100% of the awakening progress of the character template means that the character's abilities can be completely liberated. Be it Byakuya Kukaki or Asakura Leaf King. To be able to fully activate their power, that power is a terrifying existence. Now on the awakening progress bars of the 2 characters, there are plus and minus symbols at both ends. This seems to be a function of the awakening progress transition. Would you like to try it? Feel the 100% power of Byakuya or Yewang. This idea just appeared in his mind, as if there was a kind of magic that made Yuichi want to try it impatiently. Boy! Let's go! Suddenly Whitebeard's voice came. Yuichi couldn't help but suddenly stopped his outstretched hand. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Ren and the others. Whitebeard smiled at Yuichi, "Why don't you have the strength to leave? This is the territory of the world government. If you don't want to be surrounded by the world government, we'd better leave." Looking at the mood of these old marines, I can't cheer up. He turned his head and looked around, although these marine soldiers did not pose any threat to Yuichi and others, CJBF. But everyone was looking at this side with their guns in their hands. These people really couldn't feel better when they were here. Let's go, said Yuichi. Slowly got up and walked towards the direction of the Ark Proverbs. At this moment, looking at Yuichi and others who were about to leave, Marine Vice Admiral asked beside Kong. Commander Kong, are you just letting these pirates go? Hearing this, Kong was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at him with the lightning light. That you can do it and you don't want to let them go? Then you go up and kill Wushi and all the big pirates under their command. Advertisement. He patted him on the shoulder as he spoke. If you can do it, you will definitely be the commander-in-chief of me. Vice Admiral has cold sweat on his forehead. Kill the 5 emperors and their pirates? Are you kidding me? 8 heads are not enough to die. These are all vicious pirates, emperors who rule the sea. Without the help of the 5 emperors, none of the pirates under their command could be dealt with by themselves. Vice Admiral lowered his head. Subordinates don't have this ability. Then you still ask? Kong suddenly changed his face and looked extremely gloomy. Vice Admiral shuddered suddenly. Watching the Ark Proverb lift off slowly, the Marines on the ice lobby breathed a sigh of relief. And this battle is over. Although it is not the end, if Madara wants, he can continue to attack ice lobby and try to destroy ice lobby. But first, Madara is probably unlikely to come back. Secondly, the Marines and Admirals on the ice lobby are still there, and they will not leave for the time being. At least they won't be leaving ice lobby until it's time for the second invasion. Hokage World. Wukage's mood is a bit complicated now. Kid. Now even the only ninjutsu we have an advantage in has been found a way to deal with it. Reikage was very melancholy. He had originally thought that he must meet this guy Yuichi. It can be seen that after seeing the power of Yuichi's number 90 Kid Black Coffin, he can already imagine that he rushed in front of Yuichi, but was suddenly hit by his kid and then passively beaten. Luo Sha's face was also not very good, but he didn't care too much. That kid was created by him. It seems that other people don't know how to use it. Before it spreads, our ninjutsu still has an advantage. Not bad. Terumi Mei, even if you want to learn it, it shouldn't be that easy, so our ninja's advantage is still there. Sarutobi, the question now is the next invasion, who to send? The invasion task has not been completed, and the best case for the next invasion is 2 people. In the worst case, there will be only 1 person. But now there is one more problem. The one who has invaded the enemy world is Uchiha Madara. If you go to that world, you will meet Madara. Working with Madara? Judging by Madara's attitude and his arrogant character, cooperation is very difficult. But if you don't cooperate and act independently, how can you fight against the other party with the whole world when the number of people is very small? Wukage is very sad. However, in the Pure Land world, someone let out a sigh. Madara. It's about the survival of the world, I can't let you keep coming. Chapter 218. The second invasion begins. Intruder Senju Hashirama. It's almost time for the second invasion. The man named Uchiha Madara isn't dead yet. Red Line Shrine to Marie Joyce. In a very solemn and gorgeous room, the highest power in the world, the 5 elders, looked at the light curtain that he had summoned. On the map of the light curtain is still shining, a red light spot. Advertisement. Madara has been pursued since ice lobby left. However, due to the delay of half an hour, the positioning map will not display Madara's position. So although the location map gives an approximate location, but the area that needs to be searched to capture or even kill Madara is too large. Plus Madara can fly even harder to find. World government and Marine organized a lot of people to search with all their strength, trying to kill Madara before the time for the second invasion. In their view, Madara was injured after the fight with Yuichi. This is a great opportunity against Madara, and they don't want to pass it up. However, for several days, they frantically searched for Uchiha Madara on the sea. There are even some bounty hunters who are not afraid of death or some pirates who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth. For fame, for wealth. In short, there are many people in the whole pirate world hunting down Madara. The world government has offered sky-high rewards, attracting countless people. However, the 5 emperors who repelled Madara did not move in New World. Whitebeard and others also want to kill Madara. But Yuichi dispelled their thoughts with one word. Judging from the rules given by the light curtain, there is only one way to deal with the intruders. Sit and wait for the enemy to come. Only by finding the mission target of the intruders can we have a chance to deal with them. Otherwise, follow the location information displayed on the positioning map with a delay of half an hour. It is very difficult to find the intruder. Unless the whole world works together, it is impossible to find the invaders who are rated as S-level combat power easily. Even if it is not Madara, it is not so easy to find other ninjas rated as S-rank in the Hokage world. One thing can be understood from the rules. Pirate world has only one way to deal with the invaders. Find the target of the intruder's mission, and then wait for the intruder to come to your door. Another way of saying it is fishing, one change is protection, the other change is destruction. There is only one goal, and this thing is the bait. The pirate world responsible for protection needs to use the bait to lure the intruders to take the bait, and at the same time ensure that the bait will not be eaten. Otherwise, even if you catch the fish, it will be a waste of effort. Likewise, Hokage world invaders need to find a way to eat the bait without getting caught. Knowing this, it is just a waste of time to waste effort to arrest them now. There is only one way to deal with Madara. Advertisement. That is, if he also wants to destroy the Nice lobby, then there is an opportunity to deal with Madara. But when the other party left, the meaning behind the words was obvious. Madara kind of gave up the invasion mission this time, because he lost the duel with Yuichi. To lose is to lose, and Madara admits her defeat. So he won't touch Nice lobby anymore, which means that there is no more bait for One Piece world now. How to fish without bait? So Yuichi said world government and marine and those who go to arrest Madara for fame and fortune are all wasting their efforts. Although Whitebeard, Kaido and others were somewhat dissatisfied with Yuichi's analysis, they also chose to agree. Instead of wasting energy looking for a guy who is impossible to find, it's better to take a good rest and wait for the next invasion to open. The behavior of the 5 emperors without any action made the people of One Piece world very confused. Enemies from other world haven't been dealt with, so they're doing nothing. However, even if the people in pirate world don't understand, no one can ask the 5 people face to face what the reason is. Time flies and it's time for the second invasion. This time in pirate world, a huge light curtain hangs above the sky again. But there is no picture above. It's just a countdown. Countdown 10 minutes. 10 o'clock. 9:59. With the appearance of the countdown, people in One Piece world couldn't help but worry again. The previous Madara had already shown extremely terrifying power, and so many people who hunted him down all over the world couldn't even see his figure. This makes people even more afraid of Madara's power. It would be really bad if there was another guy as scary as Madara. People can only pray that there will not be 2 powerful enemies this time. Hokage world. Wukage was waiting quietly. And they have already discussed it in these days. If there is only one invasion spot, then go to 3rd Tsuchikage, if there are 2, then add Mizukage. Because the other party's world is full of boundless seas. For Terumi May of Grandmaster Water style, such a venue can display even more amazing combat effectiveness. That's why the 5 cages made such a decision. However, they seem to have forgotten one thing. It's not up to the 5 of them to decide who gets the quota for the invasion. For example, Madara. He is not an opportunity to invade under the arrangements of the 5 cages. This is an opportunity that Madara grabbed herself, because of the time-crossing privilege. Advertisement. Even people in the Pure Land can snatch the opportunity to invade. Even people from the future are able to snatch the opportunity to invade. With the countdown approaching little by little. 12:03. 12:02. 12:01. Midnight. Countdown ends. Second invasion opened. Number of people who invaded this time, 2. All S-level fighters can snatch the opportunity to invade. The moment this passage was almost displayed on the light curtain. Wukage seems to have finally noticed the word snatching this time. The shrunken light curtain flashed in front of them. This speed stunned the 5 of them. Because they saw a button with the word grab on the light curtain just now. However, before they reached out to click, the light curtain disappeared. This seems to mean that the raider's spot has been taken. But this speed is too pervert. Just after the light curtain appeared, there was not even a tenth of a second before someone reacted and clicked the button immediately. Is it because of this that Madara was able to get the opportunity to invade before? The second intruder has been identified. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Nagato. Invasion begins. Senju Hashirama? Master First Hokage. Wukage was still depressed because he didn't react. Seeing the names displayed on the light curtain, the expressions of the 5 people were completely stunned. The latter name, Uzumaki Nagato, is also very confusing. But compared to Senju Hashirama's name, who this person is seems less important. At this moment, the entire ninja world was silent, but after a few seconds of calm. Then there was a roar like a mountain roar and a tsunami. All of them stared at the names on the light curtain in dumbfounded. This is the god of ninjas, the strongest ninja who pacified the troubled times with wood style. A small island in the pirate world. A man slowly opened his eyes, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the gentle blowing of the sea breeze. He smiled a little. It really brought me back to life. At this moment, people in the Hokage world can also see this man through the light curtain in the sky. Seeing him appear, people are crazy. This is. What is Konoha's first Hokage doing? Chapter 219 The Ecstatic Madara, Hunting S-Class Combat Personnel. The man in the picture is wearing a armor similar to Uchiha Madara. This attire is different from the current ninja attire. For the entire ninja world, they have never seen first Hokage. Now this sunny and handsome man makes many ninjas, especially female ninjas, can't help but sprout in their hearts. Shode is so handsome. Advertisement. I didn't expect first generation to be such a handsome guy. Even Mizukage Terumi Mei from 5 cages showed an info, it's a pity that I was not born in the same era as first Hokage. Okay? Hiruzen turned to look at Mizukage Terumi Mei, what does this woman mean? Even if you were born in the same era, Shode wouldn't fall in love with you. First Hokage has only just appeared, and has not yet shown how powerful it is. But almost 90% of the entire ninja world has been captured. There is no way that the name of the god of ninja is too loud. Furthermore, first generation does have a handsome face. People in the Hokage world looked at first Hokage in the 443 screen, and all of them were staring and obsessed. And the people in the auditorium of Pirate World on the other side. Watching first Hokage feels completely different. See first Hokage like a curious baby, amazed at the flowers and trees in his place. I am surprised to see flowers that I have never seen before, and I am surprised to see strange trees. This guy couldn't be an idiot. I also look a bit like it, what's so surprising about the flowers and plants? The discussion of the people in One Piece world seemed to be heard by second Hokage Tobirama in the Pure Land world. Tobirama in the Soul State covered his head and looked speechless, it's too embarrassing. Brother. Don't you know that his every move is being watched by others? Looking at the big brother who is like an idiot, who is amazed at everything, now Tobirama can't wait to sever brotherhood with him. However, at this moment the screen changed. A picture of Uchiha Madara emerges. Madara, who was slaughtering a sea king somewhere and having a wild barbecue, saw the light curtain that popped up in front of her. The name of Senju Hashirama appeared. Madara threw the huge chunk of meat aside, and stood up with a bang. A smile began to appear on the calm face, and it became more and more crazy. His expression now makes people shudder a little. Hashlama, you are finally here. Madara, whose tone was a little calm last second, suddenly turned ferocious. The veins on his face suddenly popped up. Hashlama. Obviously the current Madara is not far away from Hashirama, but he suddenly roared like crazy. Ban who saw the sudden riot. People in One Piece world don't quite understand how they feel about Senju Hashirama, even if it's just his name. They all detonated Madara instantly like a fuse. Advertisement. Boom. Madara jumped up directly, glanced at the position of Senju Hashirama on the light curtain map, and rushed straight towards the sea. Several warships on the sea are searching for Madara's location nearby. But the next second, when Madara rushed out from the island, she saw these warships. Hands up. Print. Fire style. The fire is extinguished. Madara was still tens of meters away from the warship, but he suddenly opened his mouth. Terrible flames spewed out and raged towards these warships. The roaring flames suddenly spread like a fan on the sea surface. In the blink of an eye, several warships were engulfed in flames. And Madara passed by the side of the warships, without even looking at the warships. Indifferent. Brutal. Now Madara's indifferent face clearly says, I'm in a bad mood and don't mess with me. There were several warships in an instant, and it only took a few seconds to go back and forth. Such a picture made the people in the auditorium feel a chill down their backs. The same is true for these Marines. Opponents who are obviously not the enemy have to go to great lengths to search for the opponent's location. Well now, as soon as the opponent appeared, he was killed without even a chance to fight back. Madara is running fast on the sea. There were 2 high waves on the sea. Madara galloped through the middle, leaving a long white line on the sea behind her. Hashlama, here I come. As soon as she roared and changed, Madara disappeared in the sea area. And meanwhile, on the island where Hashirama is, a person walked slowly towards Hashirama. Hashirama is holding a huge collection of strange and bright flowers. Turning around, the hippie smiling face was instantly put away, and he stared at the person who suddenly appeared behind him with a serious expression. Black robe. It is embroidered with a blood cloud pattern in red. The moment the other party appeared, the surrounding air temperature seemed to drop a lot. The cold wind surrounded each other. Hashirama looked at the person in front of him. Who are you? The other party looked at first Hokage holding flowers in front of him, and the image of the other party was very different from what he imagined. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. My name, don't you already know it? Hearing this, Hashirama put down the flower in his hand, Uzumaki Nagato. People of the Uzumaki clan, your eyes. The first time he saw each other, Hashirama caught Nagato's eyes. Advertisement. Purple Rinnegan, this is the fairy eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Unexpectedly, it appeared on a person from the Uzumaki clan. Nagato didn't want to say more on Rinnegan, and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Hurry up and act. The enemy will know our position in half an hour. Originally, Hashirama wanted to chat with the other party, but seeing this, the other party obviously did not intend to communicate more. But now he can't feel the hostility of the other party, and can still cooperate and act together. You're right, we can't stay here forever. Hashirama said looking at Nagato, beating tentatively. This behavior is very strange. It's almost as if the guy is getting used to his legs. In the Hokage world. Konan looked at Uzumaki Nagato in the light curtain. Nagato, leg, recovered, body. Looking at the ruddy and energetic Nagato in the picture, she has not seen such a Nagato for a long time. But appearing in this posture, the other members of the Akatsuki organization were surprised. They don't remember when there was such a person in the Akatsuki organization. Also surprised by Nagato is Jiraiya. Nagato, you are Akatsuki. Although Jiraiya has many doubts in her mind, now is not the time to think about it. Even if you have any questions, you can ask Nagato in person. Next invasion. He must be strong enough to invade the quota. This way he can ask Nagato about Akatsuki face to face. But now it is worth noting that this time is different from before. When Senju Hashirama and Nagato entered the One Piece world, the S-class combat personnel of the One Piece world. The light curtain that popped up in front of them accurately displayed the real-time positions of the three of them. 3.6 This time, there is no half-hour delay rule. It seems that the rules may change a little with each invasion. The first delay of half an hour was to allow the intruders to survive better. As for the invasion mission, it seems impossible to complete it at all. However, this time the number of intruders became 3, and the intruder's injury Uzumaki Nagato was healed, allowing Nagato's body to return to its peak state. This is obviously to allow the personnel on both sides to fight in the best condition. Where are we going? Hashirama asked, looking at Nagato in front of him. For this Uzumaki clan, Hashirama wanted to test him out. Nagato smiled, of course it's enough to make a big noise, and then, to complete the invasion mission. Hearing this, Hashirama smiled, and looked down at the light curtain in front of him. Invasion mission. Hunting $5 level fighters in this world. Defeating or killing is considered a successful hunt. Progress, 0/5. Chapter 220 Conversation to be held sooner or later, Marine and Pirates. Different from the last invasion mission, this one is much simpler and rougher. Now it's Madara that worries Hashirama. Hashirama also wants Madara not to act as he pleases, rather than deal with the powerful people of this world. This time they don't have to stand on opposing sides. Instead, they can fight together for the ninja world. Hashirama also believes that Madara's ability is enough to complete the last invasion mission. Advertisement. But in the end he gave up, although Madara was very chivalrous in doing so. But this is world war. The loser will become the nutrient of the opponent's world. What kind of chivalry should be paid attention to at this time, although doing so seems to have a feeling of treachery, but for the sake of people in the ninja world, Hashirama doesn't think his idea is wrong. In the picture, Hashirama and Nagato are rushing towards another island. The two were galloping across the sea. At this moment, the audience was watching the three people in the picture. They are all running crazily on the sea, using the sea as a flat land. This ability makes people more and more enviable. It would be great if pirates like them could also have such abilities. For anyone who dares to sail on the sea is the most feared thing, and the sea is also the most feared thing. The ability to walk as if at sea is the envy of sailors. When the three of them were in action, Kong on the marine side also noticed 3 light spots appearing on the light curtain map. Unlike before, the light spot is still flickering, but it slowly changes its position. Although the light spots flickered before, they just flickered in one place for half an hour, and then jumped to the next place in an instant. This change made Kong keenly feel the difference. This time, the punctuation map is showing the location of the intruder in real time. Kong rushed out of the ship's cabin. He is still near N-Ice Lobby now, in order to prevent Madara from making a comeback and attack N-Ice Lobby again. Now there are 2 new intruders, and this time he can also directly see the Guardian mission. Defeat the invaders. Minimize the destruction of the world by the invaders as much as possible, and at the same time ensure that no S-level combat personnel will be killed. This Guardian mission is much more difficult than the last one. Kong's face changed from cloudy to cloudy. If the last time was just to ensure that N-Ice Lobby was not destroyed. So this time, it is necessary to protect all personnel rated as S-level combat effectiveness. At the same time, it is necessary to minimize the damage of the invaders to the world. Advertisement. The 2 requests conveyed a meaning to Kong. That is, they need to fight, but at the same time they cannot let people in their own world die. However, the big problem is that Whitebeard and others on the pirate side will not listen to his command. The other party will definitely attack, if they accidentally kill a person with S-level combat power. Does that mean the mission failed? There are 2 biggest problems in stopping the invaders this time. One is that they must fight, and no one can die. The second problem is the cooperation between different forces. If this problem cannot be solved, then the difficulty of completing the silo mission will increase exponentially. But this kind of thing is not something Kong can decide, it needs the consent of the 5 elders who hold the highest power in the world. However, it is impossible to think about it with the A, and it is impossible for the 5 elders to agree. Kong, who was a little melancholy, is very depressed now. But let someone contact Admiral on the other ship immediately. In short, let's take a look at the 2 people who have just invaded this world. The strength of these 2 new enemies also needs to be confirmed with your own eyes. Look at the direction of a flashing red dot on the punctuation map. It seems that they are preparing to meet at a certain location. Commander Kong. While Kong was thinking, a marine soldier stepped forward to report. What's wrong? The Holy Land Marijoice has sent instructions that Commander Kong can mobilize Shishibukai to assist Marine in all combat operations. Asking Shishibukai to help Marine, Kong froze for a second and then smiled coldly. It seems that the 5 elders also know the key to stopping the intruders this time. But they still don't intend to compromise with the pirates, they just sent Shishibukai to assist Marine. In Kong's view, this is a palliative, not a permanent solution. In the end, Marine and pirates must have a dialogue. It is related to the survival of the 2 worlds. If the power of the entire world cannot be united, then the probability of final extinction is too great. I see. Although Kong saw the problem clearly, but now was not the time to talk to those 5 people to change their minds. How could they be willing to bow their heads without experiencing 1 or 2 complete failures? Let all marine warships start heading towards the spot on the punctuation map where the 3 invaders gather. Marine starts to move. In the picture, huge warships began to move like beasts on the sea. The waves that broke suddenly swayed high. Advertisement. Seeing the picture of marine warships sailing together in groups, such an army number for the world of Hokage. But it is quite terrifying, compared to the marine that can summon tens of millions of soldiers without moving. The 5 ninja powers in the Hokage world can only make so many ninjas together. Marine has an overwhelming advantage in numbers. Now Wukage is a little worried, if one day, some kind of passage appears between the 2 worlds. Let the 2 worlds really connect, and they start a real fight. At that time, the overwhelming number of enemies completely crushed the ninja troops. The battle at that time may be extremely fierce. The 5 people who were thinking about the future battle situation were suddenly attracted by the transformation of the huge light curtain in the sky. Marine's figure disappeared, and this time it was the movement of the 5 Emperors Alliance on the pirate side. On a sky island. In the huge conference hall, Golden Lion Shiki was smoking a cigar, and with a pair of legs inlaid with sharp swords, he kept colliding on the metal floor. Countless sparks burst out. He opened his hands and looked at Yuichi, who was sitting beside him with a big smile on his face. Yuichi, who was dressed in a white robe and looked a little haggard, stared at the juice in the crystal glass with lowered eyebrows. Captain Yuichi, there are tens of thousands of people who want to join our 5 Emperor floating pirates these days. These are all new WORLD 370 pirates. The strength is not bad, do you want to bring them all under your command? Golden Lion is in a very happy mood now, as if he has returned to the Rocks ship. Crazy recruitment, strengthen your own team. And Yuichi looked up at the happy Golden Lion. Yuichi was not too interested in pirates, it didn't matter if there were more or less people. No. If you like, let all these people join your flying pirate group, anyway, now your pirate group is also a pirate group under the command of the floating pirate group. Seeing Yuichi's almost the same attitude as the Rocks in the past, not caring about the size of his opponents, now Golden Lion is more satisfied with joining Tai-Ai's team. In the past few days, a batch of new pirates have poured in under the command of the 5 Emperors. But they don't charge everyone. And this situation has brought Yuichi, the new 5 Emperors, closer to the other 4 Emperors. Whitebeard glanced at Yuichi. The new invaders have arrived. Let's get moving too. As the invisible leader of the 5 Emperors Alliance, although he does not have this title, Whitebeard is still the invisible leader of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Then trigger and start. What are you waiting for, that Uchiha Madara? I really want to fight him again. Kaido stood up and said with some anger. Don't worry, maybe they will fight themselves this time. Suddenly Yuichi's voice sounded, and everyone else was a little curious when they heard this. The intruders fought themselves? Why? Chapter 221 The Meaning of Protection, Akatsuki, Hitomi Jutsu, Nagato. Whitebeard and others looked at Yuichi, wanting Yuichi to explain why he said that. Yuichi felt the need to help them recall the past. Remember the information we got about the other world before. At that time, the light curtain gave the 2 worlds the opportunity to obtain information and understand the other's world. One of the pieces of intelligence involved the issue of chakra, when the light curtain showed the picture of Shiyu's Haibo Madara and Senju Hashirama fighting. Advertisement. This battle does not require too much explanation to make people clearly understand what is chakra and what is endurance. Everyone recalled the scene they saw at that time in a trance. Uchiha Madara. No wonder I always thought he looked familiar. Could it be that in the picture shown by the light curtain at that time, one of the two fighting was Uchiha Madara? Shanks asked. That's right. Yuichi nodded. At that time, the light curtain broadcast the battle between the two, and most people probably focused on the fight between the two. Not many people go back and pay attention to the looks of the two of them. Even if I remember the impression of the World War during this period, I won't remember it so clearly. The two who fought at that time were Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Hearing this, everyone looked at Yuichi with some doubts. If Yuichi remembers that one of them is Uchiha Madara, it is normal, maybe Yu has amazing memory, but how does he know that the other one is called Senju Hashirama? Yuichi doesn't intend to explain too much about this question, and now he just wants to briefly explain that there is a conflict between Madara and Hashirama. Everyone hadn't had time to open their mouths to ask questions. But Yuichi continued, Madara and Hashirama have a very special conflict, even though they come from the same world, even if they are fighting on the same ground. Once the two meet, there will be a battle. Why do you know these things? Anai, the first ant, couldn't help asking curiously. Yuichi first exchanged glances with Big Mom, then turned to look at the others. Shanks, Kaido, Whitebeard and even their subordinates Beckman, Marco, Yin and others all looked at Yuichi curiously. It's not that they don't believe Yuichi's words, but they really believe that Yuichi is not lying. But they wonder why Yuichi would know these things. This is a person from another world, why does Yuichi know what happened between them? Thinking of this, these people looked at Yuichi with weird eyes. I'll tell you about this when I have a chance in the future. Now I just want to let you know that this is our chance. Advertisement. If those two people meet and a fight breaks out, it's a good chance indeed. Shanks caressed the hilt of his waist with one hand, and a gleam burst out of his eyes. The last time he played against Madara, Shanks was aware of his shortcomings. He has a strong melee ability, but if he faces a ninja with a lot of tricks, he will inevitably fall into passivity. So now Shanks really wants to find an opportunity to break through the status quo, and fighting is essential if he wants to break through his own shortcomings. The person named Senju Hashirama who can make Madara save someone who wants to do it when he meets him is definitely very strong. Then let's focus on the third guy, the guy named Uzumaki Nagato. Whitebeard spoke the plan. Kaido nodded in agreement. Uzumaki Nagato, this man doesn't know how strong he is. Seeing that he didn't take the opponent very seriously, or Kaido's character, even Madara didn't think that he would lose to the opponent with all his strength. Such a state is what Yuichi does not want to see. Because this time Yuichi's templating system also gives the task. The meaning of protection. Guarantee that your world's S-level combat personnel will not be killed. Task reward, character template Byakuya Kukaki awakening progress increased by 10%. Directly increase the awakening progress by 10% at one time. This reward can be very generous. But the difficulty of the task is also very high, and there are many people in One Piece world who are rated as S-level combat effectiveness. Marine 3 Admiral, Garp, Sengoku, Kong and others are probably considered to be S-level combat power. As for the pirates, let alone the four emperors, it is very likely that even the deputy of the four emperors are all considered to be S-level combat power. It is necessary to ensure that these people are not killed. The task is very difficult. First of all, not all of these people obey Yuichi's orders, and if they fail to keep them all together, those who rush forward to kill Yuichi's mission may end in failure. So it is necessary for the four emperors and their pirates to understand the power of these people. It is not impossible to even expose something special for this. Anyway, now Yuichi has the power to protect himself, even if someone finds out that he knows about the other party's world, it doesn't matter. Hiding is naturally necessary when the strength is not enough. But with sufficient strength, Yuichi's current self-preservation strength reveals some unusual features, and no one dares to attack him. Advertisement. That man named Uzumaki Nagato, don't underestimate him. Hearing Yuichi say this, Kaido was amused. What? Don't you know this person too? That's right. Yuichi's answer without hesitation made Kaido stuck in the second half of the sentence. In the opponent's world, there is a mysterious organization named Akatsuki. This organization is very strong, and its specificity is similar to the Shishibukai in our world. But the difference is that they don't follow the orders of Wuying village and act on their own will. Uzumaki Nagato, this is the leader of Akatsuki. At least the leader on the surface. Shanks looked at Yuichi. Akatsuki. This name sounds like a bunch of quiet guys. Can you tell just from the name of the organization? Yuichi smiled. It's really restless. I don't need to say what kind of existence Akatsuki is for now. But about this Uzumaki Nagato, I need to tell you about his power. The opponent's world, you all know about ninjutsu, and you also know about chakra and tailed beasts. And the other world also has a very special power, pupil technique. This is a force that is completely different from the above, but possesses an ability no less than these forces. Simply put, Uzumaki Nagato has extremely unique eyes. It's called Rin-Egan and this eye is said to be an eye that only the immortals of the other world can have. The fighting power is terrible. Suddenly Yuichi said so much information, 4 emperors felt a little unable to understand it for a short time. At this moment, on the light curtain of the Hokage world, Yuichi looked at Yuichi who seemed to know their world very well. Immediately, all the ninjas showed doubts. Wukage was very surprised in his heart at this moment. Why does the old man feel that he seems to know a lot about ninjas in our world? 4th Raikage looked at Yuichi in the picture and said. I feel the same way. 3rd Tsuchikage, the 2-day scale Onoji, nodded. Terumi Mei was a little worried, if the other party really understands our world very well. Then it will be terrible. A person who knows his own world situation is equivalent to grasping the opportunity and occupying an absolute advantage. Once the invasion of the opponent's world is over, it will be the turn of the opponent's world to invade, then it will be difficult. Chapter 222 The 5 Emperors Who Didn't Move, the Marine in Panic. Everyone is moving at full speed. Judging from the current intelligence, the meeting point of the target should be near the Sabayati archipelago. The Commander-in-Chief has brought the admirals from Nice lobby. We are the closest to Sabayati archipelago, and we must arrive at Sabayati within half an hour. On a certain sea area, one after another warships are passing by quickly. This group of marines rushed towards the waters of Sabayati. Advertisement. In the light curtain of the ninja world, when this group of warships lined up neatly and sailed in the endless sea. That extraordinary aura cannot be described with simple words. It makes people feel a sense of surging oncoming. The army of the opposing world has such a strong ability to act. Such a huge team was organized in such a short time. This terrifying ability to act made Wuying village a little ashamed. Feeling a lot of pressure. As soon as you think about it, the positions of the invading and defending parties are exchanged. It's okay if the rules are the same as this time, if there are some changes in the rules. It would be terrible to let the opponent's army come over directly. The main military forces of the 5 major countries are ninjas, and because of their powerful combat effectiveness, the number of ninjas seems to be somewhat small. On the other hand, in the opponent's world, even ordinary soldiers have impressive combat effectiveness. Not to mention fighting with guns, even if it is just a comparison of physical fitness, people in the other world are stronger than their world. This invasion must snatch more benefits for our 697 world. Otherwise, when it's our turn, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand their attacks at all. Hiruzen said with some melancholy. Onoki and others also have the same idea as Hiruzen. If it is really their turn, this kind of rallying power and this kind of action efficiency is something that ninjas don't have. After all, there are too few staff. There is no fundamental way to quickly mobilize such a large-scale military operation. Ordinary people only feel shocked, but Wukage considers it completely different. But the scene quickly changed to a deserted island. Nagato stood on the reef by the sea, staring at the sea water constantly hitting the island. In the face of the endless waves, this deserted island was obliterated sooner or later and finally sank to the bottom of the sea. For a moment, Nagato's thoughts became a little sad. Is the humble existence destined to be submerged by the waves? Can't it survive? The other red dot is Madara. Hashirama on the island, standing on the highest rock, asked Nagato below. Advertisement. Nagato said that's right. Without looking back. Feeling that Nagato's mood was a bit wrong, Hashirama removed the small light curtain in front of him and looked at his back. Later, no matter what happens between me and Madara, I hope, you don't interfere. Hearing this, Nagato looked up at him, feeling a little curious. What are you going to do? Doing what? Hashirama had no way to answer this question, but he guessed that with Madara's temper, a big battle would probably break out. But at this juncture, if he wants to fight Madara first, and then think about completing the invasion mission or something. This kind of words Hashirama is a little hard to say, he also knows how many people and how many pairs of eyes are staring at them in the ninja world. I look forward to them bringing victory, and looking forward to them allowing the ninja world to continue to exist. But Hashirama doesn't have much to do with Madara either. If you don't have a real fight, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sit down and talk with Madara calmly. You don't have to worry about this, you promise me now that no matter what happens later, you will never interfere. The request was outlandish, but Hashirama emphasized a second time that Nagato didn't like to get to the bottom of it either. The man in front of him is the god of ninja, no matter what problems arise, he should be able to solve them. Okay. I promise you. Nagato nodded. Hashirama finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the light curtain again, it means that Madara's light spot is approaching rapidly. It will be here in about 10 minutes. Hashirama is a little worried, this place should not be discovered too soon. He and Madara need a little time. However, his hope will eventually come to nothing. A large number of sea elves are rushing here in full swing. Has the 5 emperors started to move? On the fleet departing from Nice lobby, Commander Kong is asking the soldiers beside him. Report to the Commander-in-Chief, the information given by the reconnaissance force, the floating golden ship proverb, has not left the Golden Lion Sky Island. Haven't acted yet? What the hell are the 5 emperors doing? Don't they plan to make a move this time? Marine alone was not insecure about defeating the invaders, and Shishibukai was called in as well. Advertisement. If Marine 3, Admiral and Shishibukai are still fully confident in dealing with the invaders, but the 5 emperors remain silent, what does that mean? Kong can't figure it out. However, at the moment on Sky Island, Yuichi looks at Big Mom. How are you getting ready? Auntie smiled. Yuichi, your proposal is simply amazing. With your reminder, they have started experimenting and marking different mirrors these days. In the world, most places have already marked. Speaking of which, a capable person walked up to the 5 emperors. This person is none other than a member of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Bray. Her ability, Mirror Fruit, although the attack power is not very good. But in Yuichi's eyes, her ability is an enhanced version of the Door Fruit. With it, mirrors anywhere in the world can only enter and exit, and the mirror becomes a passage. The 5 emperors don't have to sit around sitting on the proverb every time. They can appear anywhere without anyone noticing. Just prepare a large enough mirror ahead of time. And a mirror enough for all the 5 emperors to come and go has already been made in Sabayati. Soon you will be able to enter and exit Sabayati directly through this mirror. With this ability, it doesn't matter even if Marine monitors, as long as you can find the corresponding mirror in the mirror space, you can quickly reach Sabayati. Gulala. Big Mom is lucky that you are still a veteran 4 emperors. You have such a powerful guy under your command, but you don't know how to use her ability. If you had discovered such a powerful ability, I am afraid that your territory would have expanded several times. Whitebeard sneered mercilessly at his former companion. And Big Mom was not angry at all. Humph. Old man, are you envious of me? Since the establishment of the 5 Emperors Alliance, the relationship between Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard has improved a lot. Maybe it triggered the bond of the Rocks Pirates. Even the redheads can't stand these 3 guys, as the Sea Emperors who rule the sea. They actually quarreled and bickered all day long, and even got into big fights from time to time, although they were all point to point. But in this way, the cards of the Emperor of the Sea were all lost by them. Others are not surprised. Bree looked at Yuichi very respectfully, with a little blush on his face. Master Yuichi, we are preparing, and we will be able to arrive directly at Sabayati in about half an hour. Yuichi looked at Buletinlei, who was a little strange, but nodded politely. I see. Thank you. You're welcome, it's nothing, as long as it can help Master Yuichi, Buletin is willing to do anything. Yuichi, there's no need for other things. Chapter 223. Meet like an old friend, fight like a sworn enemy. From outsiders' point of view, maybe Yuichi and others are not moving, but even the people in One Piece world are a little anxious. Hasn't the 5 emperors dispatched yet? When will this be? The enemies are almost converging. Once the terrifying Uchiha Madara joins his 2 companions, it's going to be a big deal. Although ordinary people don't know the strength of these 2 people who just came to Pirate World. But in the final analysis, those who can meet the invasion conditions are all S-level combat power. No matter how bad such a person is, how bad can they be? Advertisement. Just one Uchiha Madara has the power to almost destroy the entire island. If you add 2 companions to help. No matter what the invasion mission of these people is this time, it seems that it will not be too difficult to complete. Because Yuichi and others did not take any action in the screen, there is no screen about Yuichi, Whitebeard, and others at all. People can only know the movements of the 5 emperors through the movements of the Marines and their conversations. As time goes by little, the first fleet is almost arriving at the target location. However, at this time Madara and Hashirama have seen each other. The waves slapped, and Ban, who was speeding on the sea, rushed towards the deserted island where Hashirama was located at a rocket-like speed. When the distance between the 2 was close enough to see each other, both of them stared at each other for the first time. Nagato saw the eyes of Hashirama and Madara, and immediately felt something was wrong. However, at this moment, the people of Pirate World are worried. Oops, the enemy has converged. And the 2 seem to know each other, they seem to be friends. This is even worse. If the 2 are friends, the tacit understanding must be different from that of ordinary people, and it will be even more difficult to deal with. The flying Madara stood on the sea, and suddenly stopped 3,000 meters away from the deserted island. Madara, who seemed impatient at first, seemed much calmer after seeing Hashirama with her own eyes. The 2 just stared at each other silently, and neither of them spoke for the first time. The waves are beating, and the sea breeze is blowing gently. Such a scene seems very peaceful, but only Nagato who is here knows that it is not as peaceful as it seems. Haven't these two people given up on the past grievances? Nagato carefully looked at Madara in front of him. He was not only thinking about his and Hashirama's problems, but also about Akatsuki's organization. But in this occasion, it is definitely not suitable to ask anything. Long time no see. Llama Hash. Yes. Mama, I didn't expect the two of us to meet again under such circumstances. The two of them smiled at the same time. The joy from the heart filled the faces of the two of them. Just looking at this scene, even the people in the Hokage world began to feel relieved a lot. Looking at Madara's crazy and ferocious face at the beginning, and the sunny smile now, it looks like two different people. Advertisement. Some people even began to wonder if Madara was schizophrenic. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Madara looked at Hashirama. Hashirama sighed, put away his smile, and looked a little dignified. I know. Then, you won't let me down this time. Hearing this, Hashirama frowned. I'm afraid I still have to disappoint you. No. It's not your decision this time. Hashirama, this time it's about two worlds, our business can't. I don't care what the world will be like, and I don't care what other people think. All I do is what I want to do. You are still as paranoid as ever. Hashlama, you are still as simple as ever. Madara opened her hands to show him to look at this world. This is a brand new world, this is something beyond their recognition. And beyond the world. There are countless such worlds. They should not be confined to a corner of the ninja world, but should focus on the heavens and the world. This is what Madara wants Hashirama to see. And Hashirama understands what Madara means. After all, the two were once sworn friends, and Hashirama can understand Madara's meaning without saying a word in every move. But Madara looked at him with stubborn eyes. Madara never changed his character. What he wants to do, what he thinks will never change. Does it have to be like this? Hashirama was a bit disappointed. He had a lot of arguments he wanted to use to convince Madara. But in the end, I still couldn't say anything. However, Madara suddenly laughed when me. Listen to you. There are 6 words in a sentence, simple but powerful. Hashirama looked straight at Madara with his head raised and deep eyes, as if he was going to see through his heart, as if he had seen through Madara's thoughts. It is good. After a few seconds of silence, Zhongying Madara's song had a simpler word. After the voice fell, the whole sea seemed to be quiet in an instant, only the whistling wind remained. Only the ever-moving tide. The moment the sweep hit the reef, there was a bright crashing sound. Boom. The moment the sound of seawater hitting the reef sounded, a terrifying air explosion exploded at the same time. Ask for flowers. 2 people. Figure. Advertisement. Dissipate at the same time. Immediately afterwards, Hashirama, who jumped up from the rocks and fell straight down, appeared in the midair, and Madara, who jumped up into the sky at the same time. Collide in the air. It was just a collision of strength, and the violent wind created by the two of them was like a terrifying giant wave sweeping around. The sea receded and the trees fell. Boom boom boom. The terrifying chakra fluctuations erupted instantly, and the chakra impact of the two intertwined and gathered together. This suddenly changed from a point of light to a giant blue chakra ball. In an instant, the two separated. The positions of Madara and Hashirama were reversed. Madara, who was knocked into the air, landed on a deserted island, and Hashirama, who fell down, stood firmly on the sea, and the huge impact caused huge splashes on the sea. 0. Poof. The moment the two landed on the ground and stabilized their figures. Madara's crazy roar cool. Hashlama, I have waited too long for this battle, I know you will definitely come back. If you see me here, you will definitely come. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong, you really came. You don't have to worry about it this time, this is another world, you and I can finally fight with all our strength. Face Madara's roar. Hashirama just sighed softly, the battle seemed inevitable. I don't know what kind of mood the civilians in the ninja world are looking at their hopes and fighting among themselves at this moment. However, at this time, everyone in the ninja world felt extremely speechless. They were doing well, so suddenly the two started fighting. Didn't they still talk and laugh in the last second? It's like a scene where old friends meet, the wind is sunny and the background is still the endless beautiful sea horizon. Under such circumstances, the two should shake hands in a friendly manner, and then fight together to protect the world. Why did the two fight directly in a blink of an eye? And when the image of the ninja god Hashirama and Madara fighting appears, everyone is dumbfounded. I was completely shocked by the power of the two of them. With just one blow, such terrifying power erupted. If two monsters like this join hands, people in this world won't be afraid at all. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. Successive explosions, successive roars, the battle between Madara and Hashirama, like a storm, thunder, and lightning, the momentum is extremely alarming. A few. Chapter 224 The power to turn the sea into a forest, double wood style explosion. The battle scene between Hashirama and Madara, even people in One Piece world, is a little hard to believe. These are two guys from other world who don't believe in melee ability. Just judging from the fight between these two people, every blow is no worse than the attacks launched by haki users in this world. Even more powerful. The roar of the confrontation resounded like thunder, and the sea was full of terrifying battle sounds between the two. Advertisement. The waves were set off high because of the fight between the two. The air current was stirred into a storm whirl because of the collision of two people's forces. For a while, the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if thunder was about to descend. Hashirama pushed Madara back with one punch. In terms of melee ability, Hashirama's strength is naturally superior. The current Hashirama is not the Hashirama after Impure World reincarnation, but the real Hashirama at its peak. This kind of Hashirama has no fear of 107 against Madara, even Madara with Rinnegan. Because when Hashirama was resurrected, his power was completely restored. This includes the Ashura Chakra he once owned. Now Hashirama is fighting more and more bravely, and almost quickly found the feeling of the war-torn era. It makes people feel that this guy doesn't look amiable and has no temper. The sunrise will be earth-shattering when I pick it up. At this moment, the battlefield between the two has come from the desert island to the sea. Madara was forced to retreat and glide on the sea surface for a distance of more than 10 meters before slowly stopping. Looking up at Hashirama, there was no anger on his face at the moment, but a very satisfied look. Nice. This is the Hashirama I know. Madara laughed, and the smile seemed to be back to the way the two met before. It is completely impossible for people to understand what the situation is between these two people, whether they are sworn enemies or friends. However, Hashirama's complexion is not very good. If he didn't feel it before, then after several fights now. Hashirama clearly felt that Madara possessed a power similar to his. But Madara's power is still very weak, it can only be said to be a weakened version of himself. In a trance, he thought of the battle between Madara and himself in the Valley of the End, and the defeated Madara wolf bit him. An injury like that was nothing to Hashirama. But now he fully understands. Motor. You at that time didn't die, did you? Hashirama suddenly mentioned this question, and the smile on Madara's face disappeared visibly with the naked eye. Do you want to talk about this now? Advertisement. So you suppressed my cells later, and after being resurrected by the mysterious force, you will have wood style. Right. Madara looked at Hashirama very calmly without saying a word. Hashirama continued to speak, based on what I know about you, the reason why you did this must be planning a bigger conspiracy, right? Motor. Clap clap. Madara clapped her hands, you still know me. Lama Hashi. The world without you is too boring. You are right. I did plan something else, but, if you want to know my plan, then focus on defeating me before talking about it. Boom. The sudden burst of water raged in the direction of Hashirama, and at this moment Hashirama clasped his hands together. No matter what you are planning, Madara, I will not let you succeed easily. Wood style. The tree world is coming. Wood style broke out. Using wood style in this ocean, Hashirama's ninjutsu looks like it has no use at all. However, Madara stopped suddenly, clasped his hands together, and Mangeki Sharingan stared at Hashirama, wood style. The tree world is coming. Both of them used the same ninjutsu at the same time. And Madara did it to further master the power of wood style. Boom boom boom. The sea began to churn. Although there was a strong wind blowing around, there was no other movement to be seen. The two of them stood silently on the sea in a daze. 1 second was still in the midst of a fierce battle, and the next second it suddenly stopped, making people in both worlds a little uncomfortable. Suddenly the surface of the sea seemed to be boiling, and suddenly began to roll and turbulently. In Nagato on the deserted island, I looked down at the rocks under my feet. In the next second, Nagato suddenly jumped up, boom. The stone exploded, and wood-style vines suddenly drilled out of it, and countless vibrant wood-style vines popped up on the entire deserted island in an instant. The entwined sweep frantically spread towards the surface of the sea. The speed is extremely fast. At the same time, giant trees emerged from under the sea. The big tree that grew wildly from the bottom of the sea broke out of the sea, and when it appeared, it crazily moved towards the opponent to form a wood-style torrent and swept past. Two torrents collided at sea. Even though the deafening roar came out through the light curtain, it was still intense. Advertisement. When wood-style Fujiman passed by the two of them, he avoided the area within a certain range of the two of them. Looking at the endless sea, it suddenly turned into a dense forest. It's unbelievable. Turning the sea into a forest, in just a split second. Are these two ninjas so scary? Monster, a real monster. This kind of power to change the terrain in an instant, is this also ninjutsu? The people in the auditorium yelled and were shocked by the picture that appeared on the light curtain. Not to mention them, even the ninjas of the Hokage world stopped breathing collectively. They have never seen a battle of this level. Is this the battle between the legendary shinobi? The power of the god of ninja is terrifying to such an extent, and the sudden explosion of terror is simply unbelievable. Even the battle between the two completely changed their previous perception of fighting. This trademark is a ninja fight? Boom boom boom. Two strands of wood style hit each other, evenly matched at first, but quickly turned into another situation. After all, Hashirama's wood style is stronger than Madara, and has completely suppressed Madara. Sure enough. I can't completely match your strength. From the very beginning when he got the wood style, Madara knew that there was some difference between his wood style and Hashirama's wood style, but he didn't know what the difference was. If you want to truly achieve the terrifying power like Hashirama wood style, maybe only Hashirama himself can do it. But Hashirama, although your 2.8 wood style is very strong, but now I have obtained enough strength to defeat you. The moment you are about to be wrapped in wood style, Madara's Manjiki Sharingan begins to change and becomes a Rinnegan. The moment Rinnegan appeared, an invisible repulsion exploded. In the original book, Madara did not use Shenluo Tianzheng, but now Madara's eyes have restored his peak state. Shenluo Tianzhen's ability surprised him too. Using this power couldn't be easier for him now. A strong repulsive force erupted, and the wood-style vine man was instantly bounced away, and in the blink of an eye, he was shattered crazily. Boom buzz. Hashirama also let go of his hands suddenly, and looked at the core position of wood-style Fujiman in the distance with some surprise. Although he couldn't see Madara's figure, he could feel the terrifying power erupting from Madara. You really got a new power. Motor. Chapter 225 Immortalize, Weird Madara. Rinnegan's power was felt by Hashirama. Madara didn't see any problem. Instead, he glanced at Hashirama proudly. That look is like showing off to each other between friends. Madara's current situation left Hashirama speechless. Obviously the two are fighting, but Madara reminds him from time to time when they were friends in the past. Advertisement. Bringing this kind of emotion into battle can have a huge impact on Hashirama. He didn't know if this was Madara's trick or not. Although it feels possible, it seems that there is no need to do so with Madara's strength. Rinnegan. The legendary words of immortals, did they also evolve from Sharingan? Hashirama asked. Madara gave the answer very simply, and she is not afraid of being known by the Uchiha clan in the current ninja world. Because this kind of thing is no longer possible to replicate. There is no second Hashirama in the world, and there will be no second Uchiha Madara for him either. That's right. The legendary eye of the immortal is indeed evolved from Sharingan. Hearing Madara's answer, a sympathy flashed in Hashirama's eyes. How the power of the Sharingan evolves, Hashirama knows all too well. Those eyes are called cursed eyes. If Sharingan wants to evolve into Manjiki, it needs a strong enough emotional stimulus. If 29 wants to cause such a violent emotional ups and downs, it needs an accident for the most important person to produce such an emotional shock. Evolving Manjiki is like this, let alone Rinnegan. Hashirama subconsciously thought that Madara must have experienced greater pain to open Rinnegan. However, Madara looked at Hashirama's face, and was stunned for a moment, and then a little moved, but suddenly smiled and said, "Idiot, do you think it is the same condition as opening Manjiki? It is completely different." I heard that Hashirama is a little embarrassed. I am preconceived by myself. Then how do you do it? Madara, stop talking nonsense, I really want to know how to beat me, and I will tell you whatever you want to ask. Boom. The storm suddenly rose, and Madara's figure rushed towards Hashirama in an instant. This time with the blessing of Shenluo Tianzhen's power, his speed has become even faster. Hashirama habitually raised his hand to resist. But this time it was different, completely unstoppable. Rinnegan is turned on, and Madara's power has also become much stronger. With a punch, Hashirama was thrown straight into the water. In an instant, it sank to the bottom of the sea more than 10 meters away. Hashirama in the sea opened his eyes and looked at the shadow on the water. What a strong force! Wooden dragon technique. Advertisement. The densely entangled wood-style vines in the sea water were entangled together and gathered into a ferocious wooden dragon. Pulling Hashirama out of the sea, Hashirama stood on top of the wooden dragon's head after surfacing. Look across at Madara. Ahem. Coughing lightly. Madara, aren't you going to use Sage Mode yet? Lama Hash, you are not my opponent like this. Speaking of which, the wooden dragon roared, as if saying, don't underestimate me. Madara glanced at the wooden dragon. How dare an unconscious thing snarl at me? Universal pull. The gravitational explosion instantly locked the wooden dragon and pulled it. Before Hashirama could react, the wooden dragon under his feet went directly to Madara. In a split second, Hashirama hastily controlled the wooden dragon, and since they had rushed over, he simply used his power to attack Madara directly. The wooden dragon opened its huge mouth and bit Madara fiercely. But after getting close to Madara's, bite it down. The corners of Madara's mouth turned up slightly. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. The gravitational force disappears when the repulsive force explodes, and the repulsive force erupts at such a close range, and the sleepy dragon is easily torn apart. Unfold into clumps of sawdust. And Hashirama was hit by the aftermath of Shenluo Tianzheng in the air, and fell rapidly towards the distance. Manipulating gravity and repulsion. It's indeed the words of a fairy. Hashirama said this in a low voice, basically only he could hear it. But he forgot that the scene of the battle was played by the light curtain. The entire ninja world heard this sentence. At the same time, the audience in One Piece world also opened their mouths slightly. Looking at Madara's eyes in amazement, eyes that can manipulate gravity and repulsion. Is there such power in just a pair of eyes? This is much stronger than the fruit ability. Hash Lama. Turn on Sage Mode. If this continues, I'll be bored. Madara's words made second Hokage Tobirama in Pure Land feel that something was wrong. Why is Madara only urging the big brother to use Sage Mode? It's impossible for this guy to just fight big brother. If he really only wants to beat his big brother, Madara won't care what force zone Hashirama uses. It may be normal the first time, but it is obviously abnormal the second time. Although Tobirama felt something was wrong with Madara, he had no way to inform Hashirama. I can only pray in my heart, my elder brother must not use Sage Mode lightly. Otherwise it is likely. Then do as you wish. Motor, Sage Mode. Snapped. Advertisement. Just clap your hands together and turn on Sage Mode directly. This made Jiraiya stunned when she saw this scene. This turns on Sage Mode? So simple? Cooperating with you is to clap your hands no matter what, and just finish the job. Clap your hands and shout what you want. Compared with first Hokage, Jiraiya feels that her Sage Mode is too weak. Hashirama, who instantly entered the Sage Mode state in the screen, the chakra fluctuations on his body became much stronger in an instant. At this moment, someone noticed the fleeting smile on Madara's face. That smile seems to say finally here. Sage Mode turns on. Hashirama's combat power is completely different from before. This time it was Hashirama who charged at Madara on his own initiative. He punched through the air. Explode the strange power of the Senjua family with the amount of chakra in Sage Mode. Under the blessing of 2 or 2, the power stack 093 is very terrifying. However, in the face of Hashirama's attack, Madara chose to dodge. Turn around and kick Hashirama. The fierce battle begins next time. Madara stared at Hashirama. Hashi-lama, who was defeated by this force last time, this time I will not be defeated again. Before I absorb this power of yours, I will defeat you. Defeat your proud Sage Mode. Boom boom boom. A more intense roar erupted on the sea. Susanoo. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. On one side, wood style is entwined, vines are everywhere, and on the other side, blue flames are burning. Forming a blue energy titan, it swung a gigantic blade and slashed towards the wooden golem. Boom. The roar of an instant explosion resounded through the entire sea. In the wind, Nagato looked at the two people in the fierce battle. Feeling the power of the two, the chakra in his body was also boiling. He had never felt like this before. It will appear that the fighting spirit is surging, and I can't wait to join in it, and start a big battle with the two of them. Nagato, whose body was restored to peak condition, seemed to be less sad. It seems to have returned to the mentality of my youth. But at this moment, Nagato suddenly looked back. A large group of marine fleet is coming here. Nagato sneered, I promised Hashirama that I will not participate in the matter between him and Madara, but these people are not in the agreement. Swish. Nagato's figure disappears. Chapter 226 Marine Lineup, the 5 emperors who appeared out of thin air. Swish swish swish. Nagato, who was galloping on the sea, stepped on the sea quickly. Set off 2 high waves. The fleet in the distance was approaching rapidly, but from afar, they saw the waves rising from the sea, attacking here in a straight line. The marine general at the bow saw this strange sight all the way. Advertisement. What is that? The vice admiral was too far away to see what was coming. However, Nagato's speed was very fast, and he was about to rush in front of him in the blink of an eye. At this time, the marine general picked up the binoculars to see what the other party was. Only a voice suddenly sounded. Water style. Waterfall technique. The moment the voice fell, a large amount of seawater on both sides of the warship suddenly surged up. Boom boom boom. The huge waves surpassed the height of the warship almost instantly. The marine general on the deck looked at the huge wave in front of him. As long as this huge wave falls, there is no doubt that even the defensive power of the marine warship will definitely not be able to withstand this level of shock. The warship can be overturned easily. Moment. Not even 3 seconds. This fleet, with 5 or 6 large marine warships, was submerged in the sea in an instant. All the ships were dragged into the bottom of the sea by the rolling of the sea, and only less than 100 people did not sink in the boiling sea. Look at the remaining people on the sea. Nagato did not continue to shoot. Instead, he slowly lowered his hands and smiled. Maybe I didn't use ninjutsu anymore. It seems that I haven't forgotten it. Jiraiya in the ninja world is a little speechless at the moment. Nagato's brain circuit is too strange. Ninjutsu is like swimming, once you learn it, you can't forget it. This guy is actually worried about this kind of thing. Uzumaki Nagato, as a former disciple of Jiraiya, he has all chakra attributes because of Rinnegan. When he was studying with Jiraiya, Nagato learned a lot of ninjutsu. The reason why he later appeared as Zero Burial did not use any ninjutsu. On the one hand, Six Paths Pain's combat power does not require the use of ninjutsu, and secondly, the use of ninjutsu requires a fixed flow of chakra. Advertisement. When controlling Six Paths Pain, using ninjutsu will cause Pain to lose control. That's why Nagato basically doesn't use ninjutsu. Except for the power of Six Paths Pain itself, he avoids using ninjutsu as much as possible. Now, however, Nagato has his own body. Why can't he use ninjutsu? Now it's not about controlling the state of Six Paths Pain, you can use it however you want. Now, people who saw this scene shuddered. On one side are two monsters suddenly outrageous. Uzumaki Nagato on the other side doesn't look like a mess either. The inexplicable waves were able to easily defeat an entire fleet. This is not some shrimp soldiers and crab generals, at least there are naval headquarters generals on it. Unexpectedly, he was defeated without even having a chance to fight. And it seems that the other party is not serious yet. How can people not be afraid of such a terrifying fighting power? As soon as Uzumaki Nagato made a move, it was not only the people in the pirate world that shocked, even the ninjas in the Hokage world. Especially ninjas who are good at water style feel a little scary. This level of water style, I have never seen anyone other than Mizukage-sama use it. I didn't expect such an existence in the ninja world. Uzumaki Nagato, is this guy from the extinct Uzumaki clan? The idiot's surname is Uzumaki, so of course he is from the Uzumaki family. Mizukage Terumi looks at Uzumaki Nagato in the frame. Awesome. The attainments in water style are so high, it's interesting that I have never found such a person in the ninja world before. Uzumaki family. Reikage's expression was not very good. It was Cloud Shinobi village who did the extermination of the Uzumaki clan back then. Who knows if this man named Uzumaki Nagato will hold grudges and want revenge on Cloud Shinobi village. If the other party has malicious intentions towards Cloud Shinobi village, it will be a bit difficult to handle. As Terumi said, the opponent's water style ninjutsu is very high. It is impossible for a good ninja to be unknown in the ninja world. When everyone was amazed at Nagato's power, the screen changed. More warships appeared on the sea, and the warships riding the wind and waves were attacking frantically. This fleet is even larger than the previous ones. The first to appear on the screen is Marine 3 Admiral. They stood at the bow of the ship with their arms in their arms, watching the appearance of the three admirals in front of them, which suddenly calmed down the hearts of the audience of One Piece world. Although the strength of the enemy is strong, the strength of Marine Admiral is also trustworthy. Even if you can't beat the opponent one-on-one, it won't be a problem for three admirals to add up to deal with one. Among Marine, the Commander-in-Chief Kong is also very powerful. Advertisement. What's more, this time the screen jumps one after another, and 7 Warlords of the Sea is also in the fleet. 7 Warlords of the Sea, plus 3 admirals, these people are no more than 3 enemies together. It's not without the power to fight. Great. The main force of the Marine is coming, it's best to arrive when the two monsters are fighting fiercely. It's so much easier. Yet. These two guys had better fight as fiercely as possible. The one who loses will be our Marine. But why didn't the 5 Emperors take action? Don't they plan to take care of this invasion? Someone said this sentence, but there was no objection in the audience. Instead, they began to discuss why the 5 Emperors didn't help, why they didn't fight, and some people even felt angry about it. In the auditorium, someone noticed something was wrong. Have you already been recognized by the common people? Pirates will be recognized by the common people. This world will never be peaceful in the future. Not just the invaders, the more important reason is that the civilians are gradually recognizing the pirates. Such a situation is not a good thing for the world government and Marine. And he was talking about the 5 Emperors. Suddenly the screen jumps to Sabayati land. An extremely shocking scene appeared. On the Sabayati archipelago, Shanks, one of the 5 Emperors, is swaggering towards the sea. Behind him followed the crowd of red-hair pirates. And moving along the screen, not only the red hair appeared. Big Mom pirates. Beasts pirates. Whitebeard pirates. Floating pirates. The 5 Emperors are all here, they are all in Sabayati archipelago. How is this going? Seeing the faces appearing in the light curtain one by one, countless people in One Piece world were stunned. Apparently Marine said before that they had nothing to do in New World. And now how could it suddenly appear in Sabayati? This is completely impossible. Could it be that Marine's information is wrong? This should be impossible. On such an important matter, if there is an error in the intelligence, the Marines can die. However, it is not a mistake. The current situation cannot be explained. How did the 5 emperors suddenly cross such a long distance, and suddenly landed on Sabayati out of thin air? Chapter 227 The Tide on the Sea Surface, the time has come. What? On the bow of the marine warship, Commander-in-Chief Kong is holding a phone call. Loudly questioned the person on the other end of the phone bug. Can you say that again? Seemingly startled by the voice of Commander-in-Chief Kong, Sujike spoke cautiously. Advertisement. Master. Your Excellency. This is the Sabayati Archipelago Marine. We just discovered the 5 emperors of the New World, and they appeared in Sabayati in a daze. They're popping up from all over the place, and again, no one has ever noticed pirates logging into Sabayati land before. And there are no ships of the 5 emperors nearby. But their men have appeared. Kong's face returned to calm. Something was wrong with this matter. Are you sure you didn't find their pirate ship? Make sure there are no 5 emperor ships on the Sabayati archipelago. It's not without reason that the marine soldier is so sure. After all, the pirate ships of the 5 emperors are very huge, and it is not easy to hide them. Even if it is hidden, it will definitely be discovered. Kong was silent for a long time before slowly putting down the phone. Okay. I got it. Hanging up the phone bug, Kong couldn't figure out how the 5 emperors had sneaked into Sabayati without making a sound. This is totally impossible. Marine and 810, which monitor the movements of the 5 emperors, are all elite troops. Even if you can't beat them, you won't be slipped away by these people. It's okay to slip away 1 or 2, all the 5 emperors appeared in Sabayati, and the cadres of various pirate groups. How can that be? Not to mention that it was the elite marines who were monitoring them, even a blind man would have noticed it. This is unreasonable. Unless the 5 emperors used some unknown means to leave New World quietly. If there is such a technology, it will make Kong fearful even more. In this way, no one knows where these people will suddenly appear. If such a group of people suddenly and silently surrounded the Holy Land Marie-Joys, it would be terrible. Compared with the threat brought by the gathering of the 5 emperors, Kong feels that this ability of elusiveness is even more terrifying. The more I think about it, the more I feel that the 5 emperors must have mastered some unique way of moving. Otherwise, it is impossible to easily avoid the surveillance team sent by Marine. Now Sabayati Archipelago. The 5 emperors who appeared here swaggered down the street. A mighty group of people are heading towards the sea. Although they are pirates, none of the Marines on the island dare to appear here to stop them. Even the civilians who recognized Whitebeard and the others cheered one after another. Among the civilians, the pirates already had a lot of prestige. People who see this picture through the light curtain have a strange feeling. Advertisement. Aren't pirates vicious? Why do they start to be happy for the appearance of pirates? It was like seeing a hero. This is the hero effect. A bad person may be hated by everyone, but he has done a good deed, and after this deed is known, it will cover up many of his crimes. In the eyes of ordinary people, winning the world war is an act of saving the world. When the 5 emperors and others came to the beach, they had arranged for people to prepare the boats. Yuichi and others boarded the boats one after another, and immediately rushed towards Hashirama and others without stopping. Such behavior is even more extra points in the eyes of common people. But Yuichi et al. Did not know how they are perceived by those in the audience. Now Yuichi only knows that he is about to face those 2 men. Do not. To be precise, it should be about to face Madara in its true heyday. Madara and Hashirama meet, and the 2 don't fight. Yuichi doesn't believe it. But this battle is not simply Madara trying to prove herself, a shameful act. At the same time, he should also want to get Hashirama's magic chakra. Madara's current power is already terrifying. If you add the fairy chakra, then Madara's power will be. How terrifying! When did the pirates, old men, become so popular? Whitebeard seemed to be recalling those enthusiastic civilians on the Sabayati archipelago just now, while seeming afraid of them, at the same time shouting hard to cheer. It had been a long time since he had seen such a warm welcome. And Kaido and Big Mom feel even more uncomfortable. Even, Jab, Shanks looked uncomfortable. Their current location is only half an hour away from where Hashirama, Madara and others are. And the other side. Marine's army. Approaching the target area. There are only a few minutes left before the flight arrives. However, at this moment Kong has no time to pay attention to why Yuichi and others suddenly appeared in Sabayati. He stared at the sea, the turbulent sea. The sea is rewinding. This phenomenon is not a normal situation. Looking up at the distant sea, Kong frowned, his eyes full of fear. It seems, the situation ahead is not simple. It was able to affect the sea water here to such an extent. Kong was a little worried, the situation ahead might be more complicated than they imagined. What are these intruders doing? On the rear ship. Advertisement. 3 Admiral also noticed the change in the sea. Everyone in 7 Warlords of the Sea also looked solemn. Just seeing the unusual movements on the sea surface is enough to make people dreadful. Boom boom boom. A series of continuous roars sounded. The explosion in the distance was very strong, and no one was seen yet, but the terrible roar was already heard. Hawkeye my hawk stared ahead, his eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the line of sight crossed the vast sea and came to the place where Madara and Hashirama fought. Sage Art. Wooden Golem Jutsu. Boom boom boom. Under the blessing of the huge fairy chakra, the huge wooden golem suddenly stood up from under the sea. The wooden golem, like a Buddha, is wrapped around a wooden dragon. Hashirama stands on top of the wooden golem. At the same time, Madara shouted Susanoo. Full body Susanoo unfolds. The 2 titans confront each other on the sea. Wooden golem punches Susanoo and slashes with the lightsaber in his hand. Bitten by the wooden dragon instantly, wooden golem's fist hit Susanoo's body. And Madara did not dare to show weakness, and controlled Susanoo to kick wooden golem. Bang bang. The 2 attacked each other frantically on the sea. For a while, the sound of explosions and gas explosions sounded one after another. And the waves rolled up from the sea rushed to a height of 100 meters. Puff puff. Sea water fell from the sky and sprinkled on the 2 of them. Hashirama folded his hands together, ready to launch a stronger attack, but at this moment, Madara's eyes glanced lightly. I saw a marine warship approaching in the distance. Time is running out. That's it for now, Hashi-lama. Madara turned her head to look at Hashirama in front of her, her figure suddenly flashed and rushed towards Hashirama instantly. Hashirama, who was saving chakra, saw Madara rushing towards him, and immediately gave up releasing ninjutsu. Raise your hand and go back to prepare for a close combat with Madara. However, a black stick pierced through Hashirama's shoulder in an instant. Madara clasped Hashirama's hands directly, and under the influence of the black stick, the flow of chakra in Hashirama's body was disturbed. Motor, you. When he was about to say something, Hashirama found that the magic chakra in his body was being sucked away. Madara, that's it for Hashi-lama. Chapter 228 Marine arrives, Hawkeye handing the sword to Madara. Chakra was sucked away, and Hashirama still had the strength to resist. But in a blink of an eye, he was completely powerless, and could only watch Madara absorb all the magic chakra in his body. What a powerful force! So this is the feeling of Xianju chakra. Madara slowly opened his eyes, and at the same time let go of Hashirama in his hand, and threw him on the desert island. Advertisement. Once out of Madara's control, Hashirama quickly began to create the magic chakra. Also Hashirama regained his strength, but it is impossible to fully recover in a moment. Hash-lama. I will use your power well, and it will definitely be better than yours. As she spoke, Madara looked into the distance. A fleet is rapidly approaching on the distant sea. From Madara's perception, there are many of them who have met last time. Those people. Just use you to experiment with my magic chakra. Saying that, Madara swept towards the direction of the warship. And on the sea below, Nagato looked back at Madara passing overhead. Nagato frowned slightly Madara. He also rushed to the sky in an instant, and chased after him. Madara stopped in the air and looked back at Nagato who was chasing him. Uzumaki. Nagato. Madara looked at Rin Egan on the other side, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He once regarded Nagato as a part of his resurrection, but now he feels that he doesn't need it anymore. With that magical light curtain, his resurrection is only a matter of time, and he can also get a wider power zone. In the previous plan, the previous chess pieces were all discardable rolls. Madara. I finally see you. Nagato said. Seems like he has a lot of questions he wants to ask Madara. However, Madara didn't want to talk to Nagato at all. Turned away without looking at Nagato. I guess you have a lot to say. But now is not the time. That attitude of not allowing any doubts made Nagato very unhappy. He has never been the only one who speaks to others with this attitude, when it is the other person's turn to speak to him with this tone. Not even the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. Even after witnessing his battle with Hashirama, Nagato doesn't feel that he is not his opponent. Now Nagato has a lot of confidence and can defeat any enemy. Because his physical condition has returned to the best condition, Nagato still has confidence even in the face of Uchiha Madara. Madara sensed Nagato's hostility. Are you sure you want this? Are you sure you want to show hostility to me? It's not a wise decision to be an enemy of me, Uchiha Madara. Brat. As she spoke, Madara's tone became terrifying. Advertisement. The two glared at each other in the air, as if there was a tendency to fight again. However, at this time, it was the warship fleet that came, Marine 3 Admiral, plus everyone from 7 Warlords of the Sea. Everyone has already looked towards this side. With the ability to fly in the air, these two guys are hard to deal with. Akainu, one guy who can fly around is enough trouble. There's another one. As he spoke, Akainu looked around. There should be 3 intruders in total, why are there only 2 and the remaining 1? Could it be that they want to ambush us? Aokiji said coldly, probably not, the location map shows that the opponent is behind, if it is an ambush, it shouldn't be arranged like this. No. Then it doesn't matter, in short, take down these 2 people first, and then go to solve the last one. As soon as he said that, the irritable Akainu planned to do it. However, he was stopped by Kong, don't act rashly, take a look first. In Kong's mind, these intruders can not only be subdued by violence, but also communicated with them through negotiation. It is not impossible to solve the problem through negotiation with each other. The reason why Kong has this idea is because of Madara's strong performance before, which made him extremely jealous of the ninjas from the ninja world. As everyone knows, Madara has already stood at the pinnacle of ninja. There is no one better than him except Naruto and Sasuke. Do you have any plans, Commander-in-Chief? Akainu asked. Being asked, Kong shook his head, plan. If only he had a plan. How is it possible to plan with absolutely no intelligence about the enemy? Since the Commander-in-Chief has no plan. Then we will start. Akainu has been suppressed for a long time, his iron-blooded and violent style never bows to the enemy. Faced with these ninjas, he was frustrated again and again, this time Akainu had to let the other party understand what he said. Marine Admiral's power is no easy feat. As he said that, he was ready to activate the fruit ability. But someone is faster than him. Sonoras. There was a crisp sound of a sword piercing through the air. The slash from the great swordsman Hawkeye directly pierced through the air and swept towards the 2 people in the sky. The cyan slashing wave instantly changed the color of the sky and the sea. This time Hawkeye's slash was even more terrifying. His swordsmanship seems to have improved to a higher level. The swords in the hands of the marine soldiers were trembling slightly. Yet, the strength has become stronger again. Hawkeye. Doflamingo spoke in a strange tone from behind, with a sense of praise and irony. Ask for flowers. For Doflamingo, Hawkeye didn't bother. He just looked at the sky intently, he wanted to see these 2 strong ninjas. How will you deal with his attack? In the sky, Madara was amazed by Hawkeye's slash. Advertisement. What a powerful attack, the sword can still be used like this. It's an eye-opener for me. But having said that, Madara didn't look too worried. He just raised his hand to face the cyan slashing wave. Shenluo Tianzheng. A small-scale Shenluo Tianzheng broke out, instantly. The chopping wave that was about to hit the 2 of them dispersed in response. Swish. The light dissipated instantly. Hawkeye's pupils shrank suddenly. He couldn't understand the power used by the opponent, but it didn't prevent him from feeling the strength of the opponent. It's amazing power, that power is like a barrier, directly blocking my attack, and at the same time directly erasing it in a crushing gesture. 0. As he spoke, Hawkeye put on a posture, ready to launch a second attack. However, at this time the Commander-in-Chief Kong was a little angry. Hawkeye, why did you attack without authorization? Hawkeye, whose attack was interrupted, glanced at Kong. Put back your own Hidei, since you don't want to fight, forget it. He turned directly and walked towards the cabin. Seeing his attitude, Kong felt even more headache. Originally, maybe they could try to communicate, but Hawkeye's direct attack made this possibility shattered. Yet. My lord. This is not the time for internal strife. Doflamingo raised his finger to the air, the enemy, has rushed down. Boom. Just as the voice fell, it had already landed on the bow of the ship. Kong's eyes narrowed suddenly. In an instant, a terrifying aura prevailed. Like the sudden appearance of a demon from the abyss, the temperature of the air suddenly dropped a lot. The person who shot just now. Where is it? Your attack is very interesting, I want to try again. Madara didn't care about the 3 admirals in front of her and the many marine generals. His gaze was fixed on Hawkeye, who was about to return to the cabin. Hawkeye also stopped at this moment and looked back at Kong. The corner of Kong's mouth twitched slightly, this guy didn't pay attention to Marine at all. Just ignore them all. Akainu. The veins on the forehead popped up. The magma erupted instantly, bombarding towards Madara at high speed. The hot magma erupted in terrible smoke. Boom. There was a sudden roar on the sea. Chapter 229, Nagato makes a move and singles out the marines. Seeing the eruption of lava, it swept towards Uchiha Madara in an instant. But at this moment, Madara didn't move at all. His eyes turned to the other side instead. Bang! Buzz! A roar sounded, and the Shenluo Tianzhang erupted, instantly bouncing the magma away. Advertisement. A figure flashed in front of Uchiha Madara's eyes. These people are my prey. Nagato's voice sounded. On the deck of the warship, Madara looks at Nagato coldly. Your prey. Nagato nodded lightly, that's right. While you were fighting Hashirama, I've been following these people. Madara smiled lightly, whoever sees it first gets it. Nagato, if you want to fight with me, then maybe we can try whose Rinnegan is stronger. Looking at Nagato like this, Madara felt that the opponent seemed to want to fight with him. Uzumaki Nagato hum. Seeing that Nagato is so strong, Madara also felt that it didn't matter, anyway, he had already beaten these people. 773. The person Madara really cares about has not yet appeared, and that person is the guy Madara really wants to fight. After defeating that group of people, it is truly considered that there is no opponent in this world. Since we're waiting for Yuichi, it's okay to take a break now. Madara shrugged, since you want to do it so much, I'll leave these people to you. Speaking of which, Madara was about to jump into the sea. At the same time, he glanced back at Nagato, let me see how strong your Rinnegan is. Are you qualified enough to fight me? After speaking, Madara directly left the deck of the warship, and at this time Akainu was about to erupt. These two otherworld bastards completely ignored them in front of Marine. What to say, Marine is their prey. It is enough for Uchiha Madara to be so arrogant alone, but now another guy is so arrogant. Very good. You regard Marine as the prey, then see whether you are the prey or Marine is the prey. Great eruption. The furious Akainu seems to have forgotten that this is a battle on Marine's warship. A large amount of magma erupted directly, and the deck of the warship was completely burned. Marine Admiral is planning to destroy this ship. Doflamingo said coldly. But Akainu doesn't have time to talk to him now. Humph. With Nagato's cold snort, Shenluo Tianzhang broke out again. In an instant, the incoming lava was bounced away again. He seems to be able to release some kind of weird energy shock, which can directly block Akainu's attack. Aokiji standing on the side can see clearly from another angle. Advertisement. Aokiji couldn't comprehend how this was done due to the power of Shinra Tenseki. The deck of the warship began to sink due to Akainu's attack, but Aokiji, who jumped up, directly raised his hand to face the sea and released his ability. Ice Age. Clack clack. The turbulent sea was instantly frozen. The sea surface within the visible range was instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice. Wow! Not bad ability. Madara stood on the ice, casually glanced at the thick ice under her feet. He also showed interest in Aokiji's abilities. The sinking speed of the warship stopped. Aokiji frowned, really? He acts recklessly every time, doesn't he care about the safety of ordinary marines at all? Hearing this, Akainu didn't respond at all. To deal with invaders from otherworld, even a little sacrifice is normal. In Akainu's view, as long as there is a chance, it can cause damage to the invaders of otherworld. Even sacrificing some people is acceptable. This is the difference in thought. Now the conflict between Aokiji and Akainu and Marine is becoming more and more acute. The ideas of the two are completely different, and their attitudes towards the otherworld invaders are completely different. The sea is frozen. This is just right. The field of battle can be wider. Nagato looked at the ice below. Looking back at Akainu et. Get off the boat. It's easier to go down there. Said that he jumped off the boat first. Then Akainu also jumped down without hesitation, and at this moment Kong looked at Madara on the ice in the distance. These otherworld invaders don't seem to be united as one, if so, there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. For example, defeat the guy in front of you first, and then the pressure on the remaining two people will not be so great. Kong thought of this and raised his hand. Vice Admiral Level and Admiral all disembark and prepare for battle. Shishibukai also dispatch. As they spoke, the Shishibukai people on the side glanced at each other. The bear jumped first, and then the others followed. Hancock thought in his heart, I don't know if I can see Yuichi-kun this time. He should come too. K. Lockdale is also watching the surroundings. Whitebeard, hope, you come soon. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shishibukai had different ideas in their minds, and as for dealing with Nagato, in their view, it was just a symbolic struggle. Come to the ice. Nagato looked at the crowd. There was still no change in expression on his face, he just said lightly, whoever comes first. Or go together. Both are fine. The power of this world, please don't let me down. Akainu thinks Madara is already crazy enough. Unexpectedly, Nagato is even more arrogant than Madara. Advertisement. Go together? The guy behind you may still be qualified to say such a thing, but you, hey. I hope your strength is as great as your tone. Speaking of which, the lava on Akainu's body began to erupt, billowing black smoke from his body. Seeing the other party preparing to attack, Nagato smiled coldly, your ability looks good, but it's useless to me. Your attack is too weak, I don't want to fight with you, others should attack. Show me your strength. For Akainu, these words undoubtedly made him feel even more angry. Look at who can. Boom. Lava fruit erupted with all its strength, instantly spreading and sweeping a range of dozens of meters around. Even Shishibukai, Kizaru Aokiji, and others who were standing beside Akainu had to back away in a hurry. Everyone in Shishibukai looked at Akainu with murderous intent. However, Akainu didn't care about how these people felt about him. He was waving his arms vigorously, and a terrifying magma burst out covering the doctor in the direction of Nagato. Like a huge lava palm, it instantly covered most of the sky. Seeing the opponent's attack, Nagato was even less interested this time and even closed his eyes directly. I said, your abilities are useless to me. God Luo Tianzheng. Boom. The lava palm that instantly made people feel huge disappeared without a trace in an instant. Once again, the opponent blocked his attack casually. Hateful. I said your attack is useless to me. 2.3 Universal Pull. Boom. Akainu, who was about to attack for the second time, was suddenly pulled over. At the same time, a black stick appeared in Nagato's hand and stabbed straight at the opponent. Before Akainu could react, a black rod pierced through his shoulder. But his elementalization did not hurt Akainu, but Akainu suddenly felt that the power of the fruit seemed to be unable to be used as he wanted. Hey! Can the body still turn into magma? Akainu was stunned for a moment, and when he realized it, he wanted to raise his hand to attack Nagato. But this moment has been directly thrown out by Nagato. Because on the other side, Hideoya cut through the sky and slashed directly towards Nagato's neck. The black stick shot out in an instant, blocking the hacking black knife. However, the force of this moment made Nagato take 2 steps back. Hawkeye looked at Nagato in surprise. What an amazing power, are there any ninjas with strong power? Chapter 230 Control of Rin-Egan, Madara's Lament. Ninja. It doesn't mean that the strength is weak. As Nagato said, he turned around and kicked Hideoya directly. The blade was bent by his huge kick, and Hawkeye was instantly forced back. Eagle Eye. It slid back a distance of 5 or 6 meters before slowly stopping. Advertisement. Swish swish swish. Hibang shot at him one after another, and Hawkeye swung the black knife to block him at the first time. Ding! Ding! When? On the other side, Akainu stood up slowly, and slowly released the black stick in his body. Although he was elementalized at the moment of being attacked. Didn't get stabbed, but Black Rod seems to have had a big impact on his fruit ability. However, when he tried to slowly pull out the black stick. However, he found that the black stick seemed to have some kind of adsorption function. It was close to his skin, although it escaped the attack when it was elemental, but it was when it was sent out. Akainu found it difficult to maintain his elemental state. In other words, there is no way to maintain part of the elementalization when pulling out the black stick. Unless he is concentrating, the elementalization cannot be sustained with any slight distraction. Instead, he injured himself when he pulled out the black stick. Throwing the black stick on the ground, he looked at the wound on his shoulder. Akainu. His complexion became even uglier. This was just a fight, and he was injured. When did the dignified Marine Admiral suffer such insults? Looking up, Akainu still wanted to fight, but at this time Doflamingo's laughter sounded. Just when Akainu thought the guy was laughing at himself, a white silk thread appeared. Cut directly in the direction of Nagato. Although Doflamingo's string fruit ability is somewhat difficult to see, for Nagato Rinnegan's insight, Doflamingo's string fruit ability wants to sneak up on him. This is impossible. But this kind of attack made Nagato very confused. Is there still such an ability? This world is really interesting. A few simple dodges easily avoided Doflamingo's silk thread, but at this time Doflamingo who shot secretly also frowned. It's amazing, you can actually see my ability. Doflamingo himself is well aware of how difficult it is to observe his own threads. However, I didn't expect that in this case, the other party could escape easily. This is obviously a notice of his ability. This has never happened before. Are you the one who made the shot? Suddenly Nagato's gaze locked on him, and Doflamingo, who was secretly controlling the silk thread, was stared at by Nagato. Advertisement. In an instant, Doflamingo felt a cold breath sweeping towards him. This oppressive feeling made Doflamingo unable to react for a while. The oppressive feeling Nagato gave him was full of cold feeling, like a cold knife sliding gently in front of his neck. This feeling led Doflamingo to discover something. It seems that this guy is about the same as me. Ruthless and cruel, but ambitious. Boom. All of a sudden Nagato went straight for Doflamingo. Yet. How dare you rush over in an open and above-board manner, and really don't take us seriously. Aokiji's voice sounded, and an ice wall appeared in front of Nagato in an instant, as if trying to stop him. However, Nagato did not slow down his speed at all, and directly shattered the ice wall with his palm. With the blessing of Chakra, Nagato's calendar is extremely amazing. Even Aokiji didn't expect his ability to be broken so easily. Humph. The speed is very fast, but the old man won't lose when it comes to speed. The light flickered. Kizaru instantly entered the state of elementalization, and the sound of flashes gathering sounded. In the next second, it shot straight towards Nagato. When the golden light is on, Kizaru's kick hits Nagato, who is heading for Doflamingo. I have to say that even Nagato was taken aback at this moment. What a speed! Has it become light? The speed of light is indeed unparalleled, but if the speed of light is always terrifying, it is a pity that this ability can barely approach the speed of light only when moving. But once it stops moving, Nagato doesn't care about this speed when attacking. It's a pity, this ability is still a bit short. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. The speed of light kick was about to hit Nagato for an instant, but was blocked by an invisible barrier the next second. In an instant Kizaru's attack was neutralized. Nagato continued to rush towards Doflamingo without losing speed. Leave a golden flash behind, wait until Kizaru's body recovers. Now his face has become as ugly as Akainu's. At this moment, Nagato rushed in front of Doflamingo, and the black stick shot in his hand raged towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo sneered, this thing doesn't look easy. It can't be hit. 5 color strings. A kick to Nagato. Bang. Tsitsaizi. Doflamingo's haki exploded, the power of this attack is really impressive. Nagato's attack was planned, and he stepped back and dodged instantly. Advertisement. But the next second, there was a clanging sound, and the blade trembled slightly, attacking from behind. Hawkeye's attack came in an instant. The black stick blocked the black knife slash, but Nagato didn't speak yet. Perfume femur. Boom. A kicked Hancock kicked Nagato in the stomach. Nagato frowned, and Shenluo Tianzheng broke out again, ejecting the 3 of them at the same time. But Doflamingo and others haven't landed yet. Bang buzz. The bear's attack arrived, and the shock wave of compressed air fell behind Nagato, bursting into shocking waves in an instant. Nagato's body jumped out instantly in the strong wind. And the next second Jinbei appeared in front of him. Murloc Karate. This moment Nagato also punched, but the next second Jinbei's palm was covered with a layer of red chakra. Seeing this, Nagato froze for a moment. Tail Beast Chakra. Boom buzz. For a split second Nagato was knocked back. The scene of Jinbei repelling Nagato surprised Akainu and Kizaru, who were about to do it. Are you kidding me, is Jinbei so powerful? However, only 040 Kong noticed the Tail Beast Chakra in Jinbei's hand. The World War obtained by Chi Na, the reward obtained by Shishibukai, this power, Marine has not yet figured out what is going on from the bear. However, it seems that other people in these 7 warlords of the sea have basically mastered the method of using this power. Their strength has become stronger. Even if it follows the judging criteria given by the previous light curtain. These guys can now be called S-level combat effectiveness. Guys from Otherworld, you are so arrogant. Gram Lokdar Sans swept through. Nagato was instantly involved. But in the next second, Shenluo Tianzheng erupted again, and instantly blasted the sand away. Damn this guy's ability, what's going on, can any attack be bounced off? Lokdal complained. In the sky, Madara looked at Nagato below. Madara was also very surprised by the series of performances of Nagato just now. Nagato is more proficient than me in using Rinnegan, why is the time interval of using Shinra Tenjin so short? It shouldn't be said that he grasped the strength just right every time, and just bounced off the attack with the smallest force. Precise control is the reason why he can release Shenluo Tianzheng more frequently. But if only relying on this move, it would be difficult to face the enemy in front of you. Marine 3 Admiral's ability is also difficult to deal with. Once the enemy knows that there is a time interval between his release of Shinra Tenjin, Nagato's invincible appearance will be gone forever in an instant. Chapter 231 Pain 6 Paths debuts, Stronger Power. Now after deflecting all the attacks of Shishibukai and the others in one breath, Nagato looked at the other guys who were about to strike. It is really difficult for one person to face the attacks of so many people at the same time. As soon as he jumped over, he soared into the air and floated towards the rear. In a blink of an eye, it flew directly to a very high position in the sky. Advertisement. Seeing Nagato suddenly take off into the sky, Haida and others who wanted to pursue him paused for a while. What is this guy doing? Is this an escape? Although this possibility is not high, what if the other party really escapes? Of course Nagato had no intention of running away, but he fell directly far away. After opening the distance, Nagato suddenly beckoned. Press the seal directly on the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. Accompanied by white smoke rising. Madara froze for a moment. This is, what? 6 people in Akatsuki's costume appeared in front of Nagato. Summoning people directly, such a situation has never been seen. This made the ninjas of the Hokage world stare wide-eyed. When will the summoning technique even allow people to summon? However, the facts are in front of you, and you can't believe it. Just curious how this guy did it. If you want summoning people to come out, you need a lot of chakra. 6 people wearing Akatsuki's clothes appeared in a row, and everyone in the Akatsuki who was still in the ninja world appeared. One of them was quickly noticed. Zero Burial. This guy is Zero Burial. Wait, can he be summoned? Haiden was very surprised and asked Kakuzu beside him. But Kakuzu just turned his head and looked at him like an idiot. This guy still doesn't understand. How could it be possible to summon people in the past? It's been so long since the World War started, and they probably have summed up some rules about this thing. Any ability can be used in World War. However, those who have not been selected cannot participate in the battle. In other words, the summoned Zero Burial in front of me is, strictly speaking, part of the ability of the man named Uzumaki Nagato. Kakuzu, and why are you all silent? The other members of the Akatsuki organization sighed helplessly. Does this guy have to say it before he can think of it? In the picture, after 6 Paths Pain was summoned by Nagato, he immediately started striding towards Marine. 6 people dispatched together, and each speed is very fast. Akainu froze for a moment. Where did these guys come from? Aren't they all intruders? Didn't they say there were only 3 intruders? Why did so many people come out all of a sudden? Advertisement. It's not just Akainu who doesn't understand. The others were also very depressed, but the enemy had already approached, so there was no time to think so much at this time. Whatever it is, deal with them first. Aokiji said, making Akainu, who was still thinking, a little uncomfortable. Shishibukai, however, had already made his move. Hawkeye made a knife, and Doflamingo's string fruit also entangled the 6 people. The next second Kizaru's flash, Aokiji's frozen fruit, and Bear's air blast. Fight towards the opposite side together. And at this moment Kid Pain stood up. Facing the long-distance attack of the crowd. Hungry Kid directly started absorbing, Kizaru's flash was absorbed, Aokiji's freeze was absorbed. Even the Bear's air blast was absorbed. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye's slashing wave and Doflamingo's string fruit attack were instantly bounced off by Tiendeo Pain. 6 Paths Pen continued to move towards them. Shuradeo Pain launched an attack. Pulling out his arm, the shells linked above fired wildly. A series of shells exploded and these missiles bombarded wildly in the direction of Marine. Boom boom boom. The explosion completely engulfed Shishibukai and the 3 admirals. At this time, 6 Paths Pain has come in front of them. Figures suddenly jumped out of the flames formed by the explosion. No one in Shishibukai was injured, but their faces were not very good. All the generals of the 3rd generation also came directly to the front. Facing 6 Paths Pen is closer. Who are you? Akainu asked the other party. However, Tiendeo Pain, who was standing at the front, looked at the other party. Hey! I am me. You don't need to know. Saying that, Shuradeo Pain made a move directly, and his figure flew towards Akainu like a cannonball. The lava rolled, and Akainu directly turned his big hand into magma, grabbing towards the opponent. But Shuradeo is very fast. Directly bypass the magma to attack Akainu. But Akainu won't let the opponent succeed this time. The other hand ejected a large cloud of lava, as if intending to reduce Shuradeo to ashes. Bombs flew out from behind Shuradeo. It was barely blocking the lava. However, the cold air surged in the next second, and the lava was instantly frozen at the same time. The cold air spreading from the ground, condensed into icicles, crazily spread towards Shuradopaiment. Shuradeo retreated helplessly. Summoning. Bang bang. 2 summoning beasts appeared instantly, a rhinoceros and a crow. One is in the sky and the other is in the ground. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The rhinoceros ran wildly and recklessly, and ran straight towards the 3 admirals. Why did the giant beast suddenly appear? Although some do not understand, but Aokiji shot directly frozen time capsule. The cold air surged, instantly freezing the rushing rhino. In the sky, Kizaru also launched an attack on the huge crow, kicking the opponent directly. The summoning beast, which had just flown into the sky, was kicked into the air and hit the ground heavily. The beast Deo Pain frowned and raised his hand to cast summoning again. Cerberus was summoned out, opened its huge mouth and attacked everyone. And this time it was Hawkeye who made the shot. Is it possible to summon giant beasts to fight? What a formidable ability! He said it was powerful, but the knife in his hand was not slow at all, and he slashed directly. The Cerberus was split into 2 in an instant, but the Cerberus that was cut in half in the next second stood up again. From 1 Fengli to 2. Seeing this, Hawkeye was slightly taken aback. A strange creature that can even split. Hancock said. Human Dao Pain came towards her. K. Lockdoll waved the sand in his hand and threw it directly towards the opponent. A sandstorm formed instantly. The rolling desert storm forced the world back. Lockdoll, who was smoking a cigar, looked gloomy. These guys, what's going on? It feels, something is wrong. Don't know how he sensed something was wrong with Six Paths Pain. But in the next second, Tiandao Pain looked at Akainu, who was about to release his ultimate move. Pain, who was standing in various positions at the same time, all threw black money at Akainu. Black sticks shooting from all directions interrupted Akainu's movements. Forced him to retreat. A smile appeared on Nagato's face in the distance now. The feeling is completely different, the feeling of difficulty controlling 6 people in the past is completely gone. This feeling is great. Nagato now feels that he can control 6 pain at the same time, but he seems to be able to handle it with ease. Even more powerful power can be erupted. Then try it and see how powerful it can explode. There was a gleam in Nagato's eyes. At this moment, Shuradeo in the distance suddenly erupted a large amount of chakra. Boom! One suddenly accelerated towards the 3 Admiral. The nearest Aokiji, the instant ability of raising his hand has not yet been activated, the next second. Shurado's attack hit Aokiji's chest directly. The surge of chakra made Aokiji spurt a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, the body flew straight upside down. The power and speed of the explosion of Ajuradeo are completely unmatched by the previous ones. This made Aokiji completely unresponsive for a while. Chapter 232 The Marine that was completely crushed, the thunder that fell from the sky. Blood flowers bloom in the air. Aokiji was attacked by Shuradeo, and instantly flew backwards like a cannonball. It hit the ice heavily, and countless pieces of ice shattered. Shuradeo's power suddenly increased so much that Akainu, who was closest to him, was stunned. This guy's strength has grown stronger. Advertisement. This sudden increase in power makes it hard to guard against. When fighting against an unfamiliar enemy, the first attack must be the first attack. After the initial exploration, after judging the approximate strength of the enemy, it will be preconceived once the opponent's strength suddenly increases. It will make people feel unprepared. Aokiji is just affected. So it wasn't the strongest force just now. Base. The moment the black knife was unsheathed, the burst of light shone until Shura walked away. However, this time Shuradeo was planning to launch an attack on Akainu, but suddenly stopped. Turning his head to look at the chopping wave coming from the air. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhang Jianbo fiercely. Touch buzz. The instant chopping wave dissipated in the air. A smile appeared on Shuradeo's face, and the top of his head slowly opened, revealing a laser emitter. Facing the eagle eyes in the distance, he accumulated energy. Is this guy not alive? The top of the head opened to reveal this weird machine. No matter how you look at it, this is not something that a living person can do. 097. Lockdoll is happy about Uzumaki Nagato, who is far behind. It's not just this guy, maybe these people are not alive. It's just a puppet being manipulated. Although he is just guessing, it makes people feel inexplicably credible. Six Paths Pain really feels like a puppet to Shishibukai and 3 Admirals. Chirp. A laser shock wave erupted instantly, heading straight for Hawkeye. Hawkeye didn't intend to dodge at all, and waved the black knife Yaya directly went up to him. The blade tore through the air, leaving a black trail behind. Haki bursts coupled with Hawkeye's swordplay. This blow collided with the laser beam. Creates a distance blast. Immediately, the surrounding area was enveloped in the storm and flames generated by the explosion. Lakadar turned into mad sand to support the shock wave of the explosion, preparing to bypass Six Paths Pain directly. Go directly to attack Uzumaki Nagato in the distance. However, halfway through the human world stopped him. A punch was thrown at K. Lockdoll, and the sand swept the two of them into a fierce battle. And on the other side Kizaru lifts off. What an annoying group of guys, since this is the case, let's kill you all. 8-foot Kyan Guyu. Advertisement. Countless light bullets fell from the sky. This time Nagato sensed danger. The animal way, the heavenly way, and the hell way hid behind the hungry kid Pain in an instant, CJFG. The light bullet fell, and the hungry kid directly opened the sealing technique and sucked it all up. A huge barrier appeared, and Kizaru's attack landed on it without making any waves. However, the Shuradeo, Human Dao, and Lock Dar from outside are all affected. Wang Qian's light bullets fell crazily. At this moment, the Marines in the rear looked at their Admiral Kizaru. It wasn't just one person who felt it. Mr. Kizaru's ability seems to be getting stronger. The attack power has also become more terrifying. Do you feel the same way? Under the crazy bombardment of Bakakai and Guyu, the Pains hiding behind the hungry kid were completely fine. Wait until Kizaru falls. Akainu looked at the hungry kid who opened his hands to absorb Kizaru's attack. That person seems to be able to absorb our attack. Kizaru frowned. Absorb attacks? What a troublesome ability. But the two pains of human world and Shuradeo were killed. Looking at the two corpses lying on the ground, Kizaru smiled. Fortunately for them, the next time you attack someone other than the one who can absorb the attack, leave him alone in the end to see what else they can do. While talking, Tiandeo Pain shot. A large number of chakra blessings are on Tiandeo Pain's body, aiming at Kizaru who just shot. Instantly activates universal pull at a super long distance. And Kizaru's body turned into light almost instantly. Being pulled over madly. Kizaru himself still hadn't reacted. In the next second, he came to Tiandeo Pain almost instantly. The opponent held a black weapon in his hand, and seemed to be planning to attack him. And at this time Kizaru thought of the scene where Akainu was hit by this strange black stick. This thing seems to be able to restrain the power of elementalization. Absolutely can't let this thing hit. Now that it's actinized, let's take advantage of the situation and launch an attack. Light speed, kick. The volley kicked violently at Tiandeo Pain's face. Kizaru believes that his attack will definitely hit the opponent before the opponent's attack. However, Tiandeo Pain slowly lowered his raised hand. Shinra. Tianzhang. Invisible fluctuations erupted. In an instant, Kizaru who was about to attack was violently pushed away. An insurmountable barrier appeared, squeezing Kizaru's body frantically. Puff. A flash of scarlet emerged, and Kizaru flew back at a faster speed. It crashed into the marine crowd. Advertisement. An explosion occurred, accidentally injuring many marines. Seeing this scene, Kong's face became even more serious. At that moment just now, it was bounced away again. This guy has the same ability as the man of Uzumaki Nagato just now. The area where everything can be bounced off and sucked in. Also extremely difficult to deal with. Even Kizaru's light speed kick just now seemed to be completely impossible to break through that force. This gave Kong a headache. How to deal with these people? Their abilities are probably too pervert. People who are watching the world of One Piece with the light curtain at this moment. They are also a little worried about why Marines have so many powerful combat capabilities. In front of the other party, there is still nothing to do. Is the opponent's combat power really that strong? Actually not. Everyone in Shishibukai fights independently, and they don't help each other. Marine 3 Admiral's physical ability is poor, but his fruit ability is very strong, but he happened to meet the Hungry Kid controlled by Nagato. In front of the Hungry Kid, none of their fruit abilities could exert enough power. However, if it can erupt with enough strength, the Deo of the human world and the Deo of Shura can also be easily killed. It's just that Marine didn't master the method at all. Perhaps Kong has already felt this point, at least he doesn't think Shishibukai and Marine 3 Admiral's way of fighting each other can defeat each other. But the Shishibukai are unruly, and it is not easy for them to cooperate with Marine and obey Marine's orders. Let them deal with the enemy face to hand, this kind of thing, is very difficult. But in the final analysis, it is because Marine's deterrence is not enough. If Kong wondered, would things have been different if Yuichi had been in Marine? A Marine general with 4 emperors level of combat power, even Shishibukai is enough to make them submit. If they don't cooperate, you can directly kill them violently. But now the Shishibukai are very clear that Marine needs their power, so they are even more unscrupulous. Damn! If there is no truly powerful person in charge of such a situation, it will be impossible to deal with it. Sudden! A roar sounded. The sky is filled with dark clouds in an instant. A thunderbolt fell from the sky and fell directly in the direction of Uzumaki Nagato. Nagato retreated sharply, and the electric light directly hit his position just now, and the ice surface was instantly melted. Blast a huge gap. Nagato looked up to the sky. A thunderbolt that fell from the sky made people in both worlds suddenly tense up. This is obviously someone coming again. Suddenly, the people in One Piece world yelled. This is 5 Emperors. Chapter 233 Enel, who steals the limelight, collides with fruit abilities. This kind of thunder from heaven happened before when I was in an ice lobby. Accompanied by the 5 emperors who appeared on a flying boat. This time the thunder reappeared, and many civilians began to look forward to it. 5 emperors. Are you here? Advertisement. However, it is a pity that in the next second, another thunderbolt swept down from the sky. Sitsaizi. Thunder and lightning danced in the air, and what appeared in front of everyone was not the 5 emperors they expected. Ma. A man covered with lightning and holding a golden trident on his shoulder. This guy's earlobe is very long, looks very strange. This is, the intruder is it? Enel stood in front of Nagato and looked Nagato up and down. His eyes were full of contempt. This look made Nagato slightly angry. Who are you? I. Enel frowned, raised his finger and looked at Nagato with an extremely majestic look. You don't even know me, you don't know. My uncle is Thor. God. Hearing this, Nagato nodded, an idiot who claims to be a god. Fool! Enel's forehead was wrinkled with blue veins, and the thunder on his body erupted instantly. Crackling! A flash of thunder erupted from the fingertips in an instant, blazing towards Nagato's direction. However, Nagato was prepared and easily dodged Enel's attack with a sideways attack. Defying God, will be punished. Hearing this, Nagato sneered, God! Not everyone can call themselves that. Just when Enel was about to do it. In the distance, Marine 3 Admiral made a move to pen 6 paths. At the same time Akainu was still talking, is that a Raiden-capable person? The guy who appeared in N-Ice lobby last time. Kizaru nodded, it's that guy, Enel the God, a person from Sky Island, who was able to get Logia's lightning ability, very lucky. After the N-Ice lobby battle, Enel is also famous. Not because of anything else, just Enel's Thunder Fruit ability, being able to confront Garp and Sengoku is enough to become famous. And his bounty was directly set to a reward of 1 billion. The first bounty offered directly reached this amount, and the world government still quite recognizes Enel's ability. Enel's bounty reaching 1 billion means that he has the power absolutely comparable to any one of the 3 great powers under the 4 emperors. But this time Enel couldn't wait, he wanted to walk over the ice with Yuichi and others, and he couldn't wait no matter what. That's why I rushed here early. If this guy is here, it means that Yuichi is here too. Aokiji looked complicated when he talked about Yuichi. The newly promoted 5 emperors have 3 major powers under their command, Golden Lion Shiki, former Marine Black Arm Zephyr, and Enel, the Thunder Fruit capable user. Once upon a time, Yuichi was his best friend, but suddenly became his worst enemy. However, Yuichi's departure made Aokiji feel that Marine has no friends anymore. Advertisement. And not even anyone who agrees with them can be found. This situation made Aokiji think a little differently about Marine. But the idea is only just beginning to germinate. Boom. Bang bang. Thunder rushes and thunders. Enel in the distance has started a war with Nagato. And this time, Hell Road Pain is repairing the damaged human Road Pain and Shura Road Pain. The 3 admirals who were about to do it suddenly saw the intact human world and Shura Deo Pain appearing in front of them. The 2 pens joined hands and directly forced the 3 admirals back. Tiandeo Pain turned his head and swept away in the direction of Enel. When Enel releases 30 million Ford Brontosaurus, he directly uses Universal Pull to suck Enel over. Although Enel was caught off guard. But the moving speed of Thunderbolt is much more convenient than Kizaru's flashing fruit. After letting go of gravity easily, he turned around and attacked Tiandeo Pain. However, it's okay if he doesn't attack, and an attack gives Tiandeo Pain a chance to fight back. Shenluo Tianzhang broke out, and Enel was instantly ejected. Bloodline appears at the corner of the mouth. The other pen who surrounded him attacked Enel with their hands. Dodged by Enel with teleportation. Pain besieged Enel, but Marine and Shishibukai did not make a move. After Enel got rid of their attacks, he turned to look in the direction of Marine. You Marines are all useless. Even a few people can't stop me. My uncle is fighting that BD. You people let the enemy pull out his hand to siege me. Hearing Enel's complaint, Marine felt a little speechless. You are a pirate, why does Marine help you? However, Enel's abuse of Marine made the 3 admirals' face darken. Kong was about to say something. Suddenly Akainu strikes directly. However, a mere pirate dares to speak loudly in front of Marine. Let's take care of you, a pirate, today. Hearing this, coupled with Akainu directly burst out Lava Fruit's ability attack. Kong's face was livid. At this juncture, we have to fight against the 5 emperors. Is this when the invaders are all dead? The lava erupted, and Enel was not to be outdone. Thunder and lightning erupted directly, and the thunder and lightning raged against the magma of Akainu. The collision of the 2 forces draws no winners. In terms of destructive power, lava and lightning are the best in Logia. Ask for flowers. No one is less powerful. Is this the power of Admiral? It's not good. This level of power wants to kill me. It's not far away. Humph. It's interesting that I have never encountered a person with the same type of abilities as me. Let me see how your lightning compares to my flash. Advertisement. Suddenly Kizaru's attack broke out. A laser beam shot towards Enel. If it was dodging, it would be easy to dodge, but Enel did not choose to dodge. Instead, the same finger sticks out and directly launches a thunderbolt. Thunderbolts and lasers collide in the air. Boom. There was a violent collision in an instant. The impact between electricity and light is also extremely violent. Enel looked at Kizaru coldly, it looks evenly matched. Frozen time capsule. Shua. The cold air surged and countless ice thorns rose from the ground, spreading crazily towards Enel. Aokiji shot. And the same Enel raised his hand and lightly tapped the thunder drum behind him. Boom. 60 million volts. Brontosaurus. Terrifying thunder erupted, turning into a huge brontosaurus and attacking in the direction of Aokiji. The thunder and lightning shattered all the ice easily. The collision of ice and thunder is slightly inferior. The three admirals took turns to shoot, and there was no obvious difference in their respective abilities compared to Enel's thunderbolt. This stunned the surrounding marine soldiers. Can one pirate be the match for Marine 3 admirals? How can that be? And Nagato in the distance smiled lightly at this time. Do you still have internal fights? People in this world don't look like much either. At this time. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him changed. Suddenly, it seemed that a terrifying force was crushing towards this side. Everyone raised their heads at the same time. Look in a certain direction. On the other side of the ice. A group of people is walking towards here mightily. And this weirdness is actually sweeping from that direction. That unbelievable sense of oppression is surging. 5 emperors. There are marine soldiers shouting in the crowd. Because he held up the binoculars, he had already seen who these people were. At this time, Kong was also watching. Really, here we come. The 5 emperors who were far away in the New World unexpectedly appeared in the first half of the Grand Line in a blink of an eye. How on earth did they do such a thing? Madara opened her eyes finally here. Yuichi. 7. Chapter 234 Fighting is raging. Yuichi and Madara meet again. Madara's gaze spanned hundreds of meters. He stared directly at Yuichi, who was coming slowly and unhurriedly in the distance. Madara's figure slowly fell from the sky. Gently twisting her neck, Madara began to move her body. Clack clack. Advertisement. The bones made a crisp sound. At this moment, Lord Nagato suddenly turned his head to look at Madara. He could clearly feel that Madara's aura was different. It wasn't even as strong as it was when I met Senju Hashirama earlier. There was an extremely strong fighting spirit in him. It is crazily rising, as if it is a fire that has been ignited. This kind of Madara made Nagato feel a sense of oppression, an extremely strong sense of oppression. At this moment, Nagato felt a little unbelievable in a trance. So Uchiha Madara is so powerful. How could it give him such a strong sense of oppression? Originally, he didn't think there was much difference between himself and Madara and Senju Hashirama. But now Nagato can obviously feel the huge gap between 253, like an insurmountable mountain. Uchiha Madara stood in front of him like a mountain. This is your true power. Nagato is somewhat different. Uchiha Madara did not reach such heights in the previous match against Hashirama. Why all of a sudden? Woo! Suddenly Uchiha Madara opened his mouth and shouted loudly. That excited look was even more exciting than seeing Hashirama. Even if it weren't for Nagato knowing about the relationship between Madara and Yuichi, just looking at Madara's expression, it would be like meeting some confidant. Marine not far away was also frightened by Madara's sudden voice. The admirals looked at Uchiha Madara, who was full of fighting spirit and released a terrifying aura in an instant. I can't help but feel a palpitation in my heart. Even Kong felt that way for a split second. At the same time, Yuichi in the distance also stopped, and Yuichi could also feel Madara's surging fighting spirit. This time Madara. Become even scarier. Become even scarier. The Uchiha Madara with the Senjutsu Chakra is the real full version of Uchiha Madara. Even Yuichi, I have to say, was a little shocked. He knew that Madara would become very strong once she got the magic chakra. But it didn't occur to Madara that it felt like a complete sea change. But even if you want to stop it, there is no way. Where will Madara and Hashirama meet and what will be the outcome of the battle between them? No one can tell. Furthermore, it is not that simple for Yuichi to rush from New World to the first half of Grand Line. Advertisement. If it is not relying on the ability of Mirror Fruit, I am afraid that it is impossible to come here from New World in such a short time. It was cold and windy on the ice. Yuichi suddenly smiled. Facing Uchiha Madara's shout, Yuichi didn't know why he suddenly felt a little hot and evil. Whitebeard and others felt the strong fighting spirit in Yuichi. Although Kaido wanted to fight Uchiha Madara again before coming here, but in this situation, the person the opponent wants to fight is obviously not himself. And Yuichi also has a strong fighting spirit. This kind of situation scares Kaido not to have to intervene between the two. The two who stared at each other suddenly fell silent. Whether it is Yuichi or Madara, they can lock the position of each other very accurately. At this moment, Senju Hashirama, who was slowly standing up on the deserted island, reabsorbed the Hashirama after the magic chakra. Finally, I felt my strength regained. Feeling the breath of Whitebeard and others, Hashirama's face was extremely embarrassed. What a strong breath! Is this the strongest in this world? Whitebeard also sensed Hashirama's presence. The intruders this time don't seem to be simple. Whether it is Hashirama or Nagato, both of them give Whitebeard a strong feeling, and what shadows they met before. There are also certain gaps. Ha. Sudden. While Whitebeard was talking, Yuichi slowly pulled out the Zanpakutte from his waist. The blade was shining with a cold light. Yuichi pulled out Zanpakuto from this distance, and Whitebeard and others beside him were stunned for a moment. Is this an attempt to unleash an attack on Madara from the air? Suddenly there was a melodious and pleasant sound of knives. The blade trembled in the air and gently rubbed against the air, and suddenly the ear-piercing sound of the blade resounded on the ice. Ryutsu. Breakout. Which power conversion haki waves are also fully infused into Ryutsu. In an instant, Ryutsu soared into the sky, crushing madly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ice suddenly broke and the ground broke under Yuichi's feet. The cracks began to spread rapidly in all directions. The moment the ice shards suddenly rose with Ryutsu's riot. Zanpakuto in the hands of Yuichi. Gently waved out. At this moment, Ryutsu in the body really seemed to have found a vent, and the catharsis was like a volcanic eruption, and it swept out instantly. Marine and Shishibukai in the distance. Before he had time to react, he suddenly felt a sense of terror and oppression falling from the sky. If Madara's aura erupted before, it would be as if a mountain suddenly appeared in front of him, a very tall mountain. Advertisement. But this time it was as if the sky had collapsed. There are no symptoms at all. Bang bang. Not only the ice near Yuichi, but also the ice in the distance was cracked by Yuichi's powerful Ryutsu. It is surprising that such a large area of ice collapsed. A terrifying sword light shot up into the sky from afar. The glory is soaring. Tear open the sky. At the same time, a ray of light reaching the sky ravaged the ice surface. This moment. It's like someone wants to cut the world with a sword. At the moment when the sword light struck from a distance, the king could not hear any sound at all. It was as if the sound of the world had disappeared. All I could see in front of my eyes was a ray of light sweeping towards me with lightning speed. Madara. His face was stunned, looking at this blow, there was no fear in his eyes, just surprise. In this blow Madara saw Yuichi as if showing all his sword skills. Incorporating Yuichi's swordsmanship, strength, spiritual power, everything seems to be poured into it. Such a blow, rather than killing him, Yuichi was telling Madara how powerful he was. And Madara's response to this. She raised her hands, and Susanoo suddenly appeared. The full body of Susanoo, the wings suddenly opened. Holding a huge sword blade in his hand, he slashed towards the opponent. Although compared to swordsmanship or something, Madara is no match for Yuichi. There was absolutely no way to stop this blow, at least nothing could be stopped with Susanoo. Yet this is Madara's way of paying homage to Yuichi. Boom! From Yuichi's feet, and a crack went straight to Madara's feet. At a distance of several hundred meters, the cuts on the 1.8 ice surface are extremely neat. And the sword light hit Madara's Susanoo. The roar produced by the collision was as terrifying as the terrifying roar of a meteorite impact. In front of the huge energy storm, everyone in Marine and Shishibukai had to retreat. Even Nagato had to disarm his Six Paths pen, countering it with Shinra. Hashirama on the deserted island, watching Madara being swallowed by the sword light. A smile spread across Hashirama's face. Madara, have you found a new friend? Suddenly Hashirama felt lost. The inexplicable loss seemed like a former best friend who suddenly didn't need him anymore. There is a feeling of emptiness in my heart. The roaring sound has not dissipated for a long time, but at this time Yuichi did not meet the surprised eyes of Gu Beihuzi and others. Holding Zanpakuto in his hand, he flied towards the distance at a ghostly speed. At the same time, Madara's figure suddenly appeared in the dazzling light and headed towards Yuichi. Bang! Buzzing! Chapter 235 The two who fell into the 10,000 realms, the walkers of the heavens and 10,000 realms. The majestic chakra burst out instantly, and the terrifying momentum fell from the sky. Madara accelerated crazily in the air, leaving a series of air rings behind her. The expression on his face was crazily staring at Yuichi, who was also rushing not far away. The figures of the two, one on the left and one on the right, seemed to come from the sky respectively. Wherever it went, it left a long ripple that rippled endlessly. Advertisement. Knowing that these two lines come from the left and right, when the magnetic child is in the center of the world. In an instant, the fluctuations of chakra and Ryutsu turned into thousands of terrifying ripples that swept out. The ice surface cracked inch by inch, and the emerging ice cubes were shattered by two forces, crushed until they turned into powder. Air. The force that seemed to distort even the light crazily struck. Until the wind swept past. Marine, Shishibukai and the pirates only belatedly heard the terrifying crashing sound, which erupted from the sky. Crazy spread towards the sea. The roar was deafening, as if even the soul began to tremble crazily. Tsitsaizi. The Zanpakuto in Yuichi's hand collided with the black stick in Madara's hand, and a huge spark erupted. The power of the two continued to explode, and Ryutsu and chakra turned into bright lights and ravaged the sky. Behind them, there seemed to be a huge phantom gradually emerging. Just being swept by the aftermath of this force. Even Whitebeard and the others turned slightly pale. The collision of incomparably majestic forces produced unbearable waves. There was surprise in Whitebeard's eyes. When did Yuichi's power be so terrifying? Obviously, I felt that Yuichi was at most on the same level as the other 4 emperors. But now it suddenly seemed to surpass them by a large margin. It also struck Kaido that it wasn't just Yuichi who had grown a lot stronger. Even Uchiha Madara's power is completely different from before. The changes that chakra can bring about are not so strong. But if you add Madara's Rinnegan power, it will be different. This is not a question of 1 + 1 = 2. The two wrestled in the air, and neither wanted to back down. Madara looked at Yuichi in front of her. Your strength did not disappoint me. Very strong. Yuichi also opened his mouth slowly. Xianju chakra seems to be of great help to you. Hearing this, Madara was a little puzzled. Why did Yuichi get the magic chakra himself? It was a bit strange before. He always felt that Yuichi seemed to know his power very well. But it shouldn't be. How could Yuichi know his strength? To be precise, Yuichi seems to know things and power in the ninja world. You are special. Madara said lightly. Speaking of this question, Yuichi didn't answer, but just smiled lightly. And this smile has already explained a lot of problems in Madara's eyes. Looks like you have a lot of secrets. Yuichi looked at Madara. Want to know? Madara smiled disdainfully. If I want to know, you will say it. If you beat me, I can tell you. In the end, it's not about fighting. Then come on. Yuichi, you are the strongest opponent I have ever met. Uchiha Madara, don't let me down. Boom. Advertisement. A bang. Madara. Madara and Yuichi both flew upside down at the same time. The power of each other has exploded to the limit, and there is nothing to do with each other. If they don't separate, I'm afraid they won't be able to take it back even if they try to pull back. Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Yuichi exploded directly into Bankai, and Ryutsu on his body suddenly became more terrifying. If it was just a feeling of pressure before. Well, now it's different. Yuichi used the character template Awakening Progress Conversion. Directly fill up the character awakening ability of Byakuya Kukaki. Bankai that broke out in this situation. The power generated is no longer comparable to before. The Berserk Ryutsu gathered around Yuichi like a white aura. The Senbonzakura in Yuichi's hand began to dissolve and turned into endless sakura flowers falling wildly. And at this moment, Madara didn't stop, and put her hands together. Planetary devastation. Rinnegan's power explodes, coupled with the power of Xianju chakra. Suddenly the ground began to shake, and something was about to rush out from under the sea. Huge boulders flew directly into the sky from the sea. The rising stones gathered in the air, forming a huge meteorite in the blink of an eye. In this way, a picture of a meteorite was created in a flash, which shocked countless people in an instant. Boom 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 boom. The meteorite crashed towards Yuichi very fast. However, Yuichi, who was standing in the air, didn't even look at this extremely shocking meteorite. Just a flick of your fingertips. The sakura flowers scattered all over the sky gathered towards the sky. Countless sakura flowers are densely packed, crushing the meteorite in the blink of an eye. There is not even time for people to react. Yuichi raised his hand and the sakura flower danced. On the other side, Madara also opened her hands, and the flames in her mouth were ready to explode. Ninjutsu vs. Zanpakuto's Great War breaks out. Colorful rays of light burst out in the sky one after another. Madara has a lot of ninjutsu in his hands, whether it is fire style, wind style, lightning style, water style, earth style. It's all at your fingertips. And Yuichi. Although there is only one trick, Senbonzakura, it breaks through all methods with one force. No matter how powerful Madara is, Yuichi's Senbonzakura can easily crush it. The battle between the two is imminent. The intensity of the battle is jaw-dropping. However, soon Madara played the full-body Susanoo directly, and Yuichi also used the Senbonzakura southern area towards Madara. Senbonzakura Mysteries. Bite the Thousand Blades Flower. When endless sakura flowers lock Madara's. In an instant, the ubiquitous sakura flower turned into a Zanpakuto and shot towards Madara quickly. The two forces that reached their peak collided. A dazzling white light burst out, and the sky, ocean, and everything were rendered completely white. Even the figures of Yuichi and Madara were completely submerged. There was a flash of whiteness in front of my eyes. Advertisement. Yuichi felt the force rushing against his body and was a little surprised. Could it be that even his strongest strength is not Madara's opponent? The Byakuya Kukaki template with 100% power, can't beat Uchiha Madara yet. It makes Yuichi feel weird. However, in the next second, the white in front of Yuichi's eyes faded away. The thing that appeared in front of him exuded a faint light, like a huge star map. The star map slowly shrinks to form a spherical shape. And the white light in it is still bouncing. Just when Yuichi was about to step forward to take a closer look. Behind him, Madara patted Yuichi on the shoulder lightly. Yuichi looked back at Madara. Where are you? Is this an illusion? Madara smiled. This question is exactly what I wanted to ask you, but since you asked this, then obviously you didn't make this place either. I am the Myriad Realms system. Suddenly the ball of light in front of them spoke, and both Yuichi and Madara froze. Does this thing have a will of its own? Both of you are very powerful people. So I brought you here. Yuichi froze for a moment. What does this mean? But Madara thought it was very interesting, so she was selected. My strength is weakening, so I need your help. Madara, how to help you? Why should we help you? Help me, you can get stronger power, build your own world, or become the master of a certain world is a breeze. 930. Yuichi frowned and didn't speak. But Madara thought it was very interesting. Is that so? You can help me get everything I want, but the prerequisite is to help you. That's right. You go to different worlds to plunder different powers, and my power will not weaken. Madara turned and glanced at Yuichi. What do you think? Yuichi froze for a moment. If you agree, I can let your system lift the restrictions, and you will gain stronger power. System? Does this guy even know his own system? That's just my experiment. It turns out that although it works, the effect is too slow. So I have to speed up the pace and let you go to the heavens and worlds to plunder power for me. It turns out that my own system was created by the Wanja system. Just an experiment. Yuichi smiled helplessly. It seems that I can't refuse. Don't worry, I will give you a lot of power. You just need to avoid going to different worlds and make the battle a little more intense, and I will be able to get enough power to supplement. Madara, fight. Madara, am not afraid of anyone. This is the space of myriad worlds, you can choose any world to enter here, and you can also come back here at any time. Hope you don't let me down. Saying that, the voice of the Myriad Realms system disappeared. Yuichi looked at the grey surroundings. It seems that from today onwards, the two of us will become walkers of the heavens and myriad worlds, traveling in different worlds and provoking wars. Become a complete villain. Madara, wicked? Humph. As long as you have power, it doesn't matter whether you are a bad guy or a good guy. Yuichi sighed. I just didn't expect my trip in One Piece world to end like this. Madara, you can choose to go back too. Yuichi shook his head. No, there is a world I want to go to more than Pirate World.